Greetings all, this is NCommander, and, oh, sorry, I am probably echoing. Hold that thought. My voice is my passport. Verify me. So, yeah. Today's been an interesting day. So, what should have been all my stream planning yesterday kind of didn't happen, but, today we are doing Linux from scratch, which, if you're not familiar with, let me grab the tab and bring it over. And full screen, please. Is basically how you build a entire Linux distribution with nothing but source code. I mean, you do have to bootstrap it from another system, but not. And this stream's a little unique because we are doing fundraising for this. We are, if you've been following recent events, there has been current attacks on reproductive rights in the United States, among other things, you know, attacks on LGBT and so forth, with some of the most draconian laws coming along. And I feel like I have to sit and try and do something about it. So we are fundraising during this live stream, and we will be fundraising for all the live streams in this series. Currently, we are live streaming for Planned Parenthood of America, who primarily is the largest provider of reproductive services in the whole country. They also provide quite a few other health issues, although it's a state-by-state thing. So all money that is currently raised, that is through the Donate Now button that's in chat, goes directly to Planned Parenthood. You can see it if you scroll down. It'll say this is a fundraiser for. I don't take a cut. I don't see any credit card information. And YouTube does not even take a cut and covers transaction fees in a surprisingly generous move from YouTube corporate. And I just realized, I'm sorry, I'm in studio mode because I got convinced I should use it. So this is the Linux from scratch thing. So, I'm going to actually take it out of studio mode. So the long and short of it is we are going to go through and try and build an entire Linux distribution from scratch. The end goal, and this is maybe me being overly optimistic, is to be able to load up Firefox and watch my own stream on an entire operating system that we built from source code. And just to give you an idea, this is how long the index is, just to get the core system. I've actually built Firefox from scratch. I did it on IRIX years and years ago. And it's something like 50 reverse dependencies. So we are not going to finish this today. We might successfully get to a booting system. I'm actually expecting to. This isn't actually all that hard. It's more tedious than not. I am not certain which int system we are going to use. I am inclined to go with system 5int, especially if I'm going to use CDE. But we might use system D. I don't think upstart's an option. And apparently the French version of Linux from scratch is got a better manual. So I am a little bit behind the ball. I did not actually have time to do any real prep for this stream because the moment I announced it, everything went to heck. I am tempted to use VirtualBox because that is generally what I have used in previous projects. But there is a large group of you guys that kind of feel like I should be using something else. So I think we're going to try and use KVM. I've been playing with virt-manager as of late, but you can't hide the UI, which makes it really annoying for streaming. So, yeah. And so Linus, yeah, cross-compiling Linux from scratch is quite difficult, although that's more because cross-compiling in general with GCC is, in a word, obnoxious. So I think what we're going to start with, Linux from scratch can need a lot of disk space, and oh yeah, that's just PCM running. And if we go to my disk space, my root partition's kind of filled. I need to move stuff. My RAID partition, which is 2 spinning Rust drives, has lots of space, but for the moment, If we tried compiling on a RAID 1, we'll be here until Monday. So I'm actually going to use my DaVinci Scratch root partition, which is being used for a lot of other things. So let's jump there. Let's make a new Linux from Scratch folder. Wow, I can't type. So LFS. So the first stage that we're going to do here is we are going to build a bootstrap cross compiler, and that will give us all the things we need. Then we will set up a disk image. We will set up a file system, and then start pivoting to build the actual. Sorry, I am now echoing. And just to check from the chat, is the background music actually playing, or can you not hear it? I set up stream beats for reasons if you were on Discord you may or may not be aware of. It's kind of interesting. I have very different view counts on the admin console versus not. Let me see if I can fix the background music. Okay. Let's see here. What is going on here? Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay, that should be okay. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry, it's a different setup than usual. So, anyway, it's just going to be soft background music. Hopefully... Oh, now we've gone too loud. Okay, why is it... Why do it looks like I'm echoing here? One of these days I will actually be able to stream without things completely breaking. Hold on, what is this? No, that's successfully listening to the input source. If I've got OBS here, you see I got desktop audio, I've got mic in, and it's just being... What are you listening to? I don't know why I lost all my OBS settings, the other day, and I haven't had a chance to fix them. Okay, music is super low. Alright. There we go. Alright, so I think that will handle it. Let me just keep an eye on chat because... let's see here. Okay. There we go. All right, so you should hopefully have soft background music, and you can also hear me. So starting from the book, we need to build LVS in stages. We need to create a new partition. So let's just get right down with it, and let's start creating a new image. So this would be... this is going to be our LVS root partition. It's going to be a... QCal2 image, and I'm actually going to make this 500 gigs because I am highly expecting we're going to actually need that space. Oh, I forgot that doesn't freaking compress because it's... Of course it doesn't. Doesn't QImage have a compressed format? I'd like to say it does. Like... Is it FQCal? That was not what I wanted to do. Okay, yeah, okay, that's what you have to do. Okay, so then I need to mount this. So you do this with Q ndb cdev ndb0. And then, of course, I have to actually load the module to actually do that. And then if I parted ndb0. Yeah, cool. So I have a 500 gigabyte disk label. Okay, so we have the virtual disk ready to go. We're still not ready to put anything on it. This is just preparation for later. So now we need to make the bootstrap partition. Now, one thing I don't really get is that the stock Linux from scratch instructions still recommend using MBR boot, which is quite frankly obsolete, and new machines that say 2020 and later will not even be able to start from this. There are instructions in the supplementary book that's Better Linux from Scratch, or sorry, Beyond Linux from Scratch, that have the correct instructions on how you do UEFI beforehand. And hey, Action Retro has joined the chat. And I also forgot to mention that we have already raised $170 for reproductive rights. A lot of those came in before the stream started, so I don't think I got the names of the donors. Let me see what the most recent one is. Let me just scroll up slightly and see if I can see it. Connor Burns donated 20. Thank you very much. And let me see if I got the other ones in my back scroll. Action Retro donated 50. Wow. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, the other ones scrolled off because they happened when I didn't have the stream up. I can see them when I shut the stream down, but I don't know of a way to actually bring it back. So while we've got that taken care of, the next thing we got to do is we should probably do the partitioning and stuff, and actually follow the book. So, like I said, the book here wants me to do an MBR boot. I guess we can do that. I mean, what I'll do is I can put the fat file system there and then fix it. So what we want to do is we want to open gparted because I figure graphical stuff is good. And then this gives us the basic partition table. So first, we need to put a create partition table. And I want to put GBT. I'm really hoping we end up with a bootable system out of this because, see, my one concern is if I don't do this right, I'm going to end up with an unbootable system, and then you're going to spend NCommander spending hours to debug this. But people also may want to watch me try and get this running on real hardware, so yeah. Okay, we have more donations coming in. Anonymous for $5, and SJC, thank you for another $5. So, I'm going to let the chat poll if I'm going to be brave type of boot. Are we doing GBT or are we doing MBR? And so okay, I'm going to get a vote here because yeah, I know it needs a boot partition, but we're already deviating from the instructions. But yeah, all right. So I think I'm already seeing where chat's going. So we're going to go with GPT. We want to create a 512. It's technically not FAT32, but that's close enough for government work. And that's UEFI. Yeah, okay. So I'm seeing what the chat's wanting here. So we add that. So there's the UEFI partition. And then we want to add a second partition. So new primary partition. We're going to go with ext4. Oh, I didn't like that. Wait, why did that get placed at the end of free disk space? No, go to the beginning. Why would it do it? I mean, yes, I should do command line tools, but this looks more interesting. Okay, let's try that again. Free space preceding, new space 512. Primary partition, ext2. Cool. And then new partition, everything else. I'm not going to put a swap partition on this. I know that's going to get people upset, but I use swap files, and I also have 64 gigs of RAM in this thing. I can live without a swap partition. I can open two Chrome tabs and not have my system blow up. So, okay, let's apply all this. Let me make sure I'm actually applying. I'm applying to MBD0. Yes. NCommander is not accidentally formatting his root file system. So, wow, $100, another $100 for Planned Parenthood from Petro Gag. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm going to be able to say your last name without butchering it. My intent is that when this project is done, I don't know when that will be, I am going to put the full disk image available as a download. So anyone who wants to play with it will be able to play with it. So yes, and that's also why I'm going to make sure all the source code's available, because I am going to respect thy software license. Okay, so we have all that done. It's got that. So if we close that and we go, so now I have NDP 0 and 1, which means we are in business. So let's mount our root file system. Mount. And wow, we don't even have a lost and found folder there. Okay, so cool. That is the start of where we're beginning. I mean, if I really wanted to go with pain, and those are famous last words here, I could have bootstrapped this from Windows, because that's entirely doable. I'm actually, I'm thinking, is the terminal font too small? Let me make that bigger. I just realized it's probably okay for me, but you guys are looking at it remotely. And one thing I haven't figured out is I haven't found a proper way to split the video streams. So when I eventually edit this to a real-time video, I'm probably going to be up in the... Oh yeah, I mounted the wrong partition. Thank you, chat. That's helpful. Okay, there's the lost and found partition. The thing is, Pietro, you can do case sensitivity on Windows, as we saw when I built the Solaris 7 to Windows cross compiler. Yeah, I just made the font a lot bigger, so that should definitely help people watching. Yeah. Let's see here. The reason I'm not using loop device is that this is not a loop file. I'm using the QCal2 format. If we do the H, why is this already 1.4 gig? Just because I don't want it eating 500 gigabytes unused. So I'm using ext4. Yes, NTFS can be case sensitive, and it can have resource forks. Those are by design, and they are there all the way from NT 3.1. Furia, why is... Oh, hold on, I know why the music's... Why is the music gone again? Is it just a quiet track? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Pavel Control, what are you listening to? Yeah, that does it. Hold on. Let me turn this down. So if I bring up my audio control, the desktop audio is actually listening from my microphone. So, okay. So hold on. Let's see here. How's that sound? Is that good or not? Yes. Pavel Control is the thing that makes Pulse Audio actually usable. Okay. Yeah, normally what you're supposed to do, and I know this because I used to work at Mixer, is you normally have headphones in so you can hear your own stream, but it causes me a headache to hear my own voice. Okay. So let's actually get down and dirty with this. So now that we've got the start process out and going, and the odds are this is not going to be the only time we ever do a Linux from scratch, because I could entirely see us doing Linux from scratch, but it's Linux 1.0. And I will drop this link in chat for people who want to follow along at home. Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay, that is scrolling really fast. Rip that off to a new tab and bring that over. So the first step we need to do here is building the cross-compile toolchain. So that's bin utilities, GCC, the Linux headers, glibc, and libstd C++. And then you have to get all the other base tools and basically bootstrap it all the way through. So The easiest way to do the one thing that kind of annoyed me when I was figuring this out is there's no easy way to get all the source packages in a single go. So let's just get right to the basics. So let's grab bin utilities. Frig. Okay, hold on. I need the tab that has all the source. Like I said, this is something I don't like about how this book is done. Because I don't remember which section of the book, all packages. So we need bin utilities to start. And for those who don't know, bin utilities is basically the linker and all other core things. So let's extract this. Bin utilities like that. Okay. And then, like I said, I am deviating from the book. I'm more using the book as a guideline. So what we have to do here is we have to configure this with a prefix, a sysroot, the target, and then it's just disabling internationalization because I don't think I've ever seen internationalization work on a cross compiler. It's theoretically possible, but probably not. So yeah, so config guess. Do I not even have a config.guess in here? I should. Oh, right, hold on. Config.guess. What is it actually? So yeah, so it sees my system as x86 underscore 64 PC Linux GNU. I can actually, you could change the middle one. Like I could make this an NCommander Linux.GNU, but that will probably break things. I don't know if we really want to try breaking things. Okay, hold on. Let me look at chapter 3 in a download script that I apparently overlooked. Chapter 3, introduction. Okay, so there is actually a download script that I overlooked. I appreciate you telling me about that, because that's going to make my life actually much easier. Chat, if I am making mistakes, please let me know. I am not infallible. I don't know everything. Okay. So let me grab that. Let me grab that. And then we just need to, I'm just going to directory prefix it, scratch root lvs source. Cool. Okay, that's actually going to download everything in a single go. I didn't set an LVS variable. I should, but I'm not. Because I'm going to be typing the commands out by hand as I do it, because I want to explore it, explain it as I do it. And to answer the question, I run Ubuntu 2004 LTS. This is partially because I use DaVinci Resolve for my editing, also partially because I worked at Canonical for so long that when Ubuntu breaks, I can fix it in my sleep. And for a large part, I am not really that happy with the quality of a lot of Linux distributions. While I won't say that Ubuntu is perfect, it's better than most. So, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I keep... Control Shift C. Okay. I didn't set... no, I intentionally didn't set the flag of UEFI system partition. I'm going to reformat it as I go. I just have to make sure the partition is there. I mean, I could resize it, but, you know... Let's not make it hard. So I'm let me move these folders around. So first, export LVS is current directory, and then let's move this to build, and then I'm going to grab bin utilities and move that to build because I haven't actually configured it yet. So let's go back to the build instructions. And again, thank you very much for that tip. I did overlook that. So We now need to put this in our tools prefix. So scratch tools, LVS tools. So prefix denotes where it's going. I technically don't need the target here, but it's not a bad thing to have. Because target denotes you're building a cross compiler, but it's the same as the root. With sysroot tells me that this is where your files are going to be for the rest of your brain. Scratch root. Wow, I can't actually tab complete that one. LVS root. And then disable NSF. Disable NLS, disable W error. Those last two technically should not be needed, but... Okay, so hold on. Actually, I am happy I checked that because I put this at mount. Umount, mount, LVS, root. Okay, so LVS, LVS, root. Okay, there we go. So that's going to make our make file. That's going to make bin utilities. So that's going to go really fast, really quickly. Let me catch up and check as I keep going. So the usual way I recommend of building bin utilities and GCC is I actually recommend doing what's known as a single pass build. And I'm a little surprised that Linux from scratch does not do that, because it is possible to build bin utilities and GCC at the same time. This gets you a much more consistent result. But the old school way is to do it as two separate builds. Joel, my last name it's not Catalonian specifically. My dad's family is from Cuba, but we do have some roots to Spain. I'm not sure we have any to the Catalonian region in and of itself. The family tree is a little bit weird. My dad knows a lot more about it than I do. And we've actually had a couple more donations. We've had Anonymous drop another 50. We've had another 5. It's like we are now up to $335. So, yeah. I don't know how long single pass build's been along, but it's been it was there in GCC 2.9.5 because that was the first version. I actually remember doing it. I probably don't need to run make check, but I'm going to, because I used to build cross compilers for a living, and one shall always test your cross compiler. I could easily do a live stream of building herd from scratch. Watch NCommander lose his mind. So yeah, it's not a well-documented feature for the single pass. I don't even know if it's in the GCC manual. I know about it because it's used in some automated testing. It's in the configure scripts. So yeah. This'll take a while to do. Like, I probably won't run the GCC test suite, even though I really should, because of how long it takes. And if we were doing proper cross compiling, because let's be honest, I know my chat. You guys are going to demand that I do Linux from scratch for Itanium. Like, I know you guys. You want me to do it. I am probably going to have to build a cross compiler and then do test that cross compiler with remote Deja GNU and TLC. Like we know this is a thing. Pietro, I have commit access to the herd repositories. Yeah. I can't copy the headers from the host because my host kernel is too old. Like I said, I am on LTS 2004. Let's see here. Yeah. Let's see here. No one at the Free Software Foundation board uses Herd. I can tell you pretty definitively that no one's actually using Herd for anything real. It's more usable than what you would think, because I know. But yes, okay, so that's been utilities more or less done. And because I forgot to echo it to a file, okay. We're just going to pretend that everything is good, and when the compiler starts icing later, so be it. So next up is we need to grab source GCC. One of these days, I will get those compression options right on the first try. Next up, we need to build GCC. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Yes. So build. Okay, so GCC is next. So now that we've got the C compiler done, we've got to do the next part, which means we have to build GCC and its dependencies. And this is the part I always forget because I forgot to do this with Solaris 7. GCC depends on 3 specific libraries. It depends on MPFR, GMP, and GMC. And these are all essentially stuff for doing math. And we do have to make a slight change to this because it's going to look in the lib64 folder. I forgot you have to do that. That is annoying. And I'm amazed that they only do that. They don't enable that unless you are doing multilib. So let's take that right from the top. So let's get MFR done first. Lib MFR. Yeah, because that's the first one it wants us to do. Or, oh no, it's having us do it as a single build. Never mind. So, okay, so we just have to decompress in this folder, and then it will just magically do the right thing. Source, MFR. What am I doing wrong? Okay, so MFR. And yeah, and then this becomes that MPFR, I should say. Sorry. So do that. So that's basically how you set up a single build pass for libc is not libc for bin utilities. Is you move files in the same way, and I will catch up with chat in a moment once I get the next part of the build going. An MPC. And MPC. Oh, an MPC, of course. Yeah, the inconsistent compression is just slightly annoying. So MPC. So now that we've extracted those 3 folders here, GCC's autoconfig will see it. And then... Okay. So it wants us to make the default name for 64 libraries lib. I'm hesitant to make this change for reasons. I know that you should always follow the book. I know you really should always follow the book. Okay, we're gonna follow the book. So really that's the only command I need, and then if I check this, yeah. Okay, so that removes Linux lib64, because that would be m64 equals, yeah. The reason this exists is for how Multilib works, which is not a particularly well-built feature in GCC. I know CentOS and Red Hat use it. That's the lib64, libx64. Ubuntu and Debian went with their own solution, which is what they call multi-arch. Like, that's why I actually have an alpha Linux GNU folder. And why do I have PA RISC binaries on my system? I mean, at one point, I made poor life decisions. That's probably the answer here. We need some different music to listen to. Okay, and hopefully the music is still sounding good. All right. Anyway, so I think that covers the main thing. So the next thing we gotta do next is set the GCC configuration. And configuring GCC from scratch is, well, you can see that there's a lot of config options being set. I'll run through these quickly. You need to tell it what version of glibc you're using. We're using newlib because this is a bootstrap compiler. And when you do a bootstrap compiler, you have no C library, so there's a chicken and egg problem here. So you use newlib to get it started, then you can build glibc, and then you can build the actual C library. There is a way around this, but it's painful. So yeah. And then you have to just disable a lot of floating point math. If anyone has questions, please make sure to ask it in chat, because I will be happy to ask things as we go along. Anyway, yeah. The thing with GCC, as we saw when I did the Solaris 7 cross compiler, most of the options are not documented. Like, when we actively had to debug glibc, it was bad. It was bad in a lot of ways. Did I screw? Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, I did actually screw up bin utilities because I should have done the sysroot in a different way. All right, let's do this correctly because I don't need to have problems down the line. Yeah, no, I did not do that correctly. So let's move that folder. Because I just suddenly realized what it's doing, and that's actually much smarter than the way I was going to do it. And I also never ran make install here, so, you know, things. So prefix equals LVS tools. Yeah. Trust thy manual. LVS. Disable NLS. This fortunately will not take very long. Okay. There has been efforts to make the kernel build with clang. I don't remember if it's working. I don't think it's being... Even if it does work, I don't think it's officially supported as of yet. But Clang has also got a mission of being 100% compatible with GCC. So I wouldn't be surprised if it works, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't work. So anyway, you know what, I just realized I wanted to like do JMake 16. I've got 12 cores. Why am I limiting myself to 1? Yeah. I believe the Linux... No, I just forgot to use the LFS variable. I have it set. And if you're wondering if I've ever done this before, so to answer the if I've ever done this before, the more specific question here is I've done this process before. I haven't specifically done Linux from scratch before. And I should actually set the target by hand. So that would be what? Okay, cool. So I'm going to type these out one by one just so I can explain it as we do it. So target, as I mentioned before, that determines that it's a cross-compile target. We want to prefix it. Okay, and I'm going to just copy and paste these. So this with libglibc version. Oh, that ain't the thing I wanted. This flag, I don't really know if it would be needed. Well, I guess it'd be needed if your host system and the sysroot have different ones. Sysroot is just telling GCC this is where I can find my new file system, and I really gotta get out of debug tools because one of these days, let's see here, without headers is used for, this is a completely freestanding compiler. The rest of these is basically turning off bits of GCC that will not work without libgcc. So, and then a lot of the, I'm a little surprised that they have to turn off the floating point math stuff, but I am going to trust it. Threading support has to be disabled because that's dependent on glibc. Let's see here. And then the last one is disable the standard library for GCC. And then we need the C and C++ compilers because we're going to recompile GCC in the next step. All right, so this can go away. I can move this back to the other monitor. Okay. All right, so looking back at chat, I haven't done Moozle at all. The only time I've ever used it, it's really with Alpine. And I like Alpine, but I'm not sure it's at the state that I am 100% sure that a glibc system is usable on, for some users, it would be usable on a day-to-day basis. For like my stuff, I can't because I'm dependent on software that needs glibc. I don't really think I'm going to do a hacking Bitcoin series. There's some stuff with cryptocurrency I've been sort of tempted to get into, but the largest problem is that I'd have to put very big disclaimers on the downsides of cryptocurrency. And then I have to go and explain that as much as certain bits of Twitter will want you to believe, cryptocurrency is not the solution for when the world ends and we live in a digital anarchist society. And trust me when I say I have a fairly long rant on that subject. Yep. Yes. The only thing so there has been one topic I've kind of been wanting to look at is there is a Bitcoin powered marketplace that I've kind of wanted to take a deeper look at, but I would have to make my own NCommander coin because I don't really want to buy Bitcoin to just make a video. So yes, for those who are on my Discord, we do in fact have an entire thread dedicated to NFT fails. So okay. So this is going to be one of the longest build steps in the process because GCC is big. So, well, yeah. We will be using udev. A lot of this is we're going to be figuring out as we go along. So, the very first time I ever did this is when I was still working at, when I was still working as an Ubuntu developer. I was doing experiments on rebootstrapping Ubuntu with different libc flags and seeing if we could do multiple side by side. Ubuntu has a lot of interlinked circular dependencies, and to a large extent, that is becoming a problem throughout Linux as a whole. Like, if you want to try and build Qt to build KDE, the circular dependency is so circular that it goes around in a circle until your head explodes. Yes. The link to join my Discord is currently down in the description. If you want to, what was I saying? If you want to join and support me directly, my Patreon's there too. Like I said, the I will get ad revenue off the stream, but assuming I don't get content ID'd because I am using different music than I normally do because of reasons that I don't want to talk about on air, I will probably donate all the ad revenue I get off this stream because, like I said, this is something I feel very strongly about. So, and need to make a difference is right here. Yeah. So I used to run Gentoo quite a bit. My biggest problem with Gentoo is that whenever Python, Perl, or Ruby's upgrades, it's very easy to get portage into a condition where it's crying in the corner. I'm currently compiling GCC. Did I remember to give this a J flag? I didn't give this a J flag. Okay. So, yeah. I forgot to give it a J flag. Yeah. Firefox has about 55 reverse dependencies. Last time I compiled it from scratch, it's probably gone more. Chromium is a little bit easier because at least they come with their compiler. So, yeah. The thing is that Gentoo, because of the way emerges work, Gentoo has a way of scripting the circular dependency problems. There are still a few rare cases. I think they fixed them all where you had to use the binary stuff. I don't know how long Chromium takes to build. I have built Chromium embedded framework before, and that was a soul-crushing experience, to put it mildly. Yeah. So when we want to sit and build, Firefox, it's going to take a lot of effort. The better Linux from scratch documentation has steps to do it, but I have that distinct feeling we're going to have more pain than not there. So we will see. Yeah. Yeah, ungoogled Chromium is still fairly large, but building it Linux from scratch is going to be more interesting. My goal for part 1 is I want to be able to self-host NetHack on Linux from scratch in a VM. But we'll see what it is as we go along. Because fingers crossed everything works. I am not entirely hoping. Yeah. Okay. Well, Douglas, this is more my experience having to build it for non-Linux systems. This is actually, like I said, this is the first time I've actually used the book to build Linux from scratch. So I'm kind of used to having to sort out dependency hell in and of myself. So we'll see. We will definitely see how this all plays out. And we are up to 221 concurrent viewers. You guys are awesome. So anyway, continuing on, after GCC, let's look at the manual while we've got a little downtime. So I believe the next thing we got to do is we have to do the Linux API headers. And this is pretty much just copying files. That's basically all it is. So, yeah. I'm actually surprised okay, so you don't actually allow headers installed because it requires rsync. Does rsync have annoying reverse dependencies that make it harder to use? Okay. Okay, fair enough. I'm aware of Ashi Linux. I have occasionally lurked on Marchand streams. I don't actually tend to watch streams all that often, but I've learned stuff from Marchand. I first learned of him back at the Hack Wii stuff, and all the stuff. And who was the Wii hacker that passed away? He did more than Wii, but that's what I know him for. Bushing. It's like, wow, like I have learned more just by reading your write-ups than like so much other things. Okay. Okay. Did something crash? So the only thing that's doing anything on my system is OBS. I think something crashed. Okay. And as people may notice, we do have a bunch of new chat moderators around. There has been, due to the topic of the stream and specifically the charity stuff, there has been a concern about, let's just say, certain people that take objection to women's rights. So, just as a note, that's why things are a little different than they have been. Why do I have this distinct feeling something is hanging? I have this horrible feeling the fail counter is coming out. I mean, it might be a big file. Let's see what's going on over here. I mean, it is maxing out on one processor right here. And OBS is giving 223% of all of its effort. Well, I don't know if it's a fail counter. Maybe it's more like a lag counter. I mean, this is running on an SSD, and it's running on a very good SSD, actually. So, okay. All right. So what are you doing? Let's just let it sit. Let's let it breathe. I mean, it's trying to do something. I mean, realistically, when you build GCC, you're supposed to build GCC. You're supposed to build the version of GCC that you're using. Then you build the cross compiler, and then you build the end result. I mean, you're supposed to end up with 3 GCCs. Most people don't do part 1, but this is kind of why that's a thing. I turned off J16. I'm running it single because I want to see. Oh, there it goes. Okay, it was just a really fat file. Because C++, the language that makes computers cry. Yeah. All right. So, okay. There we go. Yeah. No, I just went back to putting make 8 and something just... Okay, we just had a build failure. What happened? Checking if C compiler works. C compiler cannot create executables. What did I do wrong? Did I forget a flag? I probably forgot a flag. Okay, now we're going to have to get the So I've got disable NFS. Let's see what went wrong. So build. Unrecognized option Control V. Yeah, but see that's not with GCC. That's with XGCC. That's the compiler that it just built. Okay. Here we go. This is the actual failure right here. Can't find CRT10. No such file or directory. Yeah, no, this is the error right here. So the problem it can't find is it can't find the C runtime library. So did I do something wrong in the build instructions? Let's see here. Did it even build the CRT? Oh, target is empty in the config line. Did I? All right. So how did I set this? So target. Okay, so that's the problem. Exit. All right, that was a human fail, and we're going to make this a less. Okay, so. When in doubt, script it. Okay, and then we're going to source that. So, okay, so the cause of the failure there is apparently I set that environment variable wrong. And now, okay, that's fine. So now we need to rerun that config command. And we'll have to blow away the build directory, unfortunately. Let's do, so that would be LVS TGT. And yeah, let me blow away the build directory. And there we go. Okay. All right. As far as failures go, that one is not. That one is just. Wow. Sorry. Brain went a little bit fuzz brain there. As far as build failures go, that is complete human error. Because I did not check that the environmental variables that I needed were actually set. I am really hoping that this flickering image is not seizure-inducing, because I'm suddenly realizing that maybe I should have put a photosensitivity warning on this video. So this is just going to be a standard Linux from scratch. Maybe someday in the future I will do a Kickstarter for NCommander's ultimate Linux distribution, where you start it up and the first thing you do is get a dialog box that asks you to install Novell NetWare. Yeah. No, I set the variable. I must have made a typo or not escaped it correctly. So, fair enough. Yep. Yep. Yes. I am doing it just as the NCommander user. I know that the manual says do it as the Linux for Scratch user. This is primarily me not doing things 100% the way they should be done. I probably should be doing it 100% done, but I will mention this when I re-edit this into a full video that, like I said, I am taking some liberties with the build steps. I always forget what model CPU it is. It's a Ryzen. I just don't remember the exact model. It's a Ryzen 5 360X 6-core processor. But right before you can't get silicon stuff. Arminder Singh, I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. I have done hardware bring up. That was actually my job at Canonical. I did a lot of the bring up of the Marvell Armada platforms, the TI OMAP 3 and OMAP 4 platforms. I didn't do the Raspberry Pi stuff, but I've done a lot of the other ones. It's a lot of the reason why I'm fairly critical of RISC-V, because they have failed to learn basically everything that made ARM suck. And Michael Vizier, thank you for the €5 donations to Planned Parenthood of America. The kernel, we are going to start with kernel 5.11, Once we have the base system up and running, we will probably make changes. But we are mostly going with the base system. Did I forget the make J option again? No, I left it. I have it there. Wait, what's the other one? Jobs. Oh, log config. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, this is GCC. The kernel is honestly going to be make def config until I actually have to configure it. I hate configuring Linux kernels. Laggy Gamer, there is actually an automated process. It's called, well, it's actually called Automated Linux from Scratch, or ALFS. If you look on the Linux for Scratch website, there is a guide for doing Linux from Scratch entirely automatically. But people watch my streams to watch me suffer. So what's the fun of doing an automated build process? I was kind of saving this topic for a special event, and I figured the first charity stream I'm ever going to do was not a bad thing, and I am sort of hoping to make this a regular thing. I don't know if every stream is going to be for charity, because I do have the hope of going full-time, but I also feel that there's not a lot of content creators that speak up on these things, and there are reasons for that. But I would like to probably dedicate at least one stream a month. And all the streams I'm going to do for Linux from Scratch are going to continue to go to Planned Parenthood. Yes. Okay. So yeah. One of the things I actually want to do is I actually want to install Minix and compile Linux 0.1. That is going to be quite difficult because I am going to have to go through the Usenet archives and find the patches for the original glibc and bin utilities. Parts of them exist in the MCC interim Linux disks, but I'm not convinced they're compilable. They don't look complete. So, and Bytewave, thank you for the $20 donation. We are now up to $400 raised for Planned Parenthood of America. Thank you so much. I will do more streams like this in the future. The reason I don't stream regularly is I have my own sets of chronic health issues. But for some things like this, I could probably do more frequently without being detrimental. So, yeah. Yeah, so that was something that none of us were expecting, that apparently Minix, if you don't know what Minix is, it was a Unix-like operating system created by Andrew Tannenbaum as a learning tool that demonstrated microkernels. But because of copyright and licensing stuff, it never got mainstream. It never really went mainstream because of legal mumbo jumbo. So this college student called Linus Torvald decided to make his own version as a monokernel. And well, do I really need to fill in the rest? I would make if I do it, I will make a video for it. The thing with doing the 01 kernel from Minix is I have to track down a lot of tools. The early GNU why do we have a linker failure? Why do we have a... Also, whether byte ordering is big endian, something bad has happened here. Let me just do a basic make. Where is it actually failing? I've got target set. So what's gone wrong? What has gone wrong here? I swear, if this is the same error, I'm going to be annoyed. It still can't find the C runtime environment. Okay, hold on. Let me open this in VS Code because I actually need to see what it's trying to do. That might have been a mistake. So when it's in the bootstrap environment, where is it not even building? All right, let's see here. So I should have the C runtime. Yeah, attempting it. How did I have less pain trying to make this work with Solaris? This is supposed to be easy mode. All right, so it tries to find this. This would be as part of libgcc. So what is going on with libgcc? Are we even building libgcc? Systroot is correct. Tools is correct. Oh, you know, I think I know what's wrong. I think I didn't do a make install. In fact, I'm almost certain I didn't do a make install. And because I didn't check the build messages, hold on. I know what went wrong. Now, okay, so if I look here in tools, hold on, where did that install to? Did that? So that installed here. And that installed to the wrong directory because this... Okay, hold on. I gotta make some fixes here. I know. I see what I did wrong. I see what I did wrong. LVS root. And then so the fact of the matter is I got the environmental variable mixed up. I forgot to do a make install. We need to fix bin utilities again. And if I have to do this a fourth time, I will just do it as a... Okay, hold on. So LFS mount root tools make J8 make install. Okay, let's try this again. Let us try again. I'm sort of wondering if we're actually going to get a booting system before the end of the stream. I might have a hard stop. Can't create directory. Oh, okay. mcastdeval mount scratch root LVS mount root tools. Why is that not permitted? Do I not have that mounted? No, because I mounted the blasted fat partition because I'm a freaking genius. Note to future people doing this: installing bin utilities to a fat partition is not the way you successfully do this. Let's try that again. Okay, that's going to compile. All right. Yeah, I mounted the wrong partition. I mean, if I really wanted to torture myself, I could definitely... Did I do that again? Please tell me I didn't do that again. No, I mounted the right partition. I mounted the right partition. I just need to fix... Okay, need to fix that. And then I just need to make it owned by this user. I mean, I could just do it as a sudo install root, but let's not. Please, please, please work. I know what I'm doing. I think I know what I'm doing. And we've got another 20 euro donation from Stefan. I'm probably going to say that wrong. I mean, I've successfully built Darwin from scratch. I mean, how hard could this be? And I gotta tell you, building Darwin from scratch is exciting for all the wrong reasons. All right, so now, if we look at LVS tools. Okay, we have all those folders correct. So now we need to rerun this. I think I want to blow away this build directory just as a precaution, because I've seen GCC get very confused. And then we just need to go scratch. Let's see here. Okay, so let me make sure I actually got this right. Okay, see, this time, this is what I should have checked before. See, the message I should have gotten is where to find the target LD, and it need to be pre-installed in the outbound tools directory. That should let it find, that should actually let this work. And I don't remember if bin utility, I don't think bin utilities builds libc, but, or the C runtime environment. But okay. I don't have a write-up of building Darwin from scratch. I might. This was Darwin 1.0, 1.3, which I did with NeoZed back in the day, like before I did YouTubing. So that was the version that was Mac OS 10 Server 1.0, which is actually something I want to do. If you follow me on Twitter, you will know that I do not have a retro computing problem. And I also just picked up a massive G5 tower that I think sucks more power down than my Itanium system. You turn that thing on and the neighbor's lights dim. All right, I'm going to use the restroom. I will be back in 30 seconds. Okay, I am back. I gotta be honest, I was originally expecting we'd be lucky to get 500 for all the streams combined. You guys are amazing on how much you've helped raise on this, so thank you so much. Did I forget the J option? No, I did not forget the J option again. You've been amazing. I actually think if we reach, once I see what we get from this, I might announce a special goal. I don't know what it'll be. Maybe it'll be me trying to compile system, not System 5, Unix, research Unix 7 from scratch with no manual. Oh, with sysroot isn't using LF. Yes, you're right. You're right. Okay, so you know what I'm learning here is that if you live stream yourself doing these sorts of things, the chat will catch everything that you are not doing correctly. Okay. It's like, I should know better than this. Okay. I do not. So, on my thoughts about privileged coprocessors, theoretically, I like the type of security they can provide. In practice, I find that they are larger black boxes that create more problems than not, and they have completely failed to provide any real security. Like, I don't know what management engine provides for any real user. Like, if I was building an embedded security device, something like management engine is very good for having attestment of the UEFI. I also don't object to having a code signing thing for the very first stage bootloader, because that would help avoid advanced persistent threats. When my processor has a processor that controls the world, I start getting a little bit scared. So, that's kind of my 2 cents on it. Your mileage may vary. And let me move the camera a little bit. I'm actually using a different mount for the face cam. Normally, I kept it on a stand by the second monitor. Now it's on one of those bendy things, so you can now see my ugly mug directly. Let's see here. Okay, that should be better. So, I mean, what we might actually do is, if people really want to see it, like, we could try doing Linux from scratch on the Power Mac G5. Like, I'd have to bootstrap it from Ubuntu, and then we'd start it from NFS, and then we would bootstrap the rest of it. I mean, that could entirely be a thing we do. I don't know how many of these streams I could actually do, because if I do the same topic over and over again, people lose interest. You know, and there's other things that people, no, the G5 Tower right now still runs Mac OS. It won't be doing that for much longer, because I have a very specific plan for it, and I'm not giving spoilers on this chat. With sysroot was wrong on the first phase of bin utilities as well. Okay, no, that will actually break things. That I know for a fact that will break things. This is not even supposed to be the hard part. This is not supposed to be the hard part. I'm okay. The odds of the matter, the honest truth of the matter is, we will probably have to do a Linux from scratch for Deck Alpha. Like, I actually think we're going to have to do that. I have access to Deck Alpha hardware. And for a very specific project that I need involving disk archiving, I need to have that Deck Alpha system net booting. So that is almost certainly going to be, I'm going to do a minimum cross-compiled Linux from scratch for Deck Alpha to do data recovery, because I need it to be able to fit in a small RAM disk. So that is actually something that may happen. I don't have the hardware right now. The problem with Clang is that auto tools will often have embedded GCC-isms. There is I know Gentoo has been working on trying to get Clang to work with most of the base system. From what I've heard, it's still pretty hit or miss, but it's gone a lot better in the last few years. Yeah. I will probably do Spark if I ever want to run. So last weekend I really got a lot of vintage computers. I probably should bring the tweet up, because yeah, let me bring the tweet up. Let me find it, because otherwise we're just watching a progress bar. Oh yeah, so for people who haven't seen it, you may not like it, but this is what peak 2004 looked like. So, yes. And I got all this for way, way less money than I probably should have. I mean, I got this in a Mac Plus for $200, and I really just wanted the Mac Plus, and then I had an idea of what to use it for. And the Mac Plus came with a keyboard and mouse. So if we scroll down slightly, I don't have a vintage computer problem. I don't have a vintage computer problem. There is, let's just say the suspension had fun on the way back from Central New Jersey. So, and of course, I just lost my tab, and we just lost the background music. Or I'm not hearing it anyway. Let me find something. Let's find something else to listen to. Why am I not hearing background music? There we go. I have had offers to send me SGI hardware. As of yet, it hasn't happened. I've heard that having them shipped is really a matter of luck and faith. And at the November VCF, there were 2 Indigos. They were missing their drive bays, and they looked like someone had taken a sledgehammer to them, so I let them go. So, yeah. So, the big ones that I've got in that pile, the G5, which I've shown, I've got a Mac Plus, I have a Mac 2 SI that was donated to me. Breadmoth, either DM me on Discord or send me an email. I can't deal with it while I'm on stream, unfortunately. Let's see, what else do I have in that pile? I've got a IBM Serial Terminal with Model M keyboard. It's not so much the SGI boxes get sledgehammered. The problem is that the plastic that SGI used has become incredibly brittle over 30 years, that they don't really survive shipping or even moving them. And while I don't really care so much for my own personal use, when I show a system on YouTube, there is sort of this has to look good for camera. So I do take things a bit further than I would for stuff that I just use. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on what will or will not pop up. So hopefully this is now our only 4th attempt to build GCC. So, my original change to Linux was actually on a G5. Or sorry, it was on a G4. I believe it or not, I used to be a Mac user. When you are a Mac user, there were 2 Linux distributions in 2002. You could run Debian or you could run Yellow Dog Linux. And I showed what Debian of that time period was like. And Yellow Dog Linux was kind of worse. So, wow, we've got we are almost up to $500 raised. You guys are phenomenal. Seriously. I am astounded. This is making a real and actual difference. So the problem with Yellow Dog Linux is that half of it still had the hard-coded Red Hat stuff in it. It was hard to find working packages for it, and other deep magic. And hey, we are past $500 for Planned Parenthood. I am really, really amazed, folks. I'll be really honest, I was expecting maybe to get 50 at most. I mean, as far as chat income has come, as in a general sense, I'm lucky to get 100 to 200. So seeing this and seeing this many people rally to help support is amazing. Let's go. You guys are awesome. I think I'm going to have to set a fundraiser goal. And when we reach that goal, I'm going to have to do something crazy. I don't know. We could try speedrunning Portal 2 or something. I'm actually thinking of doing an end of the year stream because I know for a lot of folks, the end of the holidays is not a particularly kind time. What happened to my bottle of Diet Coke? Am I out of Diet Coke? Am I out of Diet Coke? Do I not have my Evil? Do I not have my bottle of Evil? No, I bought Diet Coke and I put it in the fridge. I put it in the fridge. I'll be right back. Yes. Yes. Diet Coke. No, it stopped compiling. No. No. Okay then. What happened? Well, it's failing in a different place. It is failing in a different place. All right, let's see what's going on here. Did it actually build Intel? No. Am I missing a patch? Okay, glibc version. Is this the same failure? No, it can't find headers. Is that... Let's see here. Checking dynamic... No, this is a different failure. Link tests are not allowed after GCC no executables. I am sort of tempted. What happened? What? Okay, hold on. I want to check something. Let me just do a make. Let me. All right. Was there a GCC patch I missed? Okay, hold on. Let me see if there was a GCC patch I missed. Because when I looked at, I read through the instructions last night. Yeah, there's no patch. There is no patch. All right, hold on. I applied this one by hand. Let me make sure I apply. Let me resize my windows. Code config.log. Let's make sure we've got all the options. Okay, so that one's there. So with glibc version's there. Let's go through these one by one. With sysroot is there. With newlib. Without headers. Enable int-fin-array, disable NAS, disable shared, disable multilib. Okay, so these are all here. Why is it having a complaint? All right, so let's take this a step at a time. So your specific build failure at this point is this the same build failure that we've been seeing? cannot find libcrt 0 or 1. Did I screw up building something? Yeah, I'm aware that I'm not building this as a cross compiler, but that shouldn't matter because we set this patch. Or we should have set this patch, but I don't even have the files. Like, it's not even building this. Well, it is building it. It's just not building it where you hold on. What is it looking for? Can't find libcrt 0 or 1. I mean, I applied the patch. If we go down 2 folders, which file is it in? Config i386 config. T Linux 64. Yeah, see, this is the line that changed right here, and that's correct. I might need disable bootstrap. If they are testing, I shouldn't. Let me see here. Let me look what recommend. Let me go back to the. I mean, at this point, I'm about to toss the manual out and do this the way I know how to do it. Let's see here. Host system requirements. I should have all of these. Let me disable bootstrap. That's. I don't like doing that, but I think in this case that is the correct. That's going to narrow things down. So normally when GCC builds, it does a 3-time build. Let me see what that does. And then I might... All right. Oh, we got Ash Slaughter. Thank you for the $1 Canadian donation. Every little bit helps. Thank you so much. You know, I never had problems with a Linux from Gentoo Stage 1 install. I will say this about Gentoo is it had excellent documentation, as does Arch actually, although I have different opinions about Arch. So let's see if doing a disable bootstrap actually gets a freaking working system. I shouldn't need it. This should not be considered cross-compilation. And if it does work, then I'm going to have to rebuild GCC sooner than later. I mean, when it comes to actually getting the system going, I'm going to make sure to have a poll on which editor we're using. Are we going to be using Nano? Are we going to use Emacs? Are we going to use Vim? Or are we going to go all WordStar and go Joe? The VOD will be automatically published at the end of this stream. Okay, and just want to check that the background music is still working correctly, because I've had ongoing issues with that on other streams. Okay. Well, the thing is that using the LFS user should not matter. That should be a non-privileged user. Because if you go up to the host system requirements and we talk about setting it up. Let's see here, host system requirements. The only thing I'm not doing that this is they recommend is that I have bin sh as dash. But that's a very specific failure mode that I am willing to deal with. Because if we create the user for this, let's see here, makes the directory unit. You create the linked directories, the sources. I mean, nothing about the way I'm doing this should affect that. Because that's definitely a GCC build failure problem. I'm looking at this in chapter 4 right now. I'm looking here at setting up the environment. Okay, all right. You set LVS target to TGC x86 underscore Linux from scratch. Okay, so there is actually a step here that I didn't do. I probably should do that. See, here's the problem, is there are things that do actually care about that middle field. They shouldn't, but they do. I did do with sysroot. I have the variables expanded, so that's why. So, okay. This should be fine. So the funny thing about the GNU target triple system, I think they've finally changed this, but it used to be if you just put the architecture, it assumed you were compiling for GNU herd. But the fact of the matter is the Douglas, by the Free Software Foundation's Auto Tools documentation, that middle field is supposed to be whatever. It's only supposed to be a vendor field. It's not supposed to have effects on anything. The documentation should explicitly have disable bootstrap if that is what is actually needed. I will have to run the automated scripts to see if that does the right thing or not. Let's see if the problem goes away. If the problem doesn't go away here, I will redo this all from scratch with the way they say to do it. The Free Software Foundation's official policy is that GNU herd is still the end goal. See here, so we're only an hour and a half in, and we're barely kind of working. Once we get past GCC, I think it's going to get easier. Sort of fingers crossed this will all work. But I'm not holding my breath. In fact, I'm doing the opposite of holding my breath. But the beatings will continue until the system is booting. I don't know. Maybe the moment the stream I get the system booting, my apartment falls into a black hole. Background beat goes. Yeah, sometimes you have to think that the random music shuffler is like sentient. Again, hoping that stream beats does not cause me any problems. Okay. But so far, porting software from 16-bit Windows to 64-bit Windows has had less pain, but that pain didn't involve GCC, so I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Okay, that actually built. That actually built. I am oddly suspicious of something that actually built. So I once accidentally installed an ARM root file system on my main desktop, and I was able to boot. So setting disable bootstrap actually worked, but it shouldn't have. Well, actually, it may make sense for this type of build system. Huh. All right. Make install. All right. We're just gonna roll with this. We're just rolling with this. I am. All right. So the next thing we need is we need the Linux 541 headers. So what I actually, what I think I should do, this tools directory can go away. I'm going to move the source directory onto, no, I'm going to leave the source directory currently outside of that chroot until we're ready to go. So let's decompress glibc, because that's next up on the list. Tar. I don't like it when tab completion suddenly hangs. Okay, there we go. I compiled GCC for Solaris 7 from Windows 10. Yes. I will say that I did see the Solaris 7 stream. I might have even had significant input on the Solaris 7 stream. And just to show, there's herd support in glibc right there. Let me make that smaller. Yep, there's herd support still there, standard in glibc, just in case you actually ever need it. I do want to do a video on herd, but pain. All right, so actually before we do glibc, it's actually Linux headers are next. Okay, so tar. Let's see here, source. Okay, there we go. We might do a video about Darwin. Darwin has certain logistical pain, is the best way I'm going to put it. It really has to run on a Mac to do it, and I've had very mixed results with it in emulation. And the build system assumes you're on PowerPC. You can get it to work on i386, but it was all in all not what I call a fun experience. So, all right, so make headers. So that's going to build all the headers for this. No, Petra, that was a aborted tools build. That was a different one that from what we were doing. So now we've got these headers. Wow, it's been a while since we did this. Let me just see what this is wanting me to delete. Yeah, okay, we can delete all those. Delete those. And then blah, 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 blah. And then I just need to do a sudo copy. Okay. So that should put all the Linux headers in the right place. Now we should be able to build glibc. And yeah, oh, wow. Is that really still an upstream bug that it has problems with building? This is fine. This is fine. Okay. All right. Let's go to glibc. Next, we need to apply the patch. So p1. glibc. Okay, so that patch applied successfully. And then we just need to make the build folder. Oh, I already made the build folder. And then we just need to set the target headers. LD-config. I don't know why you need that, but you know, I'm going to take that one on faith, because on multiple occasions I've seen glibc go. But before we do that, wow, that did not work the way I wanted to. I mean, that should probably be fine. That honestly should be fine. See, the problem with changing the prefix is that it can cause certain programs to think that they're cross-compiling when they're not. All right. I am taking this on faith that this is actually going to compile. I'm not holding my breath. And we've had some more donations in the chat, so let me catch up while we are now compiling again. Lego Maniac, I do have a Discord. It is in the description. I really should get a bot plugged in here that can just drop the link. To Dan Mail Free, thank you for the $20, and another anonymous user has donated $5. Thank you so much for doing your part to help support reproductive rights. We can definitely get to $600 here, folks. It is really amazing to see people coming out to help support Planned Parenthood. It's not possible to put a custom kernel on Windows 10 because the source code is proprietary. That's all there is to say about that. All right, so fingers crossed that, wow, just watching it go zooming by is kind of amusing and mesmerizing. And I'm actually, yes, no, I am properly recording this stream. Like I said, I don't know how much I'm going to edit it, but we will definitely try. Matthew, thank you for the $5 donation. Okay. So here. We are going to set up a full desktop environment, but we are probably going to set up DE. Not set up DE. We're going to set up CDE because Motif is the one true desktop environment. But maybe if we get to $1,000, I'll also install GNOME, KDE, and all the other ones, so we can be the Linux distribution that has it all. Okay, so far so good. And then so far good until it wasn't. What happened? Let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, what happened? Did I screw up with installing the Linux headers? Okay, so SE Linux support got enabled. Do I just need to disable it? Yeah, okay, I think I just need to disable SE Linux. It's probably just detecting it from the host system, which really doesn't surprise me. Oh, that ain't what. Because I don't want to put myself through that amount of pain that I'm going to have to do SC Linux. Let's see here. Why is it picking? I'm compiling with the wrong compiler. That's the problem. That's the problem. No, I know exactly what I did wrong. see here. Build. See, I'm still building with the system compiler, which is the Ubuntu GCC. And that is exact. It's not Boyd, it's build. Okay, fine. So target export path, mount, scratch root, LVS, build, mount root, tools, bin, I don't like that the disable option doesn't work, but this is fine. Cool, and SC Linux is properly disabled. Okay, problem solved. No, I just had to fix one command and then retry it. Like I said, bootstrapping a cross compiler is the thing is that what makes cross compiling so much harder is that most people believe that you have to build glibc from scratch. If you're doing Linux from scratch by itself, that's true. But when we built it for Solaris, or if I was to build it for Ubuntu, what you really need to do is you just take a copy of the root file system with the headers, and then you just build utilities and sysroot pointed at that, and you avoid 95% of the pain that is building a cross compiler. And this is not documented like anywhere on the GCC build instructions. And even if you know more specifically how it works, it's just blah. No, Cocoon. Wow, that's so interesting name to pronounce. The problem is that we're not building for Ubuntu. We're building for a different Linux distribution. We're building for the distribution that we are bootstrapping. The thing is, you have to do a cross compiler right at the start to get to go. The LFS user is, yes, Douglas, I'm understanding that that's the way I should have done it, but screw it. I know what I'm. I like making it so I can make mistakes. If you follow the book perfectly, you will not have these problems. This will be available as a VOD when the stream is done. I will likely edit this into a coherent video, but I am expecting this project to last across multiple parts. So because of that, there will not be a real-time video for some time, because I'm expecting that we're going to get a base system, then we have to get X, then we have to build CDE, and then we have to build the core environment on top of that. And we just... can you give one core to LBS, please? I think it's just because LBS can't compress that fast. I mean, I'm not stressing my system out. I don't know how to fix that. I mean, I could give it a higher priority. What I'll do is I'll run make under nice to make it run to make it run on a lower priority. That should help. So now we need to install the headers. And at this point, I have to be very careful when I do this, or something very bad's about to happen. Dest dir. And I'm actually going to change the base directory mount scratch root mount root like that, and then dest dir, because if I get this wrong, I'm going to blow up my root file system. Scratch root LFS mount root install. And actually, I want to do this as a dry run, because if I get this wrong, it's bad. -n is the dry run. Where are you installing to? Like I said, I don't want to blow up my computer today. Yeah, it's probably... I can't change the bit root without changing stuff. Okay. Okay, yeah, so that's actually installing to the right directory, so... I think it's something we're just going to have to kind of live with. Had I thought about it beforehand, I could have increased the bit root on the stream. I forgot to... Oh, are we really... Is it really... Come on, please work. Please work. Please work. Please work. Come on. Makefiles are not actually all that difficult. Alpha alone, I have backups. If I actually blow up my root file system, we are literally going to watch NCommander restore his backups on stream. It's actually okay. I actually have no problem with writing makefiles, but I'm also probably completely insane. But I prefer writing makefiles than doing basically anything else. Okay, that is actually looking promising, because if we look in the user directory under include, we have the C library header. So that is probably the second to last step on the bootstrap. We now need to do the rest of the C library. Normally, I would actually recompile GCC. Let me see. I want to just look at the overall instructions here. How do they actually do this? Okay, so there is a recompile GCC step down here, which lets you open the chroot, so forth and so on. Okay. All right, that's fine. And wow, we are almost at $600. Who just donated? Eat10am, thank you for the $20 Canadian. Thank you so much. All right, so we are nearly done with chapter 5, which I think is going to be the hardest part of this. I hope. All right, so now so this is the last part we need to do, is we need to go back to the LVS build source folder. So I'm a little surprised that that's how you actually want to do it, but okay. All right. So see, that build folder is already in use, so let me do build std c. Build std c. C compiler cannot run. Right, okay, because the host is different than what it personally... Okay, hold on. Blah. Okay, so I'm starting to understand why you changed the center flag to LFS. Is because a lot of things assume that they're cross-compiling, that they're not, even though they're not actually cross-compiling. But this is fine. This is fine. Once we get into the chroot jail, this will be perfectly okay. So we haven't even gone to going to the Linux kernel. And Severus, building your own Linux kernel, it's not that hard. Just make sure you have a fail-safe kernel so you can go back and try again if you forgot stuff. But there's relatively little reason for a normal end user to build their own kernel because most kernel stuff gets built as a module. So you're not really gaining or losing anything. So, okay. All right. So that takes care of that. Now we just need to make install it. Like that. Okay, so that should be the bootstrap compiler. That should be the bootstrap compiler good to go. Okay. All right. So that means we now need to get all the dependencies built. See, I sort of dislike that this is being done as cross-compiling, but we'll see. So now we need to do M4. M4 is a macro preprocessor. It's basically used to make auto tools and other stuff. Let's see here. Configure. How's this being done? Prefix, user. I'm not even going to give it the cross-compiling directives. I'm just going to... Okay. I'm going to do it bad. We are kind of disregarding the manual at this point. So... But I'm having fun doing it, so yay. Plus, it's more likely to blow up if I don't follow this perfectly. C compiler cannot compile programs. Oh, frig. Okay. Fine. 64 PC, Linux, GNU, and I just need to tell it the build system is something else. Yeah, okay. That's an interesting limitation with GCC. I've never really considered that. How dependent it is on having multiple... Oh, this is just going to do this to me. Let's see here. Assumed wrong value is... Assumed value of MB len max is wrong. Oh, no, I missed a step. Let's see here, because I remember... Yeah, I remember seeing this here. System limits does not exist. Internal header has been put. Yeah, okay. There was that step. I'm a little afraid people are going to use this as an authoritative guide on how to do Linux from scratch. But we'll see. So I believe... Okay, when does this get installed? The build of GCC has a couple internal system headers. Corresponding system header file does not exist, so the internal header has been a partial self-contained file that's an intended feature. It's adequate for building glibc. Create a full version of the internal header that's intended. When do you do this step? Okay. Do all these files exist? Okay, so all these files do exist. And then if we do this, where do you point at? You point at there. So, okay, so I guess this is going to work. We'll find out. I have my doubts. Nope. It's time to build this exist. Hold on, make clean. Command at the end of the glibc. Did I miss a command? YouTuber blindness is a thing. Make headers. Make headers. Yeah. Thank you, Ronald. Sorry, Douglas. Holy cow, I do not know how I got Ronald out of that. So a recommendation for what for future LFS stuff is more explanation on why some steps exist, like why these separate prefix. You know, I'm gonna make a notes file because someone running through this helps. So things I would suggest. Better explanation on use of a different triplex, x86 64 LFS GNU to force cross-compiling. Note specific failure modes if a step is accidentally overlooked. Let's see here. We'll add more as we go along, but you know what? I'm going to keep this as a bug, just as things that I experienced of doing this as a live stream. With the note that I have not, I did deviate in some places. Douglas, send me an email. If you go into my YouTube profile, go to About. I will keep writing notes as I go along. On things that I think should be fixed. And perhaps in a future, like a year from now, we will actually redo this when you get the next version out, and we will actually see how much it helps, you know, like to help make the process better. Because I know for a fact that a lot of people that struggle with this will never write a bug report. Trust me, that was a pain point that I'm well familiar with. Okay, so make dest dir lfs install. For those who don't know, what we're doing here is we're telling that the base root of the file system is in the Linux from scratch folder. Okay, and we're actually at the $670 mark. You guys are and continue to be amazing. So, next thing up is we need to do ncurses. Oh man, curses. I feel like we are just chipping away at this, but once we are no longer in the chroot jail, it should theoretically be a lot simpler. Let's see here. Sources, ncurses. Oh, it's a -z file. That was. Why did putting 2 X's there work? Okay, I'm not even going to. So it looks like there's multiple steps here. Okay. So build, configure. Oh, I need these as host programs. I probably have them. Yeah, I probably have these as host programs. But we'll just build these for good measure. I'm going to add that to the notes list. Perhaps expand host programs to streamline steps. rsync tink ec unless specific reason needed for cross-compiled version. in which case a note is nice. Is it explained in there? Let's take a look. Toolchain technical notes. It's here. So, okay, it does explain that you're using it as a cross-compiler, but it doesn't specifically state that because the host compiler and cross-compiler are slightly different, it causes that skew. Now, because normally when you think of cross-compiler, you think of cross-architecture compiling, and that's more of a conceptual issue than not. So I think I'll send you some points on how I feel like this could be better. I don't want to make it sound like I know better than the people that make this, but sometimes an outside opinion helps. Sort of, kind of. Okay, so now that we've got that build done, we need to do the regular compile. So we want to do prefix user target target, and then once again I'm just going to give it a fake build just so it tricks it into doing that. And I think the rest of this, so that's the man page path, the format, shared. Yeah, okay, so everything there is fine, so we can just copy and paste. I might have to recompile the C compiler again. I might. How did I do this before? Okay. Why is it... Did I lose my... Hold on, LFS. That's correct. That's there. Target's correct. Build is there. Well... Host. Host. Yeah, okay, so that was me getting it wrong. It is host. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm just personally happy that you're not taking offense that I'm not doing it 100% the correct way. There are project maintainers. Why did that? What GCC is it trying to use? That's the correct GCC, but it's linking to the wrong libc. But it shouldn't. Okay, so what did it run? Make hash. So this built. So that built the right GCC, but it linked. Host target. Oh, no! I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. Yeah. Yeah, so all right. So this is a lesson learned the hard way. Is I did thumb through the instructions, but this is kind of a case where hacker hubris bit me in the ass because I felt like I understood what I was doing, and then I learned that I didn't. Wow, this is causing me pain. All right, you know what? You know what? We're going to do this properly. We're going to just... You know, if criticism is valid, I will accept it. But a lot of times, I know that when people have criticized me for something, they haven't even done the bare minimum of research to justify that criticism. So I just basically ignore it flat out. Like, if someone can give me a valid viewpoint, that's fine. But there's a lot of people saying you have no idea how Linux possibly works, even though I almost certainly have more experience with Linux than 90% of the people that are involved. Okay, in that particular case, that was an awk problem. So now we've got the right awk that's compiling. Right up until we ran into that. Okay, then. We are just chipping at this away one little bit at a time. Let's see here. Ncurses, comp user defs. 15. Prelude progs tick C. Just making sure. Oh, no, that's all fine. Yeah. I'm a little surprised that they make that as difficult as it needs to be. Like, GNOME, like, why are they even looking for mock? I'm not even sure what still ships that. I mean, some of the commercial Unixes probably do, but... I am somewhat inclined to blow away my build toolchain and try from scratch. All right. Chat, let's see here. Redo this properly or continue as is. Like, which one do you want to see me do more pain? Well, the thing is that we are learning by every time we do this. We're learning the different failure modes, the different things that can or cannot happen. You know, we're getting there. Yeah, I'm sort of thinking we want to redo this. We've got 99% of what we need to do already figured out. I just have to actually do I just have to do the commands, really. So... scratch root, LVS, mount root, make old. Okay, that's fine. So now we go to the build, and we are going to do this properly. So now we go back to config lib, and then we are going to do target LVS, because that will build it properly as a cross compiler. It's only going to take about 10 minutes. I mean, this is, as far as these things go, this is not actually that hard. Okay. Okay. What is rename.ul? I don't actually know what that is. Okay. All right, well... The poll's kind of split, but I was expecting to have a hard stop at 6 p.m., but it looks like I'm not going to have that. So we'll probably go until I have no sanity left. I forgot to actually build that in a cheroot jail. That's fine. This is fine. But I got the frig. Let's see here. So LVS target export LVS target equals x86 underscore LVS Linux GNU. Okay. Configure prefix LVS target LVS target, and then the rest is just copy and paste. Okay. Okay, that's all fine. Sorry, that should be target tools. Yes. Oh, no, I also need the sysroot. We are going to do this correctly, even if it drives me crazy. Sysroot LVS. Okay. And sometimes you just have to blow it all up from orbit. There we go. Make J8. Yeah. I'm building Linux from scratch because because I want to, and because people find it interesting, and people also like watching me do pain. See, one of the things that I have trouble with doing live streams on tech videos is that a lot of projects are kind of hard to do live. Like if I'm doing a programming project, I kind of need to think and focus on what I'm doing, and it's hard to interact with chat while doing so. So something like Linux from scratch, where I can basically look at the manual and then interact with chat in those brief moments, really, it makes it easier to do a good live stream because of it. Because, you know, there's a lot of things that you don't really see as a behind the scenes when you you don't see me having to do prep. You don't have to see me seeing if a topic is going to be good for a stream. These are all things that happen sort of behind the lines. And then let's see here, with glibc version 2.11 with sysroot LVS, and then the rest I can copy and paste. I probably don't need to disable bootstrap, so let's do that. So like what I know for is like when I make a video about this, I'm going to have to explain a note on why the prefix has to be changed. Oh, did I get the prefix? Oh, tools. Thank you. Thank you. Good catch. Yes. Basically, I thought I was smarter than the book. Like I said, the GNU cross-compile system works, but it's not well documented, and you can get tripped up by it really, really freaking easily. Like, it's technically possible to cross-compile Firefox. Hell, it's technically possible to cross-compile Doom. I've proved that. But there are certain edge cases that will blow a foot off, partially because Linux is a very inconsistent target. Technically speaking, I could probably build Linux from scratch from any platform that had long file name supports and POSIX compatible semantics. I mean, you really don't need that much for GCC. There are some exceptions. I'm going to step away from keyboard for a moment. I'll be back in 30 seconds. So, okay. Weirdest platform to build Linux on? Probably M32R. See here. So that CRT in the background is actually an IBM serial terminal. And let me just show you the keyboard it came with. Where did the keyboard go? It came with a really amazing keyboard. Oh, you're kidding. Where did I put it? So somewhere in my apartment is a Model M keyboard that goes with it, but it's a terminal keyboard, not the standard one, because that's an IBM serial terminal. I actually don't know where that keyboard is. I wonder if it made it out of the truck. It might still be in there. I'll look for it later. I actually have wanted to talk about the POSIX subsystem and the Unix subsystem for Unix. I mean, those are there's some topics I want to cover, but I have no idea how I'd make a good video about it, because some things are easier said than done. So with the Linux serial terminal, I have the IBM serial terminal. I didn't really pick it up with any specific project in mind. I have a Sun Ultra 1 that I got a very good deal on. But the Ultra 1 did not come with a keyboard. It didn't come with a mouse, and it has the 13-pin WDC connector on it, which means it needs adapters. But I could use it with a serial terminal. I mean, I'm at some point I might pull out Xenix and we'll play with Xenix on a 286. I actually have a compact 286 SLT, although I am hoping at some point I will be able to find an IBM AT that will not break the bank. I don't know. They go for so much money on eBay. like it's a depressingly large amount of money. The ancient 486 is still possessed. You know, that's just what it is. So, okay. I've done stuff on Xenix before in the past. If you are a viewer of Soylent News, like, because some of my early stuff was posted there, Google. Like some of my very early stuff, like some of my very early tech write-ups were on Soylent News. I have a baby AT tower that I have to crack open. I found it and a Dell Volstro in the trash near my building. I opened the Dell and I find a Commodore 64 Def Brick in the Dell. Did this hang? Okay, no, it didn't hang. Just being laggy. But yeah, I would love to have an IBM 5170. I actually had an opportunity to build an IBM 5150 with the cassette port on it. The machine itself was not in great shape, and I do have the compact portable, which covers about 95% of my needs for the IBM 5150, although Zero currently has the portable. It's not here. Okay, so now we do that. All right, so now we just need to do the Linux headers. See, we've learned so much that we're just basically flying through these steps at this point. Okay. So, make proper. Okay. Yeah, I probably broke that folder, so Linux. I don't know why I did that, but I did. Source Linux. I'm pretty sure this entire first 2 hours of the stream is going to be summed up as reading the fine print is important. Okay. All right, so let's do this. So make proper. And then just make sure this is still set correctly, and it is. Cool. All right, that's going to do all the header installation. Okay. That's fine. I have no experience with Amiga. I do have a toaster. Like, I have a legitimate high-flyer toaster chassis that I want to use for a project. It needs to be recapped for reasons. And for it's not recap for reasons, but other stuff has to happen. So, all right. So now we need to go to glibc. And this time, once again, we jettison the build folder. So here we need to. Why does... Oh, I have to create the... Yeah, okay. lib64. Yeah, okay, that's fine. This is fine. I guess I understand partially on why you don't do multilib. Because... yeah, that's going to make things more complex. But I would think that you'd still do the lib64 folder. And I'm going to have to reread this to see if there's a more in-depth explanation. So I think I can just copy and paste this. Because now that we've done everything... yeah, not quite. Not quite. Oh, did I not actually copy the files? I did not actually copy the files. I'm a freaking genius. There we go. Did I run that find command? Yeah, I did. Okay, there we go. Yep. Yeah. So here's the problem with that machine. It's not, so it's an Amiga 4000T. So that machine is already partially unobtainium. I got very lucky to get that machine as is, and I co-own it with Siricel. The machine itself has been extensively modified because it's not only a video toaster model, it's a high flyer model, which means that the case has been replaced. The zero conf slots have a non-standard riser board. It's not a trivial recap. Corpic, I've got someone in Rochester who is willing to do it. At this point, it's a matter of logistics and travel. The machine already got banged up pretty badly through customs to the point that I am not willing to ship it if I can avoid it. I'm going to drive somewhere, give it to someone to do the recap who actually knows what they're doing, and then bring it back. It's a 4000. I think it's a 4000. Actually, a 4000D. It's not in the tower form factor, but it's not a normal one. Like the machine itself was bought from a Canadian seller, and they put the Canadian customs opened the machine and put the memory sticks back in backwards. No, this case has been officially modified. Like, this is not a standard Amiga as is. It still runs Workbench. It powers on, but like hard drive 1 didn't even survive shipping. Hard drive 1 got completely destroyed. Now, fortunately, I have an image of what that hard drive is supposed to look like. But yes, I don't want to trust it to the Postal Service. Hey, look, glibc actually built. Okay, progress. Progress is being made. So, okay, we do that. And then we need to just fix some hard-coded paths. Okay. Yeah, so, you know, I need to read these instructions just a little bit more carefully. So, this fixes the hard-coded linker path, and then this is how we get a proper sanity check. So, okay, let's do this. Let's do this properly. The thing is that, yes, I could... the thing is, I don't have a proper keyboard or mouse because this is a 4000. I have to buy the PS2 conversion kits for it, which are not great with Amiga. I mean, they work, but yeah. But honestly, the thing I want to do to tweak the entire Amiga community is I'm going to show this. I have this great video toaster. Let's install Linux on it. And I'm pretty sure the hate mail will open up, like, I don't know, yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of things I need to do. Okay, so that is in fact... So what we just did now was we just installed glibc. We made sure that the LDD path, which is the Linux Dynamic Loader, has been done properly, and more. NJ Roadfan, I know you are relatively local to me. I don't want to dox you on stream. Drop me an email or something to be in to get in contact. So, and then let's make the headers. Well, Douglas, I wouldn't complain on your IRC channel until I know that it wasn't me being an idiot, okay? Like, I really... No offense to you, this is not the thing that I recommend people do unless they are really confident in debugging their own problems. Like, I hope that doesn't sound elitist, but if you don't know what you're doing, there's a lot of things that can go wrong for non-obvious things. And I'm not giving commentary on this because this is basically everything we've done up to this point. So, I would say SGI is cheaper than Amiga because Amiga requires custom everything. SGI has a lot of standard parts. I will do a video on IREX when I have IREX hardware because while you can run the operating system in MAME, I need if I'm going to show what SGI was about, I need the 3D acceleration. Yeah. No, Douglas, like I said, I'm doing this as a live stream for entertainment. When I do an actual video on the topic, because that's usually what I do is I re-edit my videos, my live streams into what are called NCommander and real times. I will add annotations and things I've learned after the stuff. Just mostly because, you know, pain and suffering. This entire stream is basically to be for fun. Yes, it's on my profile page, but I do like the idea of installing Linux on a Linux on an Amiga because I'm pretty sure it will make everyone on Amiga age die inside. LGR did, in fact, he did probably the best video on the Indigo IREX workstations, but he didn't cover stuff like GL and stuff because LGR is not a programmer. I am seriously considering, after the new year, doing a Kickstarter to finance buying hardware to do a documentary, excuse me again, on Copeland. Because there's basically one video on Copeland done by Paul's old stuff. That's not what it's actually called, but family friendly, please. And it's basically the only video on YouTube about Copeland. But Paul, and I've talked to him on Twitter. Paul is not a programmer, and I legitimately would love to cover the SDK and such. To cover Copeland, I need one of 3 specific models of Power Mac that will no doubt need work because Power Macs are unloved stepchildren of Apple computers, and these are the very early ones. They are 601 and 603 systems. So if I can find, so I probably would need to do like a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo for about $1,000. Action Retro has said that he'd be help me loan some of the hardware I would need for it, but I still need the actual Mac systems. We don't do the. Do we do the? No, I did the lib. Make headers. No, I did the make install for glibc. Or, you mean... No, yes, no, I did the make install. I did the make install. You have a 61600. Is it in working condition with the floppy drive and the CD-ROM drive? The modern Linux kernel will boot on an Amiga, as far as I understand it. And, well, we could cross-compile Linux from scratch for a Motorola 680XL. This is a thing we can do. Yes, please send me an email because I would legitimately love to... I would either love to loan that system. I'd actually love to buy it off you outright. I'm not familiar with Serenity OS, so anyway. We just redid all the stuff that we were doing up to this point. So here, so right now, let's do a make disk clean. And let's read this. So right now we're doing ncurses, which is basically the terminal graphical library stuff. This basically lets you do fancy stuff like make menu config. A lot of things that killed Amiga is basically Commodore management had no idea what they were doing. Why is that building with GNAT GCC? Like, I mean, yes, I have an Ada compiler installed. I like coding in Ada. Did I give it the wrong make command? Oh. Okay, I probably gave it the wrong make command. I think it's going to be okay, but... I don't want to know why it's building with Ada. We're just moving. We're moving right along. I see. I actually have a Commodore 128. So, getting back to where we were before everything went. So with ncurses, this is one of the core libraries that we're going to need because this does all the terminal drawing routines and such. I don't actually know what in the core system depends on this. But basically anything like, say, I don't think I even have Aptitude installed. But anything that draws a UI in a terminal will be using ncurses. Okay. Well, the thing is that when Commodore failed to sell something in the United States, they cut the price in half and sold it in Europe. So that's why anything Commodore was much better received in Europe because they were selling it at a loss, so it couldn't easily be re-imported. In fact, Commodore, because Commodore was a Canadian company, they would often sell stuff in Hungary and other countries behind the Berlin Wall, because at the time, the Soviet Union still existed as a country. So they would like all the Commodore 16s got sold in Hungary at basically nothing, and that also prevented them from being re-imported back to the United States. Yes, but that's why. It's because Commodore used Europe as a giant dumping ground. Okay, so all right, so now we need to. So this is a little bit interesting here. So we need to build ncurses, but we're going to be using the system tink to do so, because tink is the terminal information compiler, which is something that really doesn't need as much use in this day and age as compared to 30 years ago, but it's still good to have. Yes, Iron Curtain, not Berlin Wall. I apologize. There's a lot of 8-bit micros that never really made it over here. The big three were the Apple II, the Commodore 64, and the TRS-80. The TRS-80 made it over in the form of the Dragon microcomputer. Commodore machines more or less worked as is. And while there was the Apple Euro Plus machines, Wozniak's hacks to do cheap color could not be done with a PAL signal, so they were a lot more expensive in Europe than they were in the United States. Okay, that's ncurses. We have just caught up to where we were. So now we need to use bash. And today I learned that bash has its own malloc function, so now I have to wonder, is this vulnerable to Heartbleed? Because OpenSSL having its own malloc function was a bad thing for the internet. Okay, so let's find out. So let's grab bash. All right. Yeah, so as usual, it's prefixed because it's going to go into user on the Chrood system, build and host for cross-compiling, and then without bash alloc to disable that alloc cross-compiler. Could you use twin? Which one's twin? I don't know. I haven't even turned that thing on yet because I don't have the adapter it needs, and I need to figure out where I put the keyboard. Like I said, the keyboard might be in Ciro's truck. I'll have to look for it after the stream. I've been kind of bedridden for the last several days, so this is the first day that I don't feel entirely dead inside. Yeah. See, Commodore basically could use the way Commodore did it is that because they were Canadian, they could sell in places much cheaper to expand their market share and not have to worry about them being re-imported into the United States under cost. Okay. I'm not actually, so in theory, the answer is yes. In practice, a lot of terminal stuff doesn't work particularly well. So, all right, it's cool. Let's do this. Let's install bash. And then after you do bash, you have to install it as bin-sh. Why didn't that work? Failed to create dynamic link. Oh. Well, okay. That makes sense. There we go. Now we have a bash binary. See, but wouldn't bash make more sense being in slash and not slash user? I mean, I know it's become the fad, so to speak, to put this in bash user. I'm just going to put a note. Maybe I'll get an answer to this later down the process. Why is bash in user? Here. Oh, okay. I didn't do that as a. I don't. Did I miss more steps? Step environment. Export. So that creates the user. That gives full access to those directories. Top of the chapter. Okay, yeah, nope, I screwed that up. Nice. That is, in fact, a screw-up on my part. Okay, well, this is easy enough to fix. So... let's see here. Bin. Cool. Actually, I should probably... No, that should be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. That's fixed. Yep. Once again, missed a step. Okay. See, maybe it's just me being old, but most of these things I've considered should be in prefix / and not /user. I know Fedora and Red Hat do this, and I know to an extent Ubuntu has, but I still do not agree with the justification for it, and I still don't understand. The justification they've given for it is, oh, it's hard. All right. So, all right. Let's get back onto the next one. So, core utilities. Core utilities. Oh, come on. Core utilities. Core utilities is like all the basic GNU, I shouldn't say GNU userland. It's all the basic POSIX commands. So once again, we just have our prefix to the user folder, host build to do cross-compiling, and then we're installing the hostname binary, and then I guess we're disabling kill and uptime. Okay, that's fine. Cool. All right, so catching up with chat. So it's basically okay. So it's basically because of systemd. All right, I didn't actually realize that systemd was that giant pain in the butt that required it. I have major problems with systemd on multiple levels. I don't have a problem with putting sys5 in out the pasture. I have no real big opinions on bash versus zish. I've never really used zish extensively. I've never really found... I was a long C shell holder to the point that I was somewhat of a holdout. It took me a long time to finally embrace bash. And I still haven't seen a real reason to switch off it. So. Okay. No, I'm aware that bash has performance issues. That I am fully aware of. When Ubuntu switched from bash to dash, I think it was a 30% performance increase on boot scripts. It's there because the thing is it's a link to the bin folder is a link to user bin, which works, but I feel unclean about. Okay. Wait. So okay, so now we do the dist dir. So right now we're just getting into the more or less. I don't want to say drudgery, but this is where things more or less are. We just have to build a lot of dependencies. So as of right now, we just have to move a few commands around. Like user chroot wants to be an sbin because like if I do actually we're in Ubuntu. Where is it? Yeah, see in Ubuntu it's here in user sbin, but if we look in the LFS folder, it's in bin. And realistically, programs should not be depending on that, but they do. So, yeah, so those are the scripts to automatically fix that. And then we go on to the next. So, let's grab diff utilities. Oh, there we go. And we continue just going right down the process. On a lot of these programs, it's literally just run configure, make, install. So, I mean, there was a time where Apple actually did care about backwards compatibility, and that pretty much extended up until the x86 transition, when they finally put Classic out the pasture. But even then, Carbon was accepted. It lasted for, what, 10-something years? I was really kind of surprised when they put Carbon out the pasture. So, okay, so that's diff utilities taken care of. Now we need to get file. So tar source file like that. File the command, and one of those another great commands that just do everything. So yeah, so basically the only thing we're doing disables here is just because we don't have some of the dependencies. Like I said, we're just getting a very minimal system going, so we don't have to do we're technically cross-compiling, even though it's the same platform to the same platform, mostly. And it also just decreases the number of things we have to cross-compile in a single go. Yeah. Helena, Bash actually is not PostX. Oh, wow, that's a problem. Cannot use the installed version of file to cross-compile file. So that means I need to upgrade a system dependency. Is that actually in the list? I didn't remember seeing that one, but maybe it's there. Okay, that is actually not in the list, Douglas. Okay. Wait, what things am up there? Did I miss something in the file? Hold on. Oh, I misread this. I misread this. Okay. Yeah, no, that was me literally misreading it. Okay. Yes, so to get the PostX compatibility mode, you need to set the environmental variable postixly correct. And I think if bash is loaded as bin sh, it also sets that automatically. Okay. So that should work. Okay. So that, all right. So far so good. I mean, the thing that I'm learning here is if we ever have to do a Linux from scratch for Motorola 680 XO, I am learning all the places that we're going to have various interesting pain. I know that there's a cross Linux from scratch. Let's see here. Source. Find utils. But I don't know how many architectures it actually has. Okay. So nothing special here aside saying the local state directory. Like I said, if people have questions, please let me know in chat. Yeah, we actually got GCC to compile. It only took 5 tries. Okay. So last time I checked, Debian and most other quote-unquote M60K, 68K distros, we're still using soft float of some form. Because we all need 8020 support. So, okay. The thing is that, Douglas, is if I was to really bootstrap something for... I have this horrible idea of doing a video of porting Ubuntu to run on a 486. Like, there's nothing sane and proper about it, but I'm really tempted to do it. Okay, so now we're down to Gawk, which is something that we already had pain with. So Gawk, for those who don't know this, is an interpreter for the awk programming language that basically, I don't think anyone has really used awk as a primary programming language in decades, but it still shows up in weird places because you can do interesting shell manipulation stuff. The problem with getting it working on a 486 is I don't know how many things in the core Ubuntu distribution have 486 stuff. I would probably do a Linux from scratch on 486 first, which is also part of why I wanted to do this now. I see. My biggest concern is I worry that people are going to burn out if I do too much Linux from scratch stuff, but I don't know. Maybe it'll be my best performing stuff. I didn't think that many people would be all that interested in what does it take to convert a 64-bit application to 128-bit. Like, that was something I was entirely not prepared for. And that the stream got 20,000 views on the VOD, and the NCommander in real time is my second best performing video. I wouldn't put Linux on a Commodore 128. If I can ever find one of those UART adapters for the C128, I would definitely use it as a Linux terminal. I have actually somewhat looked at what it would take to put Rogue on a Commodore 128. Rogue really needs an 80 columns display, so I don't really think it would work all that well on a C64. I mean, I could be wrong, but all right. What are we compiling? Gzip. Source gzip. Yeah. And then, yeah, like I said, at this point, it's literally just fast copy and paste right now. So I am still amazed that we are currently up at 700. Yeah, the best video thus far on the channel has been Pinball on x86. The second one is Debian on Debian 2.1 Suffering, which I ironically did because I had a long period without videos, and I just wanted to basically make it, I don't want to say I wanted to make a shit post, but it was pretty close to that. Okay, so that is Make is the next one coming up. So that is like we are almost there. Source Make. Right. It helps if you use the right decompression command. So again, the only thing we're doing special here is we're disabling glide, which is a dependency. So the whole thing with Pinball is that I was watching Michael MJD's video about that. It's like, wait, 64-bit Pinball? And so I actually sent him a DM on Twitter, and we were discussing it for a bit, and it's like, let me just get the CD-ROM for Itanium out, because I knew even before I made that video that the Itanium versions of Windows were the 64-bit edition. You know, that's what Raymond Chen originally said. And then when I looked at it, it was, why do I have pinball.exe? And so this convinced me to go plug in the Itanium system, get Windows XP 2003 installed, which, let me tell you, is I cut out so much on that video. Got it running, and then I had a working pinball binary. And I was like, So that started the rabbit hole. And the rabbit hole got deeper and deeper and deeper. And if you ever take a look, so I gotta be very blunt, Dave's Garage video on pinball is flat out wrong. I know he says that he was involved with doing it at Microsoft, but he is factually wrong on multiple aspects of his video, and I have debunked that. I have tried to reach out with him on multiple occasions, but he has refused to respond to any emails, his questions. But, you know, take that what it is. That's not a question that I'm really going to want. Yeah, this is already political enough, so I'm actually surprised that we have had a surprisingly well-behaved chat, all things considered, because, you know, when I did the video on Richard Stallman, there were a lot of people had absolutely no problems with his views on what consensual relationships look like. And I cannot go into any more specifics than that because YouTube. And it was like, okay, I want to do this. I want to actually do, I want to do this thing about this thing I feel strong about, but I'm like expecting like the internet to descend upon me for daring to stand up for something. And I've been actually surprised by that. So I did actually get I don't have a dual processor 486 because those things are freaking unobtainium. I did get a dual processor socket 5. It is currently not working, and with someone who can diagnose the problem. We know the power supply was completely shot. We wired in an ATX one, but it's got more faults, possibly due to board corrosion. If we can get it working again, I plan to run OS2 Multiprocessing Edition. Because I want to just make some IBM employees spin. Can you please check that LFS bin make exists? Yes, I can check that. And it does not. Do I have it as gmake? Did I not install it? Hold on. Let's look at the history. What have I been doing? So here's patch, make. I didn't make install it. That was just a mistake on my part. Good catch. Good catch. Okay. I'm surprised you caught that, unless there was something I didn't see. So I don't remember. Yeah, we did patch. Let's install patch. And then we have sed, tar. I'm running Ubuntu 2004 standard with just symin manually added onto it. Obviously, I'm using the packages. I didn't even know there was a symin remix, but unless it's an official canonical quote-unquote sponsored build, I've had bad experiences with the unofficial remixes. Okay. Yes. So the 486 I have has dual ESA slots, and I actually found an ESA token ring card for pure evil. So yes. So I think what we're learning here is how many Linux from scratch developers does it take to make someone install Linux from scratch? Because the one time I've done a full bootstrap, it was to create what's called an Ubuntu debstrap. And there was an immense amount of duct tape required to get that far. But I had build scripts for most of it. So, okay. So here, let me just catch up with the rest of the chat. Different opinion. Sorry, just checking up. Here's the thing, is people are never going to always agree on everything. But I draw a line when people try and take away rights or just meddle with other people's lives because they don't think it's right, is the long way to put it. Yes, and we are up to $700 raised for Planned Parenthood. I am kind of hoping we will get to 1,000 before the stream is over. Like, I am amazed that we have raised this much. So far, so good. We are nearly at the end of the core utilities. Not to be confused with core utilities. Okay, so that is ZX. That is another one for the pile. Like I said. Well, I figure it was only a matter of time before people found this channel. I mean, the amount of hate mail I got for me speaking against Stallman was impressive. I still get email. I've occasionally even gotten death threats over it. And I'm like, you could just try, you're not refuting any point I've made. You just really are upset that I pointed out a flaw in your idol. This is fine. Okay. I'm not surprising. I'm already expecting this to be a multi-stream video. Like, I'm hoping we will get to the point that we will get the system to boot. I'm not holding my breath on that particular notion. But, yeah. No, Linus is actually quite a bit older than I am. I mean, I was just a kid when he was in university. Okay, so now we are doing the second build of build utility. So this is basically the last thing we've got to do before we can switch into chrooting into it. So let me go to the build 2 directory. And let's do this. So what we're doing now is, instead of using target, which is what we did the first time we did this, we're using host, which says that we are cross-compiling bin utilities itself to run on top of our Linux from scratch system. So, cool. Let's grab that. Let's do that. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Aiden Fisher, thank you for the $20 donation. Wow, sorry, words hard. Yes, please. We are now at $730 raised for Planned Parenthood of America. I'm literally beside myself. I mean, I feel like I will try and do a stream. Let's see here. Let me look at the calendar. Let me see what's coming up here. Next weekend is Christmas. Christmas is on the... Is Christmas on the 24th of the... Hold on. I never freaking remember this. Christmas is the 24th, right? Christmas Day is the 25th. So, the 26th is not a bad day for me to do a second stream. So, Snap, Flatpak, and AppImage... I don't have a problem with it because it works around the fact that the Linux standard base was a thing that never worked. And I hate to say that, but the Linux Foundation failed, to find a standard and did not make it practical for any real-world use. I don't actually believe any of the major Linux distributions are even LSB compatible out of the box. Debian does not prescribe to be LSB compatible. You can install the LSB packages, but it's best effort. I know Red Hat was at one point, but I don't think they are. I don't really like Snap. I understand why some of the decisions were made for it, but it's also a case of we know better than you and will not give you the options to override it. Suche, I'm sorry, I can't even pronounce that. I believe that's Thai bot 100 to the pile. Thank you so much for the donation. And I think the Diet Coke is going right through me. I'm sorry for being a little come and go. So we're going to let this compile. I shall return. I honestly do not know where that terminal keyboard is. Okay, well, there's only so many places it can be. We have another package successfully built. Make. Okay. I've had some issues with make image, but it's not really been that big of a deal. So, all right. So that's bin utilities taken care of, which means the last thing on the pile is GCC. So once again, we basically just have to do the same thing that I actually think I want to build this. I want to make a fresh GCC build folder. So LX, XR, source, GCC. Let that Okay. Okay. All right. So let's go to build. So let's follow the instructions here. So first thing we've got to do is we need to do this search and replace to disable the lib64. Douglas, why is this actually necessary? Like, why not just use lib64? I mean, maybe there are more things there than I understand, but it feels like that feels like it would just cause pain, but who knows? All right. We need to get the dependencies sorted. So source MFR MPFR. Grab GIMP, or not GIMP, GMP. GMP, and then MFC. Or MPC. Wow, I am so failing to name things tonight. And I will catch up with chat here in a moment. MPC, MPC. All right, so now we've got the build dependencies sorted. Let's see what's next. So next thing is we have to fix, you know what, I've even run into this bug. So we need to be able to build with thread support, because if we don't build with thread support, a lot of bad things will break. Though this feels like this is a bug in GCC that should be reported. Like, if you have to do this, then again, GCC cross compilation is always been one of those things that I don't know. I actually have to do that in the build directory. Okay. Like that. So looking at the config files, we have build host, so that means we're cross-compiling GCC. Prefix is expected. Build sysroot is expected because that we're just using that for compilation. And then everything else is more or less the same, although I guess I'm a little surprised that we're not doing the full math stuff, although I guess there's a third GCC pass. Let me take a look. Is there a third GCC pass? I guess not. Oh, yeah, here it is. Yeah, there is. Okay. All right. Makes sense. All right, so all this makes perfect sense to me. If chat has any questions, I did not make install bin utilities. I have now make installed bin utilities. I think I did because the command was there in my command line. All right, so it's so easy to make a mistake, though. I figure when we get to the points that I'm not following the guide religiously, we are going to have all sorts of exciting things. Okay, so let's make J8, and let's keep an eye on the chat. I mean, some of these things are, make sense due to the age. Other things, they've changed with era. I mean, yes, you can cross-compile with Clang by just adding a -- architecture, but you still need the system libraries to do that, and that's easier said than done. Okay. We're cross-compiling from an AMD Ryzen 5 3800X. Okay. So currently, so hopefully this is the last thing we do for the true root. So here's the short version on Linux Tech Tips, Linus's Tech Tips Linux Challenge. He basically went out of his way to make Linux look bad, and he says that no user is always going to click yes and type in a complicated command line. The fact of the matter is that the prompt to remove core system libraries, you have to read and type it in very clearly, and you have to know to go to the command line to do apt get remove. The simple fact of the matter is I don't understand why Pop! OS is considered good for gaming, because Steam does not support it. It's a hacked distribution for System 76. And the fact of the matter is that he basically went for clickbait, and it was garbage. I mean, most of it, while some, and I do emphasize some of his criticisms were valid, he really went out of his way just to make it look as bad as possible. Because if I did a version of that video of Windows, it would be a lot worse. Because getting a working Windows install on bare metal is considerably harder. I did this to get Halo Infinite going. And he's basically, I've had problems with Linus's content because half of it is just crappy clickbait. I don't, it's entertainment. It's not tech news for the most part. No, the warning that he got, the warning he got, he had to go to the command line because he followed a random instruction page that he found through Google, and then he got to apps. You're about to do something incredibly stupid. Confirm that you want to do it. And then you have to type in the sentence, yes, I know what I am doing. Now, to be fair, app probably shouldn't let you do this, but there are reasons why you sometimes have to remove essential packages. Generally when someone has screwed up. which is why it's not as bad. Dungeon Seeker, the thing is that it starts a conversation because you get a lot of people that are not giving you good faith criticism on Linux. This is not, it's basically going for the view that Linus had problems with it, and Linus is a smart person, so it must be garbage, when Linus was intentionally playing up the bad aspects of it. I mean, his video on ReactOS was one of the more ones that really got my blood going back in the day, because he's essentially taking a hobby. I know that ReactOS gets some corporate funding, but it is effectively a hobbyist project. And yeah. I would have to rewatch the video specifically to remember what he did. I just remember I was beating my head repeatedly against the wall. Like, apparently Pop! OS is considered a good Linux distribution for gaming. I don't understand why. If you are going to use Steam, you should be on Ubuntu LTS, unless you know your Linux distribution, because that is what Valve supports. Yeah, I apparently AlphaLone, because I did actually do the Google search, is what is the best Linux distribution for gaming. It does actually come up with Pop! OS. So I can't blame him on those grounds alone. But I also consider it very suspect, and I wonder if it got Google bombed because of the Linus video. So I actually debated doing a response to that, but I really kind of did not want to deal with a lot of Linus fanboys dumping into my, the fact of the matter is, when you make a video criticizing someone else on YouTube, whether justified or not, you get a lot of really stupid comments. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I got everything right. I mean, we've already proven that I've made mistakes with making Linux from scratch as we're going, and that's my pipe. Hold on. I'm trying mounting my mic overhead so it was out of view of the camera, but my pop filter just decided to drop. Hold on, let me bring OBS up just to make sure it's out of the frame. Yeah, it's out. It's mostly out of the frame. Okay, that's GCC actually built. Cool. It heard that we were talking about Pop! OS, and it wanted to be part of my conversation. Mostly, the biggest problem I've had with did that really do what I? No, that did the right thing. Okay. So, moment of truth. Let's see here. So here's the moment of truth, is that we're going to jump into the chroot jail. If I did everything right, this will be a successful bare minimum Linux system. And if not, something horrible will work. So I guess we are going to find out if it does or does not. Let's see here. So first thing we gotta do is we need to fix some permissions. All right, so LFS. So there's that folder. All right, so these are now all owned by root. And we need to do that. Yeah. Let's see here. Root, lib64, and sbin. Okay, cool. So now the next thing I need to do is I need to grab the source folder from the other directory and bring it here. That's going to take a moment. And then I believe I gotta do the mount and proc. So you guys actually are optimistic of it, and we are just over $800. Who donated? Anonymous, thank you for the $100 donation towards Planned Parenthood of America. It makes a huge difference. I actually am really hoping we're going to make 1,000. So now we just need to prepare the Linux virtual devices. So for anyone who's ever done Linux in a chroot, this is the let's mount the everything. And oh yeah, I need to be root to do that. So root. I need to bind mount dev. That one technically should not be needed, but you never know. Bound dev pts, bound proc. sysfs. God, this list gets longer every time I look. And then we just need a tempfs there. And then I don't actually know if I need this, but we'll do it. Okay. Moment of truth. Yes, we are in a Linux. We are in the chroot. We are in the chroot jail. We have no name, but we can speak. Yes. Yes. That is a victory. That is a victory. We have a functional Linux from scratch chroot. Now technically speaking, we could just throw a kernel on this and it would boot. But let's go. We do want some more bits. And this is progress. This is progress. Okay. So there are a lot of commands that will happen here. So I'm just going to run these. These basically create all the file system stuff. So holy cow, that is what I call a victory. We still have quite a few things to do before we actually finish this, but I'm going to take the good of the good here. So first we make all these folders. And then we're just going to copy. Imagine doing this without copy and paste. That would suck so badly. Okay. So now we need to create essential files and systems. So, technically this is not right. This is going to probably get some things confused because the mtab is not 100% what it should. Well, actually, that's correct. Does proc self? Hold on. Also, why is whenever I paste into the terminal, it does that? Like proc self mount. Oh, I guess proc self mounts is what it is relative to your own system tree. I will talk, you know what, Wayland, I'll talk about Wayland. I mean, I'm sort of thinking we should have bonus goals. Like for every amount of money we raise the bar. The current goal is to get Firefox going, but I could also try and get Chromium. I could get Wine. I could get other things that would be more. Yes, chroot, which stands for change root, pivots to the root directory. So now any process that's running assumes that the LFS root is the root partition. So right now, actually, folks, I need your advice. What are we going to call this machine? Because we have to select the host name right now. So my current host name is this machine's hostname is Absolution, and my NAS is Tranquility. I kind of think I want to call it Revolution. I feel like Revolution's not a bad thing because that's what we're trying. You know, we're trying to get people raise awareness. We're trying to raise money. But I'm looking at some of these names. Holy cow, you guys have so many names. I kind of like NC Pain, but I'm also torn between Revolution, Antarctica. Revolution was the Wii code name, but yeah, I think Revolution's gonna win this one. Okay, so let's oh, you know, I don't have Vi and I don't have Nano. No, I'm gonna have to do this. Okay, so I don't actually know if you can do that with. It's like that. Does that variable substitution actually work? I don't even know if it does or doesn't. Well, we'll fix it later if it doesn't. So that's host files. That's the password file. We need to create the groups file. Okay. Oh, did that get screwed up or did that? Nope, that's fine. So far, so good. So some things need a tester user, so we'll create a tester user. And then we just need to initialize some log files. And there we go. We got a root user. Okay, cool. Before we do anything else, let me get into Etsy hosts and let me actually set that. Oh, it actually set it to Absolution. This is going to be... Once we reboot, I will change it to Revolution because it should actually stay as Absolution because we're still running under the same host kernel. Okay, cool. I do, however, want some colors. Let me see if I remember how we get... how do I get colorful bash? That's PS1, isn't it? Or prompt? I don't remember. I don't actually remember how you get colorful bash by default. I mean, these are the LS colors. Path. Let's see what chat. Let's see here. Echo PS. Okay, that works. Just out of curiosity, what is PS1 set to? Export PS1. Okay, well, that didn't quite work the way I wanted it to. Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. And then... let's not play with the prompt right now. Once we're running under our own power, we'll do that. So, now that we've got it working in a chroot jail, we need to do the rest of the build system. And so we moved all the source code to that source folder. So let's make a new folder. So lbs build, let's move source here, make a build folder, tar. Oh, don't tell me I do not have tab complete. I should have tab complete. Yes, I do. Okay. So now we have to build that C. Did I not initialize the log files? Okay. I did not initialize the log files. I have now initialized the log files. It's really easy to get distracted while doing this. Okay, so GCC, blah, blah, blah. So right now what we're doing is we're making it so we can compile C++ libraries in our chroot jail. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this build directory as libstd C++ build. Because I'm just going to delete, when I release this image publicly, I'm going to delete the build folder just to save disk space, and then the rest I'm going to make available publicly. Build. Okay, so first we need to just do the link thing that lets us build this out of tree. So what this library does is, the main reason is I don't want to do the PS1 right now until we're under our own power, because then it's going to look too much like my basic system prompt, to put it bluntly. And I don't want to have an accident because of that. So what libstd C++ is the C runtime, a C++ runtime environment. It's this will let us build and run C++ applications, which GCC technically is, although apparently it doesn't depend on it. That is a weird behavior. Why do I have to press enter twice? Like, if I copy and paste something, I get it in this white text, and then I have to press enter. That must be a bash default that brain in Ubuntu changes. Yeah, so what I may actually do is I might release every version of this as we finish it. So when we have the base system going, I might just upload this to the Internet Archive. Is there a step to create? Let me see if there's a... Okay. Ubuntu changes a lot of the base defaults, so... Cool, yeah. I guess that's a neat feature. I'll just have to get used to it. Because unlike some people, and IRC, I can move on to future technologies. You know, I'm not the one guy that means that we have to have an IRC gateway for everything. And I'm actually... Wow, I'm sorry. My stomach is kind of a little bit iffy today. I'll be back. And I'm back. And it's built. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right. So we are one step closer. So you notice now that we can just do make install, because this, you know, we're no longer cross-compiling. Did we lose the music? No, we did not. Okay. I keep it very soft here because I don't want feedbacking on my mic, because I can't code while I have headphones in. I don't even know what stow is. Oh, you guys lost the music a while ago. If we lose music, please let me know. There. Okay, that should be fine. You know, just some nice soft background music. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so that glorious CRT is like a mint condition IBM serial terminal, which I don't know where its keyboard is. I'm going to have to ask Cyril what happened to it. Yeah, so all my streams are supposed to have music. Sometimes it doesn't always work, as we are discovering. because the way I hear it and the way you hear it on stream are two very different things. We're not going to probably use any package manager with this. So, because this is Linux from scratch, and it's not really intended to be a long-term maintainable solution. I mean, it could be, but it's not. So all we need is just to grab a few utilities from getText. Okay, we can lower the volume a bit. Yep. Okay. Hopefully the audio sounds much better. Right now, I am going to be happy if it boots to a command line. The bar for success is very low at the moment. Okay. I mean, hell no, we could just make packages for everything we just compiled. Severus, we still have a while to go before we can CDL. I mean, the wheels on the build. I mean, the wheels on the build system keep going. I mean, if we were building an actual Linux distribution, what we could legitimately do is we would have to rebuild once we have the base system rebuilt. Let me see here. Once we have the base system rebuilt, which would basically be, let me go up page. Would need to keep going up page. Would basically be everything from here down. I could put into packages and then put it in apt or an RPM and such. I mean, there is a note here about package management. But it kind of makes it a bit hard because you have to deal with dependency tracking, you have to deal with install scripts. It's not a trivial thing to do package management correctly. And I am not crazy enough to try and get an ARU helper working on Linux from scratch. There is pain, and then there is what you just suggested. So, okay, so that... oh yeah, it helps if I actually run the make command. A lot of the CD paths are still hard-coded. I am hoping we will be able to get to compile. I'm not entirely holding my breath on that one. I don't know. Maybe the $10,000 goal will create Linux from scratch with apt. Like, I have the technical skills to do it, but I don't know if I really want to do it. And the thing is that even if I create my own Linux distribution, then I'd have to maintain it. Actually, no, I could actually get behind using the system, the SVR4 package manager. Dude, how hard could that be? Hold on. SVR4 package manager. I'm trying to remember how you actually create that. Like, just because I think it would be funny. How hard is this actually to do? Heirloom tools. So package MK. I mean, we could. I mean, we're going to have to build Rust because we're going to do Firefox. We need Rust C for Firefox. I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about it. I'm kind of inclined to do this. I ran CDE as a daily driver for 8 months. How have we been streaming for 4 hours? I just looked at the time. I just... How have we been streaming for 4 hours? It really probably wouldn't help, all things considered, because what I'd pay to offload in the cloud, yeah, there is going to be some, we are staring at compiler prompts for a while, so that was get text. Okay, so now we need to get to Bison. Hey, the red kite. Okay. We haven't. We're still building. We're still building the entire the operating system. Are you kidding? We're literally building the machine to build the machine that built the machine. I mean, now I have this stupid idea of like we should do Twitch plays or YouTube plays. Install Linux from scratch. Okay, so at this point, this is just standard compiling. Okay. Realistically, folks, I would love to hear your comments on the VOD. I would love to hear them on Twitter. I could be convinced, and I'm saying those words very lightly and very slowly, to make it as a, like, if I was to do this, I would actually build Linux from scratch for a 486 and use SVR4. Like, I would literally make a 486 Linux distribution from Linux from scratch that runs on a 486 and uses SVR4 packages, just to complete the 90s Unix experience with modern software. And, oh god, the next dependency is Perl. I don't have to set up mod Perl. This is not going to be as bad as it usually is. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, tar.xz. Do I have to apply patch? There's a patch here, but it doesn't say I actually need to put it here. Mr. Very Smart, we're building an entire Linux distribution from scratch. Like so let me explain this, that Perl has a very unique build system. Like, I should kind of run it interactively for you guys, because it's it will insult just about everything as it examines your system. But I think, because DES basically says use defaults and does other stuff. Do we want to do interactive Perl install? I want to see if you guys can see what metaconfig. If you guys want to do metaconfig. Realistically, so here's the thing, is that there are a couple projects that I would love to do. Like, I'd love to do a 486 modern Linux, but I'd kind of need some sort of funding stuff to do it. So I don't know. It's like, I've got mixed feelings on running a Kickstarter, because, you know, every time you see Kickstarters, it tends to be a thing. All right, I do need these defaults to be set, so let's do it. So let's start reading. So Perl's configuration script is called metaconfig, and it will basically insult you at places. Like, you know, the star should be here. And on a lot of terminals, it will complain that your standard shell is not very standard. So it's going to ask me a bunch of configuration questions. Variable substitutions. We are a Linux operating system. See, your shared libndbm is not a real library. Like, you got to appreciate these sorts of things. And it's like, you appeared to have a working bash. And if you ever want to laugh, look at the script and see what it complains about when it says you don't have a working bash. I believe it complains, what are you, an HP Unix system? Okay, so operating system is fine. We're going to install to user. All right. And then it's checking for Andrew file system because Andrew file system is, yeah. This is text-based Clippy. My God, this is actually text-based Clippy. It's very passive-aggressive. C compiler CC is fine. Library searches, and so here we go. Maybe CCC-E will work. Maybe CC/E- will work. Yup, it does. It's exciting when you're on. Oh, here we go. Congratulations, you aren't running eUnix. It's not Xenix, nor is it VNix. And I've actually used both. In fact, I have a video in progress about VNix, which now makes me want to compile Perl on VNix. Why did I do this to myself? Why did I do this to myself? Okay. Let's see here. Let's see here. Some dynamic libraries assume that the base name of the shared library system is globally unique. We'll default this to undef, so we assume your system is not this weird. Set if you're defined if you're one of them. This is actually a very popular operating system. Does the chat know which one is it's talking about? Okay. Let's see here. I love questions like this. If this doesn't make any sense to you, just accept the default. And then, let's see here. Because the first time I ever compiled Perl from scratch was on macOS 10 to run /.source code. So this is fine. Okay, these are fine. Okay. Yeah, if you want to, the thing is when it finds something it doesn't like, it really gets snarky at you. Like, open it up in config. This would be macOS 10. Okay. macOS 10, so that's fine. Let's see here. Your longs are 8-bit long. That ain't any different from a ordinary long. Like, some of these checks you can tell are from a different era. Let's see here. Checking your C compiler for coherency. I appreciate these. Use nominal support. And then you should probably not let me use NM if you're using the GNU C library. It's like these questions, like compiling Perl. For the most part, Perl does have sane defaults. I switched away from Mac hardware when they released. I had the first generation Intel Macs. I did not like where they were going with iOS, and I decided to get off this. Hey, look, floating point precision. Floating point precision. Look in Perl 5. Look in the configure shell script is where this conversation is. Here, hold on. I'll pull it up for those who want to see the Perl's. Because I can't show all of it. If we go to Perl 5, it should be in configure. Here you go. No, I'm running the configure in interactive mode because I like pain. Rest of this I can just more or less leave as yes. Like, I could just press enter at all these and I will get a working Perl. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so far. I'm looking to see if there's any more snarky questions. I do want to wrap my malloc calls. I don't want to use the malloc that comes with Perl 5. Because, you know, there is probably that guy, you know, the person that decided that they know better than all. And they jammed yes at every single question along the way. So I think this is all fine. Support for dtrace. Don't need any extra modules. I believe we're nearly at the end. Dynamic loading, yes. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. See, this is where you run into trouble. If you ever have to build mod Perl, the answer is you need a shared lib Perl. But you need to do a lot of different stuff. Okay. Oh, it got snarky. You do not have a fully qualified name in the host database. No help from resolve.conf either. Attempting clever guessed. Lost all hope. Silly guess then. That's fine. That's also fine. Put it in his Perl. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Like if I did the -d, it would do all the automate stuff, but that's fine. I'm mostly doing this for the shits and giggles factor. Okay, there we go. And now it's just doing the rest of the configure. Oh, no, it's not done yet. Still got more questions to go. There's a lot of snarky comments if you roll up. Every now and then someone has a get host name that lies about the host name but can't be fixed for political or economic reasons. If you wish, I can pretend that get host name is not there and maybe compute a host name at runtime thanks to the host name command. This is a cursed response. Here. And then it talking about vfork, which is that's not been usable on glibs 2.1, which I think was, I don't know, 2000. Here. Shall kind of work. I don't know the context of the whole thing. Doubles must be aligned. That's all fine. That's fine. Somehow I'm going to end up with a completely... Whoa, wait, that was actually broken. That was not a right answer. That just went past there. I mean, it probably doesn't matter, but that was not a right answer. It was asking me what my more was. Yeah, there it is. What pager is used on your system? User use ucb.more. That is not writing. That is not right. Yeah, Douglas, you should never configure Perl without DES. Like, this is not a thing you should do. But we're doing it because it's funny. You can use yak. Okay, those are all fine. I actually want to edit config. I don't have an editor. I don't even have ed. That's fine. I'm not actually that worried about it. If I absolutely have to fix it, I'll recompile Perl. But that's probably a bad default. UCB was on some early Linux distros, but for the most part, it wasn't. But yeah, that's probably a thing in the hints file. Yes. Yes, that... Well, this is welcome to pain. It's not the only thing I know that does that with the snarky config file, but Perl's is rather notorious. If you ever run it on HP Unix, it will insult you multiple times. No, it's when you casually recompile mod Perl and then port stuff to modern Apache, because that's not a thing I haven't done. I'm actually going to run the test suite here. I just want to make sure it's actually happy, because I have seen Perl catastrophically fail at times. No, this is basically just Larry Wall making comments. He wrote metaconfig. Metaconfig was was basically the alternative to AutoTools before there were AutoTools. Yes. So, I mean, let's be honest. I'd casually build a token ring network for this stream, and we are at $853 raised for Planned Parenthood. Once again, thank you all for your ongoing support. As always, I would love if you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed that content and you want to support me directly, the Patreon link is below. No, there is no menu config for Perl. Perl operates on the notion that live fast and die. If you've ever have to compile libperl from scratch, it's exciting for all the wrong reasons. We're still quite we're not going to have a working X today. I don't think we're going to get that far. I mean, we could try, but the dependency stack to compile X11 is quite long. And that would just give us Xterm. If I want a real working terminal, we're going to have to go quite a bit further. Hey, Lit. Okay. Yeah, no, Python's coming up. Python's in the dependency list. We're going to need it. You know, it's a physical console world, and we all live there. And this music's too high beat for this compile. Let's find something. Oh, it's a track called Atrophy. You can't get far without Perl at all. Too many things depend on it to compile. To be short, setting up Wayland would not be faster or easier. This is an autoconfig. Configure is normally a AutoTools. This one's a little different because this is Larry Walls. I really probably didn't need to run make test, but I'm feeling paranoid. Yeah. Perl actually compiles mini Perl, which then compiles proper Perl. It's just the what's the name of those little Russian dolls that go like recursively deep? Yeah. Yes. The thing that drives me crazy is if we ever built an Ada compiler, the only free and open source Ada compiler is GNOME, which itself is written in Ada. There is a bootstrapping problem there, and I have dealt with that particular bootstrapping problem because cross-compiling an Ada compiler is a sad. It's not quite as bad as some other compilers like D, but you know it's bad. Okay, all right. I think we're more or less happy. Yeah. So and anyway, next up, the next up on the compile list is Python. Okay. Okay. Like I said, I'm just mostly making sure everything is happy. Okay. It's actually not a bad. Perl's check scripts actually invoke most of the standard C library, so it's actually a pretty good litmus test if your system is in good health or not. So, Duranga, yes and no. If you build GNAT from the GCC source code, you do not get that. It's only if you use the binaries from Ada core that you end up with your code output as GPL. It's why I can't recommend Ada to people because the licensing situation is so frackin' messy, even though I love the programming language. We've got nowhere near the dependencies to start compiling Rust. Are you kidding? We don't even have enough dependencies to boot. Like we have what we've just done is we've built the 2 rocks. Now we need to build the fire. Yes, we're going to have to compile LLVM. We're working on the turducken of compiling to Firefox. Firefox's dependency tree is going to be a soul-crushing pile of soul-crushingness. I use Ghidra personally. The biggest thing, so IDA's home license is not bad for hobbyists, but IDA specifically disallows any commercial use. While it is debatable, I consider anything I do on YouTube to be commercial use because I profit off it and make money off it. Obviously not this fundraiser, but stuff normally. Oh God, no. We are not doing LibreOffice. So once a long time ago in a Linux distribution that will not be named, I was put in charge of getting OpenOffice.org to run on ARM. This was before LibreOffice. We had a 7-day compile time, and that's because internally OpenOffice.org not only reimplements its own variant of Windows COM, it throws C++ exceptions over a process boundary. But yes, 7-day build time. I mean, we could build OpenOffice.org. We could make this like the ongoing NCommander Must Suffer weekly stream, because I don't have to do a lot of prep work for this. The thing with dmake is Cocoon, the free version of IDA cannot be used for commercial use. Dmake isn't actually all that bad. The problem is that at the time we had no JIT for Java, and we were building on 520 megabytes of memory. This is where I learned that you can have 20 gigs of swap file and do unspeakably ungodly things on an ARM processor. Yeah, these are the Perl tests. I think I'm okay with skipping these. Yeah, I think I can Control C these. Yeah, we're going to Control C these. I'm happy enough that oh, that's fine. Ghidra is really quite good for about 90% of workflows at this point, unless you need really obscure architectures. IDA is not at the point where it's going to get overtaken this instant, but there's less and less reason to use it every year. So, okay. We just finished with Perl, and we are now going to a proper programming language. We've gone from hell to less hell. So, right now we're just getting a minimum bootstrap of Perl set. Okay. Well, we're still in the basic system dependencies. We're still having some indigestion here. I mean, a lot of it is because IDA being so expensive, hobbyists can't get involved into it. And Resize has absolutely no problem with how they charge for it. But everyone else is getting better. I mean, Binary Hopper is probably the best paid one that is not IDA. And Ghidra is getting better release over release over release. Although, if you use Ghidra, do remember to upgrade it because Log4j. Okay. The thing is that IDA is missing support for some of the more quote-unquote obscure platforms. Like, although some of them, like, IDA has a good support, well, I should say has support for 16-bit targets, but it's kind of messy. Log4j is just 2021's version of Heartbleed, except it's actually a problem. I don't want to compile LibreOffice on the G5. I don't make enough money to be able to power that thing. No! The only thing that I could think worse is, no, I'm not going to finish that sentence, because if I say that sentence, you maniacs are going to demand it. I am learning. I mean, I'm not even sure that the libuno has the C++. Alpha Lone, why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? I mean, granted, the Itanium system can take up to 32 gigs of RAM. It could be done. I mean, I just don't want to think about it. And I did not actually make J8 this. No, that's what I should have done. Yeah, but a Power Mac G5 sucks down way too much power than what is justified. Hey, cool, that actually built. Cool. Okay. All right, excellent. Okay. All right. So now we should have a Perl and a Python. I'm curious what would happen if I typed import anti-gravity at the moment. Okay, so Perl's compiled. Python, is it Python 3? Import anti-gravity. But it can't open a browser, but still. I'm compiling on an AMD Ryzen 5 3800X. This is fine. Oh, yay. Text info. Things to make NCommander just cringe inside. Okay, text info. So fortunately, this comes with all the patches. All right. There we go. Oh, wow. We are over 1,000 raised for Planned Parenthood of America. Thank you so much. It makes such a difference. Dungeon Seeker, theoretically, that's all I need is text info for. In practice, so many build scripts will blow up if it's not there. Wow, you guys are amazing. Like I said, I was hoping I would have been optimistic if we raised $100, but we raised over 1,000. You are amazing. Redrix, I do not touch leaked source code, and that's all I'm going to say on that. Yes. Okay. Matt P, thank you so much. It's hugely appreciated. All right, so now we need utilities for Linux. I think this is the last of the bootstrap packages. I think at this point, we are mostly have a complete core system. So, I mean, that's disabling a lot of utilities, but I'm guessing it's just enough to get the system to actually build. Yeah, because like we're going to need login, we're going to need no login, but this will let other stuff build successfully because it's not been compiled yet. Because bootstrapping is hard. I don't think I've ever tried to compile I've probably done Pascal under Ubuntu, but it's not coming to mind. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Let's see here. All right. Oh. All right. Sorry. Just had to stretch out a bit. Okay. I'm just gonna, let's see here. Hopefully Discord pops up on the other screen. I just want to see if anyone's trying to get in contact with me. Because sometimes people will DM me during a stream. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Let me just respond to this one message. If we were to do the bootstrap for packaging, it would be from when we have the system fully up and running, because that's actually how we do it in Ubuntu. Is we have a minimalist chroot that automatically builds each packages. Rebuilding FreeDAWs is actually quite tricky because there's no unified build system for it. I've looked into that in the past, and their build process is what? And also, how did we suddenly go up to 387 concurrent viewers? Is that YouTube glitching, or did we just get raided? Hold on. Did we get raided, or is that actually real? Okay. Okay, Utility Linux just finished, so cool. On to the next. So now we are ready to leave the temporary build system. Yeah, we've raised over $1,000 for Planned Parenthood of America. The admin panel says I've got 321 concurrent viewers watching. It's like it just jumped up like a spike. So maybe YouTube just brain farted. Okay. So right now what it recommends I do is I clean up the install documentation, remove the tools folder, and clean up a bunch of other stuff. Okay. I'm just looking here. All right, yeah, so I think probably taking a backup's not a bad idea. So let's first clean up the documentation as this says. So what we're doing here is we're just getting rid of all the info, man, and doc pages. They'll probably get reinstalled, although maybe not. I maybe should have left those, but that's fine. We're going to get rid of the static library files. And Ubuntu keeps them, but in a weird way. And then we don't need the bootstrap compiler anymore, so we can get rid of that. Okay, so now that we can do that, we can unmount. Let's unmount. Oh, I gotta do that as root. Let us unmount the file system, and let's make a proper backup of this whole thing. Because if something goes wrong, I want to be able to put this back the way it should be. So, all right, this will take a few minutes. I am not certain if we're going to do GNOME or KDE. I was thinking I was going to do LX, CDE, and possibly Cinnamon. But, you know, I also realized that I'm going to have to get Splice working, and that means I'm going to have to figure out KVM stuff, which I kind of don't want to do. That's going to kind of suck. Let me see here. To get KVM Splice working. Because I'm going to have to build the Splice client to do that, and I don't know how bad that dependency tree is going to be, because it might be really, really ugly, or it might be absolutely, like, no pain at all. Because I'm looking at how... I mean, this is sort of the argument to me using... I mean, this is sort of the argument to using VirtualBox, because it's slightly more things. I'm trying to remember what... Let's see here, KVM. I guess we're going to have to just deal with this, and I'm going to have to recompile this from scratch. All right, we'll deal with that when we get there. We're not there yet. We are definitely not there yet. All right. I can't copy and paste with splice without X. What I'm going to do is the first thing I do is once the system's up and running, I'm going to compile SSH, and we will continue doing so. So while this tars, I'm going to just take care of some things. So talk amongst yourselves, and I will return. Okay, there we go. Yep, no, we're still working on the basic base system. We just lost audio, didn't we? Yeah, okay, let's get a different track going. Yeah, okay, that's better. Okay, okay, maybe that's not the track I want. I don't know. Finding the right music for a mood can be hard at times. All right, this is called Funk Generator. So, let's see how that goes. Okay. The IA64, I just gotta put a new battery in. I bought the battery, I just haven't actually done it. And yes, so we are at a total of $1,008 raised for Planned Parenthood, which is really amazing, all things considered. Because I don't know what other organizations would be better to support for this, because they're really the ones that make the difference, and very few orgs really donate to them because, you know, controversy. So, yay. Anyway, okay, this is still tarring up. Wow, that is a lot of files it's got to back up. Oh, and it's backing up to my home folder, which is quite possibly full. How much has it actually backed up? I mean, it's still going. It's I guess patience. I mean, it's SSD to SSD. King Bowser, it's a state-by-state thing with hormone replacement therapy, as I found out, because I actually asked that question last night. Because when I was living in Oregon, they apparently didn't do it there. So it's a state law by state law sort of thing. Yeah. But, I mean, they do, they basically, they handle pretty much every major thing of reproductive health. They do STD testing. I believe they even do rape kits and such. Like I said, a lot of it varies from state to state because of actual laws, but they do a lot of stuff. It's just people get upset with them because they also are the main source for people who, need an abortion. And, well, yeah. And we've got another $20 from Anonymous. Thank you. We are now up to $1,028 raised for Planned Parenthood of America. Are we literally going to... I have a copy of Backup Exec on the bookcase. I mean, if I knew that... We could have backed up with so much more interesting software. If you scroll down on the right-hand side, it will show donate now and then total raised. Yeah. Well, you know, as much as I think YouTube can kind of, you know, and this is me biting the ham humor, YouTube does not take a cut of this, and they're covering all transaction fees. And as far as things that they do or don't have to do, that's actually fairly impressive. And I can actually use any valid 501c3 in the United States to fundraise for. As far as I can tell, as long as they have a valid IEN number and they are registered for federal fundraising, I can start a fundraiser for them in about 6 clicks. Not a bagel. Thank you for the $41 for Planned Parenthood. So, and we're now at $1,069. Nice. Now we just need to get to $42,069, so we can have the nice. And this is still backing up. I should have done a -v. How's this still backing up? It's probably because I compressed it too hard. Yes. Yes, folks, take advantage of the fact that it's not that the donation amount is nice right now. Let's get this all out of our system. I mean, we're already exceeded the goal. I'm immensely happy with that. So this is still backing up. Yeah, I probably should have done -t. Like, now I don't know if I should Control-C it and try again. We're up to 240 megabytes backed up. Like, what does it say? How long does it say that this will generally take to back up? It says it can take over 10 minutes on a reasonably fast system. So, okay. And actually, I should have done that backup as root, because there's files it's not going to get, so hold on. I hate to do this, but we're going to have to... Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to Control-Z this. We can do this properly now. Sudo, and then... What is it? Remove... Yeah. Let's see here. T0V? How do I tell it not to... I want to make it go fast. Someone posted the command and I'm not seeing it. Get rid of that. You know, I'm just going to do -J. It's fast enough. Oh, and you know what? Let me also get rid of the old folder while I'm in here, because we don't need that. Okay, now we can actually see it doing stuff. Okay. Alright, hold on. Let's see here. Get rid of that. So, -L, ZZ, T0, like that. Oh, wow. Okay, that's much faster. I am now going to get rid of the -V. Oh. Why is it saying that's not found? Oh, it's a capital L. Why is this so hard? Yeah, we've reached 1K. We're apparently determining how many people it takes for NCommander to back up a file system. So, you know, here's what we're going to do. We're going to just we're just going to go old school here. There. That is valid. That will work. I hope. Maybe. As standards go, as projects go on, standards for success continue to fall. Oh, so it was capital I. See, the YouTube font, it all looks the same to me. But yeah, what I just did should work. Yeah. Oh yeah, encoder is overloaded. Hold on. H-top. I'm in danger. That's yeah, that's an I'm in danger. That's I'm in danger. Okay. Yeah, let's control C that. Let's nice that. Okay. Okay, that should be. Yeah, okay, I'm not getting encoder overload anymore because yeah. I'm in danger. I don't know how much I'm lagging now behind the stream because whenever it starts doing that. But I really do want a backup of this. Okay, so how many? So I think we've answered the question: is how many people in chat does it take for NCommander to back up a stream? The good times, they keep on rolling. I mean, I can still hear the fans running full tilt in my desktop. And I like how the load average is 22, 15, and 9. I mean, this is fine. This is fine. This is all fine. What do you mean that it's not supposed to become a slideshow? I'm just following the directions as written. I could, in theory, CP it, but yes. I'm okay. I think we're going to be okay. I'm not that worried about it. At least I really hope not to be. So if it goes for another, let's see here. We have been streaming for 4 minutes and 37 seconds. If it doesn't finish in the next 6 minutes, I'm going to live dangerously, and we will not have a backup. Let's see. Let's find a different track. Well, yeah, the directions assume that you're not doing a lot of things. The directions assume that you don't have one of the Linux from scratch guys in your chat correcting you for when you forget to do a make install. Okay, so that's already taken up the thing is that this is probably going pretty well. I mean, Taro without compression is fastest, but I'm not made of disk space. Despite what DaVinci Resolve thinks, I am not made of disk space. I'm only using 5 terabytes of disk space at the moment, and I only have so much more that I can use. You know. I do kind of wish I had 10 gig E on my NAS, but I'm like, I only use my NAS for deep storaging stuff, so even though it's got 24 terabytes. Let's see here. I would love to have a DECVAX. The biggest problem is that getting the hobbyist packs licensing is so freaking restrictive that I really couldn't do much with it on a stream without causing things to go boom. Let's see here. People are watching this on Twitter and then realize it's me. Or not Twitter. I use Cinnamon on Ubuntu, Ubuntu 2004. Holy cow, brain. Well, I mean, I am looking to see what it takes to put a token ring adapter in a modern computer. And if that doesn't scare my chat, I don't know what will. Because, you know, I liked it so much, I put a token ring on it. Hey, look, the backup finished. Awesome. Because we can has backup. Okay, let's make this a bit smaller. And that was the perfect sound track change. So we don't need the restore instructions. So now we need to go back to introduction. I think we need to go back to the step where we mount all the file systems. Just to make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, yeah. So let's remount everything. Okay. Sudo. All right, let's build the actual thing. Okay, yeah. Oh no, if I have an accidental RM, you'll probably see NCommander cry because then he's gonna have to rebuild it. An accidental RM will probably delete my entire world. So, you know. Okay, all right. We are back in the chroot. So let's go back up to home. So we are now here on step 8, and I'm going to drop a link in the chat. Okay. I mean, we could get the vampire taps out. I mean, I have plenty of Fin and FickNet hardware. You know, we could run NetWare on coax. Linux from scratch in a Docker container. And then my brain suddenly went Kubernetes, and then no. And then no. And more no. Okay. Anyway. So this talks about doing package config. This is worth reading if you ever want to do this for yourself, but I have a pretty good idea of what I need to do from this point forward. Because at this point, this is 95% just needing to build and install stuff. So let's call this build actual. Build actual. And then man pages. Okay, cool. Man pages, and then right down the list we go. Some of these are really easy. What is LANA? Oh, LANA is basically just services and protocols. I didn't actually realize that. I didn't even think that where that could possibly have come from, but today I learned. Why am I not seeing what file that comes from? Oh, IANA. Okay. That font's a bit annoying. Okay, so for IANA, we need services. We copy that to Etsy. And then protocols. Hold on. Well, currently we're still using the Linux host kernel. We haven't exactly gotten this running on our own. Oh, that's a great sentence right there. First, fix a security problem identified upstream. Okay. This is not Log4j. This is not going to harm my system, and I'm not putting it on the internet. Log4j is not a real bug. It can't actually hurt you. And other lies told to small children. Okay. Okay. So patch p1 source. And then let's apply that security patch. Okay, so build. Okay, so mostly what we got to do here is we just have root binaries going to sbin. We're enabling the stack protector. So pretty much exactly everything we would expect. And we definitely want to run the glibc configuration test. So okay, we will do it. Used to be that running make check on glibc was basically an exercise in frustration, but okay. I mean, I've got mixed feelings about. Well, no, I don't have mixed feelings. I have complicated feelings about glibc. So, all right. I run Linux full time as is, Eden Creeper. Like, the only reason I installed Windows on my Scratch SSD is because Halo Infinite does not work in Proton as of yet. It's the first time I've built this computer for 3 years. The first time I've had to run Linux on bare hardware in that time. My old desktop, well, when I installed updates, it was like a full service pack behind. So it shows how often I actually have to run Windows on bare metal. Well, the thing is that your IoT toaster could easily suffer from a Log4j bug. So it is potentially possible, and if you have an IPv6 enabled toaster, then it's entirely possible that someone could discover your toaster on the internet and pop it through Log4j and burn your house down with it. Now all we would need is combustible lemons. Yes. You know what? I probably, whenever I run make, hold on. We can fix this. I can use the nice command. It'll run a bit slower, but I always forget that nice exists because I usually use it to make things go faster. But that should be a lot less slideshow. No, it's just a matter of using those features of Unix that no one actually remembers. Yeah. No, the running nice. Yeah, looking at the playback on the other monitor, running it in nice actually makes the problem go away. Am I gonna have to start doing Cave Johnson impressions again? Am I going to have to get the Am I going to have to talk about the lemons? No, I'm not getting encoded. Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to. It doesn't say I'm dropping frames on my end. Fine. All right, let me get the quote up. Cave Johnson, lemons quote. And okay. All right, because I actually need it in front of me. I'm not that good. I know it's done compiling, but people apparently want to hear me do this. So, all right. All right, I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rule the day that if I could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's going to burn your house down with the lemons. I'm going to get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down. Okay. All right. And then those of you who volunteered to be injected with praying mantis DNA, I've got some good news and some bad news. The bad news is we're postponing those tests indefinitely. The good news is we've got a much better test for you. Fighting an army of mantis men. Pick up a rifle and follow the yellow line. You'll know when the test begins. I'm going to leave that comment in chat where you left it. No, I apparent from the people that have told me in my Discord, I am apparently just Cave Johnson in real life, but with no money. No, the fact of the matter is McAfee was just an employee of Aperture Science. It was McAfee Software was just a subsidiary of Aperture. Okay. I like to think I do good if I do it properly, like if I hold it like here, I like to think that I do a good Cave Johnson impression. Cave Johnson here. Today we're going to build Linux from scratch. Now, just like everything else in Aperture Science, we take nothing for granted. We build it all from scratch. So first we have to build our C compiler made with handwritten ones and zeros, and then we use that to build our own operating system, and that's what creates the basis of the genetic life form and disk operating system, or the GLaDOS project, which you are here to see specifically. I swear, if I ever do Portal 2 on the stream, I'm going to have to do all the Cave Johnson quotes. I'm going to have to do them all from the beginning. This is fine. I am not going to get a takedown request from Valve for quoting Cave Johnson. All right, let's get some music going again. Yes, it has to generate all the locales. All the locales. I mean, it could be worse. Let's see here. Alright, so, it probably needs them all to run the test suite, so we might be looking at this screen for a while. Pancake Sparkle, I'm not going to apologize. Installing, you don't need an excuse to install Portal 2. You just need to have read the GPL v3 as Cave John. No. No. Oh my god, I just realized that's going to be a meme. That's going to be a meme. With the NCommander doing the facepalm. I'm going to find that on Twitter like in 3 seconds. It's specifically the Linux from scratch instructions said to run make check, so. Well, I have a system. I have a Macintosh D5. But I have it on Linux. It works fine on Linux because, you know, Linux has better backwards compatibility than Mac OS X. No, because Cave Johnson wasn't. I'm trying to. I don't want to be mentally comparing the Free Software Foundation to Aperture Science. Yes. It's still got to generate all the locales. We're currently. I don't actually even know what MB is. I'm guessing Netherlands, Polish, Romanian, Russian. Don't know that one. Still don't know any of these. I don't know. I feel like people are going to clamor for some crazy donation goal. Like when we get to 5,000 raised, I have to do a dramatic read. No, brain. You are not voicing that particular thought. Because No. No, just no. And the stream's going to start stuttering because it just started compiling stuff. That's fine. This is fine. I forgot to run make check. How much is this actually using? How bad are my CPUs? CPUs aren't that bad. I don't want to run nice on the check unless it really starts having stuff. Like I'm not looking at Discord for the most part, and I just feel like there's evil being plotted behind my back. Yeah, you know, actually, I probably should run this in nice. Yeah, okay. Hopefully it doesn't start all the way from scratch, but maybe it does. I've never actually... So I had to take down my... I had to take down my Minecraft server because we are on yet another Log4j bug. So I actually have a soft spot for Sonic 2006. That... In December of 2006, I came down with pneumonia, and I was in quarantine and bedridden. And I had gotten an Xbox 360 with Sonic 2006 as a Christmas gift. And the game was so infuriatingly bad, it helped me deal with being sick and being unable to speak. So because it got me through a tough time, I have troubles taking a dump on Sonic 2006. Even though it's an abysmally bad game. Log4j is vulnerable to distributed denial of service attack, which dropped yesterday. Forge hasn't updated yet. This one isn't as bad as Log4Shell, but yeah, it's doing the OpenSSL thing. Yeah. No, there have been Log4j bugs. I have a dungeon. The thing is that I have a Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttle server that's in the end game. You know, because I've only been working on it for 2 years with a friend. And the pack developer bugged off. You know, disappeared a year ago, so it's never going to get any updates. I actually never had an Xbox 360 Red Ring of Death. Any of them. And I had multiple. It never ROD'd. It's officially it's officially pronounced Log4j. That is the pronunciation. I did nice it. Okay, I'm just going to drag the window to the other terminal. Here, it's going to be partially off screen. Let's be less pixelated. I'm just curious. If I drag it to the other screen, do I become less pixelated? I don't actually think that helps. All right, screw it. I think we're just going to have to deal with pixelated. You know, here's what I'll do. I'll go full screen while this compiles. Because this is probably seizure inducing. Because the book says that you have to run this check script, but that is making so much noise that we're just going to talk while this runs. So looking at the stream statistics, we're still about just below 200 concurrent viewers. You guys are continuing to be awesome. The problem apparently is on my end that when I've got the compile going full and the screen is just going scroll, because I did nice this and I'm not even using all that much output, but I can increase the bit rate next time I stream is what it boils down to. I have to shut down to change the bit rate, and to make matters worse, up until about 2 weeks ago, I only had 10 megabits up. I now have 35. Let's see here. So, okay, so this is still compiling, and music stopped loading. Oh, I can get behind this. This is a good track. This is proper music for what we are currently doing. I'm seeing it myself. I mean, I can put it back up. I just worry that that's a little seizure-inducing with the way it's scrolling. You hear no audio. Let's see here. Well, I don't know how much the lag is. The audio stopped for a while. The problem is I can get so hyper-focused, I won't always notice that the music has gone away. So if the music stops, please poke me with a stick. And now it's too loud. I can fix that. I can fix that. We're doing glibc. We're doing make check. We have to run it. We have to run it in nice, because if I don't run it in nice, it uses all my CPU power, and then OBS goes. Yeah. All right. I'm going to keep this off screen, and I'm just going to keep an eye on it. I legitimately didn't think that to be a problem, but it is. Like, I guess this is the main reason why people don't stream themselves compiling code. I guess I don't know. SadMac, I guess you could just watch the other way. I don't know what the right thing to do is for here. I am actually planning on getting a deck link for my desktop, because I'm going to need it for certain projects. I mean, I see it running. I see it compiling the test suite. I'm wondering if it's actually running as of yet. I mean, we're really not maxing out on the CPU. So, how can I reduce? Oh, if I want to reduce contrast, how can I do that? Let's try different colors. Okay, no, that's a bad idea. That was a bad idea. I guess that works. Yeah, I can work with that. That probably will help someone. And yeah, I can make the terminal window smaller, at least for now. Because right now we're literally just waiting for test results to run. White text on white background. So you mean, no, not that. I don't know. I'm having fun with the color options. Okay. So I'll leave it on this with the smaller window, and then I'll make it bigger as we get larger. I mean, a lot of it's probably because it's causing a lot of GOP churn, because H.265 was meant for filming the real world. I mean, you know, I used to do video streaming professionally, and, you know, no one ever told me that if you're going to compile something on a live stream, you know, we're not going to do white on white, because you guys actually need to be able to see it to some extent. Or that's the theory anyway. Okay. So the test results look like it's, yeah, see, like I said, this is why we're doing this. In this section, the test suite for glibc is considered critical. Do not skip it under any circumstance. So, okay. Because once we have this bit done, this is the official, this system is completely self-hosting, because that means we have a fully function glibc. I mean, if I really wanted to hurt my chat, we could go radioactive hot dog. Don't tempt me to bring out the radioactive hot dog. You know, because we can do it. We could I mean, let's see here. No, when I said deck link, I was thinking the Blackmagic design ones. Because their PCI ones can, in fact, oh no. You guys really want me to go radioactive hot dog? I mean, when we are streaming, when I end up doing a stream for Trevor Project, which is the other charity that I plan to do in the near short term, I will almost certainly have the LGBT hot dog and the trans hot dog, probably combined with the Ace hot dog, the MB hot dog, and there's probably other hot dogs that we will have to create, but I can't remember all the flags off the top of my head. I mean, realistically speaking, if this terminal was the trans flag colors, it would probably be seizure inducing. So, we will be able to install it on, we could install it on actual real system. We can actually throw it on a USB stick, and I can boot it on the laptop once we have it working. I'm assuming that's something people are going to want to see. Like, you want me to go get my laptop and actually see it running on bare metal. There are a lot of hot dogs that can be made. Well, you know, we could make the ultimate expression of LGBT and make as a proper web page made with front page 97. And then I'm just waiting for the chat to scream. Just waiting for that. I'm waiting for the lag to catch up. Yeah, I could definitely see. Let's not kill the viewers. Yes. All right. We're not going to do the radioactive hot dog on the rapidly scrolling terminal. Did someone just say front pages? Well, graphics design and human rights are my passion. You know what? Now I need a Java applet that shows all the major flags that I can host on Apache 1.3 on Solaris, and we can look at it in hot Java. These are all bad ideas that I probably should not entertain, but they are amusing for reasons. No, Pietro, we're not going to do it with frames. We're going to do it with tables. We're going to do it with frames. We're going. No, we actually have to declare it as HTML4 transitional. That is the proper doc type for this conversation. No, if I had to connect, if Pride Love required ActiveX, there will be people that would hunt me down. We're not going to do the radioactive hot dog this stream, but the radioactive hot dog will return. Okay, it's still running the tests. The long story, the radioactive hot dog story basically is this. When we were doing upgrading for every OS2 version, people wanted me to do hot dog stand, which was the very, very bright red Windows 3.0 color scheme. In fact, since we're just sitting here waiting, we can actually bring it up. I've got VMs. I mean, we've got VMs. Yeah, we can use the Novell NetWare one. Yeah, so I love the fact that we're bringing up Novell NetWare while we're killing time. So if I just pop into Windows, so the radioactive hot dog Yeah. I know that there's a netware error. We go to control panels. This is what I was trying to create. And what I got was a lot brighter. No, I had installed Windows. I had just done that in OS 2 and manually created it. I mean, this is bright and colorful. It's more I don't want to cause seizures because with the progress bar. Me personally, I was always an Emerald City kind of guy. Yeah. No, if you want to see pain and suffering, someone post the link in chat to where I show I have created a great this is a mistake. Okay. What's Pride Fetch? Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's still running this test. The wheels on the test suite go round and round. This says that it only takes 2.5 standard build units. Oh, no, it takes 21 standard build units. NeoFetch, but based. Okay. Actually, I'm curious what NeoFetch would say if it detected a Linux from scratch system. I mean, the fact of the matter is we don't even have all the dependencies installed for NeoFetch. I mean, we need wget. Let's see here. Yeah, it's Linux from scratch. We're still compiling it. NeoFetch has, like I said, we're just killing time at the moment. If I pull up GitHub NeoFetch, I believe it needs bash and it might need a few other utilities. Let's see what it says. What do you actually need for it? You actually need quite a lot for it. I guess bash is the only real dependency you need. It's just if you want to make actual images, you need all of these. Okay. Yeah, for those who don't know what NeoFetch is, I don't know if I actually have it installed. Do I? I do have it installed. Yes, so for the people who always wonder what my system specs are, here it is. And let me make it bigger. Look into the face of the giant Ubuntu logo. Yeah. So, yeah, this is basically everything about my system in a nutshell. I feel like I need to take a screenshot of this, and every time someone asks, what are you running? Okay. Helena, I don't know how you pull from an IEEE standard. No, Vizu, we're building the entire distribution from scratch. Like we've already just built the compiler. We're building the C library. So, it's an RX 580 if I remember correctly. Okay. Like I said, we're just waiting for the test suite to run. So, and the reason the window is small and tiny is because whenever we have it full size, the picture becomes the OBS goes, haha, kill me, and then the stream starts going all pixelated. So we are just, like I said, this is just progress bar simulator. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's generating more locales. Like I said, hopefully everything is fine. Because the libc is one of those things that you really don't want to have break. You know, just an offhand thing, but you really don't want it to break. Let's see here. I mean, I could load up Portal 2 on the side. Let's pull up the Steam library. I don't even know what else. I don't even know what I have installed because I don't know how long this is going to take. This is surprisingly longer than I thought it was. Okay, let's just see what NCommander has in his Steam library. I've never tried Hot Dog Linux. I'm actually thinking either for Christmas or New Year's. I haven't decided which. I'm going to just do a stream where I play Portal 2. But you can see I have a lot of stuff in my Steam library. Like, we could play, you know, I almost want to get a bunch of people in a group and play Among Us. But I'd have to put a stream delay on it because too many people would stream snipe me. Okay. Let's see here. I'm actually, I might have had far too many hours in my life doing this. Let's see. What else I got here? I wouldn't mind replaying Nier Automata, although it is a very long game. Not as long as this one, which I still actually haven't finished. It's just, I have so much trouble getting over for the middle point of that game. Hannah Montana Linux. Did I just read that? That's a thing, isn't it? What sort of horror have you... So, I'm currently in 4 Golden. I've just finished... I just got Resize back in the party. Resize recovered. And I'm just having motivation issues pushing all the way to the end. I've played through Persona 5. I intend to play through 3, but I'm really struggling with 4 because it just feels like it's dragging. Yeah, I believe Persona 4 Golden is a Proton game. It plays fine under Linux. Let's see, what else do I got in the library? FTL, which I've had forever. Factorio. Paradox games. Let's see here. I mean, my Steam library is not that great, that bad. Psychonauts. This game was so much better than it had any right to be. So, I don't think I have any games on my Steam wish list. Like, wow, this is taking a lot longer than I expected. And this is just the blasted test suite. What the hell is it testing? Like, I also wonder how much of this is just because Bash is slow. I had some bugs with Psychonauts too, like, not gonna lie. And trying to find the figments and levels was just irritating. Like, this is normally the part of the stream where we wind down, but no, this is the part of the stream where we're waiting for the goddamn test library to finish. Yep. The thing I miss from Psychonauts 1 is breaking levels with the levitate ball. I legitimately miss that. I understand why the levitation ball got nerfed, but I miss it. Okay. Pietro, have a great night. I'll see you later. Okay. So the question is, how many more hours will it take for NCommander's computer to finish running this You know, I don't even want to run it, like, make J8 check, because I find that a lot of test suites cannot be parallelized safely. So Daikatana was a gift Oh god, that's the game we could do. I could play Daikatana on a stream for New Year's. We could. Zero Escape isn't cursed enough. It's legitimately not cursed enough. All right. So looking at, I'm actually, how far into this build process is this? Like, how much farther do you have to go? I mean, you're currently running all your conformance tests, which, I mean, is not a bad place to be. Yeah, see, like, right now, because it's not actually scrolling the screen, it's... Oh, maybe it's getting close to the end? I mean, the output changed. It's doing a bunch of debug stuff. You can tell that I've never actually done this process from scratch before. So it's working on the iNet stuff, so... Okay. I'm afraid to bring it up on stream. I believe the Daikatana port on Steam is a fixed source port. I don't think it's the actual original. Like, I know it doesn't have save gems, but I could be wrong. Let's see here. I mean, there's a lot of things I could play for pain. Oh god, that's a dangerous sentence. That is a dangerous sentence. But I am still completely stoked that we raised over $1,000 for Planned Parenthood. I mean, like, I can't put it into words on how awesome you guys are as a community, because that makes the difference so much. I mean, if I really wanted to torture myself, we could get the Halo level SDK out, because especially Halo 2's SDK, because that game engine's held together with duct tape and popsicle sticks. Okay. Nope, it's still evaluating tests. It's in the L's. I mean, oh, no, I think we're in the M's now, and now we're down the N's. I think we're near the end, because I believe these mostly run in alphabetical order. I mean, if we really wanted to go for, and yeah, do I really want to torture myself in such a way? I mean, we could try and get Steam to run, and then run Daikatana on a Linux distribution we built from scratch. I mean, Black Coffee Drinker, if I'm building a Linux distribution from scratch, I could just compile in OSS support. I mean, it's easier than some. Yeah, from my knowledge that the Daikatana Steam release, while not good, does fix some aspects. Yes, no, okay, it just finished. What failed? That's expected. And that's expected. There should be 2 expected fails here. Let me find, hold on, I need to get the dialogue, which is on the other thing. Cool. That actually succeeded. Oh. Okay, so we are here, and the test failures, yes, those 2 things are known to fail and expect. Yes. Nice. So, we need to patch out a sandy check. We make install. Nice. Nice. Oh, this is glorious. All right, we are definitely back up and running. We have a scene compiled the C library, which means that we just I don't actually know how I could run this on a laptop. I don't think I have a large enough USB stick. I didn't even consider that. I would have bought sticks in advance if we needed it. I think I'm going to change my terminal colors back. I want a little more contrast in my life. Not that much contrast. Did I run make? Yeah, I ran make install. Fix the hard-coded path. Okay, so NSCD is the name service is caching daemon. Just on the offhand chance that we connect our Linux from scratch distribution to, oh, I don't know, LDAP. Because that's some things I don't really want to think about. And then we just need to, we need to just make all the locales. I don't think I could pixie boot it because I don't think I have an Ethernet adapter. So, I mean, we're literally going to be looking at days of effort to get this all the way going. We haven't even compiled the kernel yet. We compiled the C library. We haven't even gone far enough to build the kernel. So, you know, it's there are still many steps to be done before we get anywhere. Well, the thing is that what I have learned is that the more I suffer, the more people watch, and the more clicks I get. Plus, it also means more money for charity. So, obviously, I have to do the most pain-inducing things if I want to raise money for a good cause. Yeah, no, the kernel is going to be nice and fast. It's going to be the everything else that takes forever. So, yeah. Let the pain and suffering begin. IE for LFS. I have no way. I would have to run it through Wine. To run it through Wine, I'd have to compile Wine. To compile Wine, I'd have to give up my sanity. This is fine. We might legitimately have to do LFS for Itanium, but we'd have to cross-compile the damn thing. I have had to build Firefox from scratch from all its dependencies before. So I have some, and I stress the words, some idea of where we're going with this. There's a reason why the stream said part 1. So, you know. Anyway. Let me see here. Just want to check something. And I just got a notification that apparently some of the content on my stream is not eligible for monetization. Apparently, YouTube hasn't taken offense of what I am doing. Oh well. I'll have to look in Studio. Let me see what Studio is complaining about. Let me see what type of strike I got. I shouldn't say it's a strike. Yes, this stream has been. It's not a Content ID strike. I have been marked due to ad suitability. Due to not being suited for most advertisers. But you want to know something? I still raised $1,000 for Planned Parenthood. So you want to know something? That's a win. in terms of advertising revenue, I would have probably brought in about $300 at absolute most if this is my best performing stream of all time. So, you know, fine. What is the R word? When did I say the R word? No, it's probably because they're upset because I am supporting reproductive rights. Which may actually have been the thing that actually got me flagged. Oh, yeah. Well, the fact is, once I've gone flagged, I've gone flagged. I can request a review, but I'm actually okay with this. Although, and thank you, Great Quicks, for the $20 donation to Planned Parenthood. I just want to look at my monetization tab. I'm looking at it on my other screen. View ratings. I don't know. It's... I don't know what to think about this, but so be it. Hopefully this doesn't come back and bite me in the butt. No, this is the flagging I'm got is this is not suitable for YouTube ad revenue. But YouTube's policy on that is very questionable, and that has I can request a review on it, but I don't know. There should be no long-term effects to my channel because of it, or so I hope. I mean, if there is, there is, but I don't know. I mean, SadMac, it's entirely possible that's why. I mean, I probably shouldn't have even set the monetization flag on this stream, because YouTube has two sets of community guidelines. They have stuff that they allow on the platform, and then they have stuff that's suitable for advertising revenue. Yes, this will rank lower. With the ads being clicked off, it will rank lower. But this is also going to be a VOD and a live stream, not a regular video. So we will see. I will bring it up. I'm going to bring this up on Twitter because I'm going to take a much closer look at the YouTube ad policy, because that's kind of annoying and depressing, but whatever. I mean, what can I do about it? I mean, honestly, if we were on Twitch, I wouldn't be surprised if they struck the whole thing down, because I don't know. There is an argument for me diversifying where I stream, but if I ever become monetized on Twitch first does not have a fundraising platform, as far as I understand it. Like, there are ways to do it, but even if you are affiliate or partner, it's not normally available. And then with Twitch, there's an exclusivity clause, which means I can't dual stream to Twitch and onto YouTube. Yes, I will still get YouTube. I will still get revenue from YouTube Premium. That is a fact, a thing that will happen. I don't know. I'll bring it up in NewTubers. I'll probably bring it up on Twitter. It's a little upsetting, though. I mean, what really kind of bothers me is that when I normally do streams, I use music from Epidemic Sound. We're not doing that for this stream because we're using Stream Beats. Because Epidemic Sound has a clause in their agreement that your content cannot be used on, I believe the wording is politically charged subjects without written exposure, written consent of Epidemic Sound, and I don't need them to cancel my license and then retroactively cancel the license on all my content. That's why we're not using their library. Steven, they require exclusivity if you are monetized on Twitch. There's a 24-hour delay before you can re-upload content from Twitch to YouTube. So, yeah. Ali, the fact of the matter is it shouldn't be a politically charged thing, and it really, I don't know. I apologize for ranting about it. It just kind of upsets me. Well, the whole thing upsets me, but, you know, it's like everything just getting progressively worse. And all things considered, it could be. Oh. Hold on. Okay, that's fine. So right now we just need to set up some basic files for setting up time zone data. Let me just do this, and then I'll be able to think again, because seeing that kind of just threw me into a mood. I mean, I know a lot of very large YouTube channels like NextPro. They occasionally get age restricted. Let me see here. How do I do this? So, did I miss a step? Wow, this zip file just basically puked in this folder. All right. That's fine. I love it when tar bombs are tar bombing. Well, see, the thing that scares me a bit, the fact of the matter is that I have I have trouble holding down regular work because of health issues. I realistically would love the opportunity to go full-time on YouTube. But being a content creator means being the person, you know, being an, you know, you can either put on an act or you can be the actual person that you are, you know, stand up for stuff and such. I don't know. I mean, I think what it tells me in the future is I should not select the monetization field for when I do fundraising. All right, so hold on. Before we do this, so time zone, Americas, United States. Where is, and then Eastern, America, New York, yes. Okay, cool. And now we have the time zone set. And then now we just have to create the local time file. User share zone info America New York act local time, and then we just have to configure the dynamic loader. Oh nope, didn't want to log out the that shell, and then the and I think I just need to do an LD config to build the cache. There we go. No, I that's the thing. I mean, I forgot what the name of that really big Twitch streamer that has used racist slurs on multiple occasions, has gone angry, broken stuff. He's one of the largest people on the platform, and Twitch just looks the other way. And it's like, you know, I'm a small content creator. I mean, yes, I have 25,000 subscriber content, but at the end of the day, fine. It threw me a bit through a loop, but I'm not technically doing anything in violation of YouTube's code of conduct. And even if I did, the code of conduct strikes, you don't get deleted in just one go. Yeah. Anyway, okay, so zlib works. Yay, we'll be able to decompress web pages at some point. Why is like the volume on this music so in and out at times? Okay, so that's zlib. So let's just keep going right down the line of the compression list. I think where we're going to end the stream tonight is when we have a booting system, because we are right here. We still have a lot of things to still go through. Then we have to get the bootstrap going. We have to set up grub, and then we have to use UEFI. So I'm thinking that's what the plan will be. So we still got a while to go, but I think that's a good ending point for the stream when we get there. So bzip. All right, so bzip 2. And then we just need to apply the patch. Okay, don't try and apply tarball as a patch file. And that music is surprisingly loud. Let me keep an eye on chat. Yeah, I feel like that background music, I'm not sure. I mean, Stream Beats is nice that they don't really make a whole lot of they don't put a whole lot of rules on using their content library, but it's a little bit interesting. Okay, so installing bzip is a surprisingly manual process, but okay, we can do this. And once we get bzip going, we'll be able to install lots and lots of other things. All right, so that handles that. And then we installed the shared library. So which bzip 2? Oh, we don't have which yet. So okay, we still have more commands to go. Okay. Compiling with ZX. Because a lot of these are stuff that we did before, but now we want to recompile with... So apparently you said -A will just let me extract as is. Let me try that. Oh, wow. Where has that been all my life? That's amazing. Okay. Sorry, my brain's a little bit fried, but we will keep going. The beatings will continue until the NCommander stops functioning. So going back, let me catch up on chat while I'm going. Definitely a little loud. We can definitely fix that. I'm going to have to find a way to normalize the stream output in the future. Make install. Make install. Probably should have done a check. Let's do a check. Okay, passes. Okay. Alright, let me volume adjust that more. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh, we're dropping some sick beats. So, okay. So zstid is a fast compression algorithm. All right. Okay. And then I want to actually use a source z. Is it? Yep, zstid. Okay. All right. Cool. Yes. If the music is too low or too high, please let me know. It's hard for me to tell objectively. Because how I hear it and how you hear it on stream are two very, very different stories. Okay, so I didn't actually know that it was made by Facebook. Let's see here. I mean, yes, you can have multiple. I think the main problem is just I changed what I normally use to play my music because I'm using VLC to do it, and normally I would just use a Chrome tab. So I probably missed some of the settings while setting it up. That's probably what happened. I could let me take a brief look. Let me grab OBS. Let's see if we can normalize. So if we go to advanced audio properties, there's almost certainly ways to do it. I probably have to fiddle with the plugins, and to do so would probably break things. Yeah. Did I just go down? Did the stream just go... Hold on. Did the stream just go down? Okay, no, it was just a momentary glitch. Okay, heart stopping, heart stopping. Heart stop, unstop. Yeah, I'm looking at my statistics, and I think the number of playbacks has gone down a little bit. Okay. Audio is cutting in and out for you. Let me just stop the music for a bit. I just noticed that my outbound bandwidth has just dropped considerably. Let's see here. All right, I think it's stable on my end again. Yeah. Okay. Stefan. Okay. I think there was just a temporary glitch. I think that was on my end. Okay. Cool. What was I doing? We have this test results going. And then we have a few more files. Seems like that's all good. Make install. Get rid of the stack library. And we continue right along. So next up is file. Okay. Hey, Ben Fitzpatrick. How you doing tonight? So, I don't know. All right. So that's another one done. No, that was a nice. That did not install to the right place. Make uninstall. Make uninstall. You have to prefix local that, or prefix user it. And let me make sure I haven't accidentally installed anything else to user local. So user local lib. And I did, in fact, accidentally put stuff in those folders. So I'm happy I checked that. I mean, it's so easy to make, like, one mistake and not realize it. Yeah, so can make uninstall. Configure prefix user make install. Okay. Yeah, I forgot the prefix. I mean, the real magic trick would be getting to the point where I could actually host a stream in Linux from scratch, but that sounds like a scary amount of pain. Not impossible, but scary. Did this need a special option? Oh, it needs a prefix when you do the install. Okay. Excuse me. Interestingly, I have no magic file. I would think, is magic a separate separate package? I mean, I'm not seeing it, but it doesn't mean that it's not. Yep. Sham, when I say building Linux, no, I'm building the entire operating system. I mean the entire distribution from scratch. And, you know, for people who think I'm going to give up, you really don't know who I am. I mean, I hate to be blunt like that. So is magic here on the list? Apparently not. But I would feel like... apt cache, search, magic. I don't remember what... I remember in Ubuntu it is in fact in a separate package. But I don't remember what the actual magic is. It's a separate library normally. I'm not sure if this is something I should worry about. Let me make check this just to be sure. File, make check. I guess it's okay. Yep, it's yeah, we're compiling on OS. I'm not writing one from scratch. But we're currently raising funds for reproductive rights in the United States because of what we can call there has been a lot of really ugly court cases and stuff relating to LGBTQI rights in the United States that are under attack, and more importantly, the most recent Texas vigilante law. And I just basically decided, you know, I'm not going to be quiet about this. I feel the urge to make it and take a stand about it. So, you know, it is what it is, what it is. Okay. All right. So the next thing we need to do is we need to compile readline. And definitely read the instructions on this one. So readline is the library that basically does fancy term editing. It's not as necessary as it used to be because libedit has mostly displaced it. But I suspect there's still a lot of programs that hardcode edit. Okay, so yeah. The goal is to build everything from the compiler, the kernel, the base file system, all the way up to Firefox. But I'm not exactly doing it all in a single go. And quite opposite of that. Yes. Well, we're probably not going to get X working tonight. In fact, I know for a fact we're not going to get X going because I'm already... I'm already sort of at a... I am sort of beginning to fade, which tells me I don't have that much energy left. But I want to get to a good stopping point. We had some trouble at the beginning of the stream, but so far so good. So far we have successfully managed to get basically most of the dependencies building and going once I resolve some basic toolchain issues. Yeah. LFS has no package manager. We are literally building it all from scratch. Like, maybe at a later point, I'll try building Darwin from scratch as a future charity event. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if I really want to, if I want to build Linux from scratch without Linux, I could have started from on top of Windows, but that would have had technical difficulties that I didn't want to really go. Sham, it's primarily because I want to. I mean, there's no other reason than that. Okay, so source. Right, so AZ. Okay, there we go. So Z Energy, you can get some versions of Darwin up until macOS 10 10.4. You can actually compile it without Apple stuff, Apple proprietary bits. I've compiled I was able to successfully compile the next step Darwin versions, which had no available binaries, and that was pain for all the wrong reasons. So, wow, this is weird audio we are listening to. Okay. Well, I mean, I am definitely planning on doing... Well, it wouldn't be Linux 1.0. It would be Linux 0.1. It would definitely be Linux 0.1. Okay, so that's M4. Did I just recompile M4 twice? I mean, that's probably something I did. So now we need to do BC, which is the calculator. And just like everything else. Wow, it used... Okay. BC has a interesting C script. Hold on. This apparently needs some configuration options. O3-D. I don't know why you would need to do that, but so be it. We are going to run the... We are currently in the bootstrapped copy of Linux. We are recompiling everything under that copy right now. We're just running under a root. But in a lot of ways, there's not a lot of difference between running on a root and running off a native system. So, okay. So next up is Flex. In Flex, we still have a few more hiccups to go. I have to get into the habit of using A. And then there we go. All right. Let Flex do its thing. Yeah, that probably should have been little g. We here, you know, let's go back and fix that. That was little g. I got that correct. So, what was I doing? This. Okay. I could probably get Gentoo to build a 486 compile version. There are certain... The Pentium's a lot easier because the 486 does not have any of the... It only has some of the atomic exchange instructions, and there's some oddities that you have to take into account when you're actually on a physical 486. But in practice, there's nothing actually stopping it, but there is a lot of stuff that basically assumes 586 or Pentium. Oh, look, we actually have to compile Tickle. And apparently we need to even, wow, this is a process. You have to compile the documentation before you do. Okay. All right. Well, let's just get right to it. So source, let's grab Tickle first. And then we build Tickle's documentation on top of that. Do I have to do that in the same directory? I guess so. Nope, I did that. Strip components 1. Okay, all right, that actually worked. So that's a lot of things you actually need to do to get Tickle going. But we need the Tickle's the thing that basically every test suite is ever been ran in. Okay. Catching up with the live stream, switching to Linux. The fact of the matter is, it's a whole lot more usable than certain people would let you believe. But I'm also not going to pretend it's a drop-in replacement for a lot of stuff. A lot of it is that because a lot of people, myself included, don't want to use systemd. So System 5 int is the easiest one to set up. I'm a little surprised they don't document using OpenRC from Gentoo, which is probably the quote-unquote best alternative. But I pasted on top of ls. Ooh, I did paste on top of an ls. We're probably fine. Yeah, we're probably fine. Alright, I'm going to just stretch my legs for a moment. It's hard to stay sitting for that long. Okay. I am back. Sorry, I just catching up with the stream. So right now we just gotta do the SID steps, which basically does a whole lot of configuration stuff. That's a lot of configuration stuffs. But okay. Unset source dir. Let's run make test because Tickle is something that we're going to need a lot of. It's used in a lot of places, and if it's not working properly, we're going to have weird problems down the line. So, once again, if you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you wish to support me directly, my Patreon is available in the description. And QCube, that's actually a serial terminal directly behind me, basically a mint condition IBM one. I haven't even powered it up yet. I want to crack it open and make sure there's no Refa cap in there. I have a Mac Plus I also have to crack open because might also be a Refa cap in there. The all-time record for an NCommander stream is 11 hours and 55 minutes. So, you know, stuff. See here. It is sort of possible to run separate DEs on separate monitors, but it's not trivial. You would have to run 2 separate X servers. Yep. My largest problem with web apps in Electron is that JavaScript does not lend itself to good coding practices. Furthermore, it's a lot more bloated than it needs to be because JavaScript has just been layers upon layers of hacks. But I don't have a problem with the conception of Electron. It's just, this is what Java should have been if Sun could have managed it properly. Okay. DCG 201. It's not clickbait. Strike the match. Strike the match. Okay. So once we have Tickle installed, we have to install expect, and then that's GCC, and I am betting this is going to want me to run the GCC sanity checks. And yes, it is actually, and I agree, because we have to build so many things. We're going to get to the point that we're going to be doing the turducken, or I should say the turducken. This is like, if you're making a turducken, this is the duck in the center of the turkey that we're getting correct, and then X is the turkey, and then Firefox is all the things that go around the turkey. To a larger part, my problem with Systemd is the people that develop it do not care about your use case. They don't care that it's becoming a bloated, unmaintainable train wreck, and it's not developed by a responsible team. Yes. But that is more or less how to complain. Lael, it's not something that running separate X servers is not something trivial to do. For me to figure it out would probably take me hours, if not days, to do so. I'm saying it's technically possible. I'm saying it's not trivial. Okay. So far so good on these tests. Hopefully nothing fails. Really hoping nothing fails. I'm jamming. I won't deny I am jamming with this music. See, I don't have a problem with the Unix philosophy. I have a problem that it's becoming this absorb everything into an undebuggable mess. I run Ubuntu 2004 on Simon. I honestly need a bot every time someone asks that question. Okay, so looks like all our tests actually passed, even though they apparently are not supposed to. Okay, this is fine. Okay, so make that writable so we can move symbols from it. Install the headers. Install the tickle shell. And then fix some man pages stuff. Okay then, on to the next. Next one we need is to install expect, which really was the big thing that we all used back in the days of dial-up. If you ever used dial-up on vintage Linux, you know expect. Well, we're still at the point that we're not quite at the point we're ready to run NeoFetch. Still got a while to go. Okay. I at least want to have it booting under its own power before we run neofetch. Okay. Let's run expect. I mean, what we're really seeing here is this is how the sausage is made. I mean, the thing is that we don't have Vi, Emacs, or Nano installed, so chat could fight amongst themselves and determine what editor we need to install. Okay. We will be using Grub, because this is going to be a UEFI-based boot system. Okay, so that's expect. Deja GNU is the framework for running GNU tests. AX source. Okay. Oh, this is going to be an annoying one, isn't it? Okay. So we're going to have to do build. And then a whole bunch of steps all at once. I mean, we could run Joe. No, I want to have grub proper installed. I mean, we could do more than that, but you know, things. Okay. Let make info do its thing, and it does. Okay. So this is actually a fairly important package. We need to make sure this works. Okay, so all the run tests pass. Make install. And on to the next. All right, so now we need to actually do bin utilities. So bin utilities, this is the point where we start fully transitioning away from the bootstrap system and into the real system. Because this will be the full bin utilities with like nothing extra added. Hey Zero. So Cell, I can't find the keyboard for the terminal. I don't know if it's here or if it perhaps is in somewhere else, but I just can't find it. So all right. I'll look for it later after the stream, but I thought I'd let you know. So source. So first we need to apply this bug fix. So upstream patch 1. All good. And then we need to fix a few other things, which is all expected. And if we take a look here, we can see here in bin utilities that there's a lot of options we haven't seen before. We're going to be enabling the gold linker, but we're going to use the classic one by default. We're going to have plugins, shared libraries, and 64-bit BFD support. So this is basically where we become have become the system linker, and that's also why we're going to be using tooldir to have it installed properly. So okay, so make tooldir user, and there we go. Oh man, the one I remember is was remembering was refit, because that's how we used to do it really early in the Intel Mac lifecycle. Back when I was still a Mac user. Okay. So, all right. So let's let bin utilities do its thing. All right. I remember the pain of Lilo. If you've looked at my channel, I've dealt with Lilo on several occasions. I'm scared to know what happens if DEFCON 201 crashes my stream. That could end badly. I'm tempted to let the chat decide if I should let them crash the stream or not. Okay. All right, so where are we? So we're here in the sausage making process. We still have a lot of ways to go before we reach the other side of the sausage. Like, these are all the things about a Linux distribution you never think about. So, alright, yeah, because right now, the next things we gotta do is all stuff that leads up to GCC. And then after GCC, we need full versions of a lot of the tools that we've built up to this point. We'll install Vim, and then end it out with System 5 int, and then, yeah. So we're probably about, I would say, halfway to 2/3 of the way through the process. All right. Big exhale. Big exhale. It's not a sprint. It's not a marathon. It's a sprint, not a marathon. For this particular project, I've learned a few things on how GCC does cross compilation. For me, it's less of a learning experience because I used to build. I worked on developing Ubuntu professionally. I've bootstrapped and made custom Linux distributions from scratch. So this is mostly just keeping my information up to date with 2021. It's not like a revolutionary step forward. But for anyone who really wants to know how Linux works internally, I would recommend doing this. Yep. So, you know, it's definitely a let's climb the mountain sort of thing. I mean, hell, if we could raise another 1K when I bring this back for NCommander 2 versus X11 Electric Boogaloo, which is going to really be a scary stream when we get down into it. I mean, I'm going to consider that in a major win. Because, I mean, it is what it is. We have made it. The fact of the matter is we made a difference. The part I just kind of bugs me is I legitimately wonder when you think of some of the, shall we say, more extreme stuff that I've seen on YouTube on how they don't get monetization flagged. Yes. So I slightly worry about how future things are handled, but I don't know. It's just maybe me being paranoid. I really hope it's not me being paranoid, but you know. Let's see here. I think what we're going to have to do is next time we do this, because some of these compiles are a lot longer than I expected, and I forgot to make nice make J8. It's like that feels like that's taking a really long time. I think we're going to have to pick a game that I'll play on Steam while we wait for really long compiles, because when we start getting into Xorg, lib, GTK, and more, it's going to get excessively long build times. So I feel like we can multitask this. The King Bowser, I don't mind it so much for this individual stream because I was going to donate the monetization revenue as is. It's more, will this damage my channel in the long run? I think the answer is no. Because I know that Real Sexy Cyborg has talked about this on Twitter multiple times. that her videos generally do get advertising flagged, like this one just did. But it doesn't seem to affect her future content. It just seems to be that one individual video, which is still not a good place to be, but at least it's not a death sentence. DEFCON 201 is it's the DCG 201 group. They're the local DEFCON group for the northern New Jersey area. I'm a member of them as well, so I have occasionally been DEFCON 201. Landman is land manager. That is the original. Did I run check or not? Yeah, I ran check. Yeah, that's running gas checks. Actually, I do actually. Hold on, I want to send this to a file. Do I have T? Yeah, I do. T check log. That's fine. Did I do that right, or does that have to be -n? We'll find out. We'll find out. What's the worst that could happen? Ominous thunderstrike. To install Ubuntu would probably take about 20 minutes, give or take. Yeah. It's really, you just have to write it to a CD, or you have to write it to a USB. Sorry, hiccups. Boot it up. Try it in a live environment. You can try it without having to do anything to your system, and then go for the rest. So, yeah. Like I said. All right. So, yeah. So, Bin Utilities is running its check suite. We're going to probably have to do LLVM because Firefox has Rust code in it, which means I need Rust C. To get Rust C, I have to compile LLVM. To compile LLVM, I need a lot of things and the kitchen sink. So, you know. The right, you know, if you've ever played Civilization, we're still in the ancient age. We've got a long way to go before we can launch the spaceship. Or if you're playing Greg Tech Horizons, we're in the Steam age. I still kind of regret not calling this Linux X Nihilo, but there's probably only about half the chat would get that. Yes. DEFCON 201, you should be an approved user. You should not be eating your stuff being eaten. Lol, I don't have anything against the React OS project, but I also have no reason to I still don't see it usable for any real world use case as of yet. So, I can add a lot more swap space. I mean, if you've got 64 gigs of memory, how much swap space do you really need? I mean, it's not like my HTOP is really hurting. I'm only using 9 gigs of memory as of right now. No, Nick Noren, the reason it got flagged is because I am probably supporting reproductive rights because, you know, advertisers are sensitive to things that really... It is what it is what it is. That's what it boils down to. Well, I didn't even realize X Nihilo Linux was an actual thing. I was making a Minecraft joke because it literally is essentially Linux, but from nothing. You know, the thing is that early Linux was a lot more usable, though, than other things. I mean, I spent a lot of time using early Linux. Yeah. Like I said, I don't mind so much being flagged for this one individual stream. It's more if there's going to be a chilling effect on my channel. So, like I said, it is what it is what it is. I'm seeing some test failures. It's not uncommon for there to be linker failures to some extent, but that's a little concerning. see here. 4 tests related to zlib are known to fail. Okay, I think that's the 4 tests related to zlib. Okay. This is fine. Question mark. I mean, I'm just surprised that there's 184 people interested in watching me compile bin utilities for charity. Let's see here. I'm not really that interested in doing operating system development anymore. I legitimately have no desire and passion. I also don't want to deal with the politics that go into such projects. So it's not my thing. I might at some point, just for a shits and giggles stream, let's compile React OS from scratch and then boot it. But that would probably be about it. Yay, my stream is good background noise for Minecraft. I almost feel like I should load up the Minecraft soundtrack. Or go on Hypixel and do a parkour course. Well, Steph and Winston, I legitimately got people to become Patreon to get me to send them spam. I have successfully managed to sell spam to people. Okay. I have a larger swap file available if I need it. Okay. Don Plamera, I have never contributed to LKMV, and I've done a lot of bootloader stuff. I've done a lot of Tiano Core. I've never directly contributed to the Linux kernel. I have some patches that went through Canonical's kernel team, but never directly to Linus or Rodney King, or not Rodney King, Robert King. So, I don't know why you think I've contributed to the kernel, because I never made that claim of doing so. And if I did claim that, I apologize, because that was not what I was intending to do. Most of what I did was integration work. Like, we would get new patches of GCC, we would test it. If we got a bug with GCC, I would debug the ICE and liaison that to the Ubuntu toolchain team. Occasionally, I'd have to deal with the Free Software Foundation bug tracker directly, but that was pretty rare. Let's see here. So how did the test pass? Okay, so that looks like on the whole, everything passed. Well, when I say go through Linus, I'm saying I never did with LKML. Like I said, what little contributions I did to the Linux kernel were generally on vendor-specific patches that were never mainlined. Half the time because vendors don't want their stuff to be mainlined. Okay. Yeah, the contributing to the kernel, even in a drive-by sort of sense, is basically a full-time job. You could do it as a hobbyist, but you'd really, really have to want it in every sense of the word. I am probably going to disable super optimized GMP, which is basically doing this. So now we're getting to the core dependencies of GCC. So progress is continuing to be made. So source GMP. So we need to copy these files over like that. Cool. And then we have another test suite we actually need to sit through. Okay. What was I seeing here? Going back to the chat log. See, that's the thing, Don, is that, again, I can't speak with LKML, but my experiences dealing with IANA and ICANN is that they are, to a large extent, actively hostile of anyone coming outside of the group, and to be involved is a full-time commitment as far as time goes. So, my keyboard is just a standard Corsair XL 95 XT95 Platinum with Cherry MX Blue switches. I should have niced that. I should have niced that. Sorry. I don't think that actually helped, but yes. Like I said, I've got the Model M. I've got a few other keyboards around here floating. But I'm actually quite happy with this keyboard, aside from the fact that the LEDs have kind of dimmed. It was never a big deal for me having an LED backlit keyboard, but it was nice because I like the colors. It's pretty. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. So we need to do the make check. This is another library that we have to make sure actually works. All right. Anyway, Motorola 680,000 support is mostly for ColdFire. I do know it still works, at least on Amiga, but I also know that it's basically bitrot on classic Macintosh and more. So, my streams usually last for far longer than they have any right to. I would legitimately like to get a Model F. I actually am probably going to need a 122 key Model F at some point. I guess I could use the Model M, but the Model F is nicer. So far so good. So this is currently doing the GMP stuff. How long is this probably going to take? This is going to probably take about one standard build unit. So far, so good. Alright, so now we need to look at the check log. I am happy that this is fairly well documented. Okay, we have all the tests passed. So now we're on to the last 2 bits. The USB stick will be I believe the USB stick will be erased when you do the image writer. It's been a while since I've done it from scratch, but I believe it is erased. All right. The next bit is the next bit is NCommander is losing his voice. Well, that was a fast build. I like it when they go fast. So I believe glibc and GCC were the longest builds that we're going to have to do, and we still have one more pass of GCC before it's all done. So that's going to run its test suite. Then we do this. We do MPC, and then a few other things. I do like the fact that all 3 libraries we're compiling are all for just doing precision math, because floating point numbers is hard. Floating point numbers is really hard. So, yeah, no. Now, I just noticed that I have new tools in the YouTube Studio for setting markers and making highlight reels. I guess that's to let you do it on the fly if we want to create a Best Buy reel, but I'd rather re-edit the whole video. Okay. Well, I mean, the thing about Linux from scratch is you can get exactly what you want, but in a lot of times, why wouldn't you just run Gentoo? Okay, so all tests pass. Perfect. So we make install HTML. And we go on to the next. Tar. Okay. All right. So far, so good. So once again, going to the master list of things, we are here. We still got a lot to go, but we've already gone this far, plus the previous 2 chapters. So now we run the check. We haven't gone to X yet. We still got a while to go. I'm still running in the host system. X has some... We still have a while to go before we're going to get to X. There's a lot of users that really just like having a completely custom system all the way through. I mean, there was a big... There was a time where LFS was legitimately common and popular, but it was more of a status symbol than anything else, is the way I remember. This is the first time I've legitimately done it from scratch, from the book. So, source attrib. Grab it. Like I said, if anyone's got any questions, feel free to ask. Alpha Lone, I know I feel like I've seen you before. Are you on Twitter? Like, I feel like I know that handle. I admit that I'm surprisingly bad at remembering people's names, but I feel like that one's familiar to me. Okay. So next one is ACL. Okay, that's probably where I know you from then. Okay. Yeah. Well, Ben Group A, it is a lot of work. I mean, that's the entire point. You know, and it's something that, while I know there have been YouTube videos about it, it's something I rather go all the way. That's some test failures. Oh, okay. I can't run the test suite for it right now because I don't have a copy of Core Utilities that can handle that. That's fine. That's a good thing that that's actually noted. So now we need to do libpcap so we can capture all our packets. I'm actually surprised how many of these I actually know what they do off the top of my head. Libcap. Wow, that's a way to stop stack libraries. Okay. Make check. No rule. Oh, it's make test. Be nice if they would alias that. And then fix permissions. Alright, cool. Shadow library. I actually have code patched in Shadow. Okay. Next, so we go to Shadow. So Shadow handles the entire password database and such. It's basically a way to prevent password hashes from being in public files. It's like, wow, holy cow, that requires a lot of edits. Okay, so what this is doing here is that this is first preventing some files from being installed. This is changing the default encryption method to SHA-250 512 in login defs. And then apparently you want to fix a programming error. And then prepare Shadow for compilation. Okay. Interesting. So there used to be a bug right now in Shadow where it is possible in Unix and Linux to have accounts have a default expiration date. But what would happen is on ARM systems that a lot of them wouldn't have a real-time clock, so the clock would start at 0. And if you add user, that is to say, do a fresh install on something that was had the clock 0, it would write the account being always expired. And this led to a very infuriating bug in basically everything ARM because of how many things were lacking the ability to log in, because you'd have to log in single user mode, reset the bit. So I don't know if it's still in here, but at least Debian's version of Shadow had a patch that I wrote that if the clock was in an invalid configuration, it would allow and the user's expiration time was considered to be in 1970, it would allow the login to happen and post a warning to demessage. So, yeah. There is automated test suites and there is automated Linux from scratch. I mean, it's a thing that exists. Okay. So now we need to do a little bit of configuration. So first we need to turn on shadowed passwords. We need to enable groups. And then probably set some basic configuration stuff. I'm okay with basically all of this as is. So let's just set a root password of password. And then, so now we have all the commands to be able to, like, we now have a login binary. We basically have everything we need to be able to boot to something that's more than a shell. Still need a lot of things we need to do. But, as I said, this is how the magic's made. I mean, just imagine the people that do this for a living day in, day out. I was once one of those people a long time ago in a universe far, far away. The purpose of automated Linux from scratch is to verify that the book is correct. Alpha alone. That's entirely the purpose of the book. So I'm going to apply the patches that they recommend. Okay. And we're just going to go right. I know I'm not really explaining what this is doing as we go along, but I at some point it does start getting a little repetitive. Yeah. They have an entire system that each of the commands in the book can be exported as shell scripts, and then that is used to validate that the book is in fact correct. So let us start making. I'm actually going to go make J4 and see if it makes it less crazy. I mean, this all together is still easy mode. I haven't had to start debugging GCC live on stream because it suffered an internal compiler error. And yes, that is a thing that has happened. Specifically, it happened because of an issue with name pipes when running under MSystem 2. And what are very clearly untested code paths. Ben Gruppe, you're welcome. I am happy that you're enjoying the entertainment. And on that note, if you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. if you really enjoyed this content, consider leaving a donation for Planned Parenthood, or if you wish to support me directly, support my Patreon link is in the description below. So, okay. Alright, so this is going to take quite a bit longer because now we're doing a full build of GCC. But we don't have too many other things that we need to keep doing. And we do, however, have to make a tester user. So that shouldn't be too bad. Yeah. Basically, as long as you don't have too many... The thing with GCC is that there's some errors that just basically happen. Like, you will never see a perfect GCC test pass result. Like, I don't know if it's even possible. As long as you don't have that many, all things are good. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've had the debug GCC live on stream. If you look at my Solaris 7 stream... There's obscenities where the compiler suffers an internal compiler error, and then I had my brain melt. Like, I had my brain legitimately melt. I don't know what SadMac is referring to. So, okay, while that's going, I'm just going to check my messages on the Discord. Nothing major is happening there. So on to the next one. So looking ahead on where we have to go next. So after GCC, all of this is basically stuff for build utilities. Like everything past this point is to get Autoconf and Automake usable. I see a bunch of build tools like Ninja. And then Grub is going to be a big one because that's going to make the system bootable. And, yeah. I mean, all these are relatively simple. The only one that looks a little bit complicated once we get past this point is... I've had problems with Autoconf and Automake, but on Linux it should not be a real issue. Grub is going to require me to jump through some hoops. But it shouldn't be bad. Or so so say the famous last words. Linux from scratch, you mostly need to follow the book. But follow the book closely, because if you deviate from it, as we learned the hard way, you will run into odd issues that while you could work around it, it's not fun. So... I am thinking we'll probably make it to the 8-hour mark. That's kind of what I'm expecting. That's what I'm expecting right now. Like I said, the stopping point for me is we get the system to boot. And to get the system to boot, we have to get to these last parts where we build Linux 5.13.12. We set up Grub, we configure all the other files, and then we go beyond. So, like I said, let me see how my system is currently holding up. System is holding up okay. Yeah, I mean... It is entirely possible to build a Linux distribution from scratch without the book, and most mainstream Linux distributions do things differently than how the book does it, either for historical reasons or cross-compatibility. Like Ubuntu and Debian use what's known as multi-arch, which is a questionable design to allow arbitrary cross-architecture packages to be installed that a lot of times I think causes more pain than help. Fedora, Red Hat, and most other distributions are known as Multilib. There is a version of Linux from scratch that can do Multilib, but you have to compile a lot of things twice for 64 and 32-bit. I mean, part of what you might want to do is you might want to run Gentoo or Slackware. I would not recommend Arch if you really want to go down this rabbit hole, because Arch mostly is binary packages, so you can't really shoot yourself in the foot too badly. Gentoo, from a stage 1 install, you can shoot yourself in the foot quite well. Hello, Bailey. So hopefully, I don't think we're going to get it on real hardware tonight. I don't think that will be a thing that happens. I don't have a large enough USB stick on hand. And my friend has my compact flash reader. So I don't think I have a way to actually run it on the laptop. So I will save that for part 2 and or part 3. But it will happen. So the goal here is to be able to cold boot it in a VM. So, but I'm optimistic. I'm not gonna lie. I'm fairly optimistic. Because Gentoo is how they officially support it. I have plenty of cheap SSDs. I just don't like messing around with my system configuration more than what's not. I don't like changing it excessively on my desktop because I use this for my editing. You know. All right. Anyway, so far so good. I probably could go make -8, but the stream is not glitching out, and this probably won't take that much longer. I mean, we're already into the C++ standard library. The problem is that I've got 2 M2 drives in that. That's not unplugged. That's got the goddamn screwdriver out. Yeah, I personally use Windows in a VM for most of it. There's some audio editing software that I can't use on bare metal Linux. I probably need to install a dedicated GPU for VM pass-through. What I'll probably do is when I replace my AMD card, I will leave it installed for pass-through. John O'Borgs, it's not... The thing is, if you want to update it, you just grab the most recent version of the book and refollow all the steps. This is more documenting on what it takes to build Firefox from nothing. I just call it M2 or M.2. I'm consistently inconsistent. Okay, so now it's building Liberty. Yes, I know I'm being optimistic about upgrading my GPU. Although I did see some LTR GPUs pop up, but a large part of it is a fairly large part of it is just dealing with the fact that crypto miners really is what I'm going to boil down to it. You know, it's people that buy these things to mine whatever meme coin they want. And, you know, and because they have more money than most, they're willing to pay the inflated prices and thinking they're going to make more money. It's really irritating. As much as I hate DRM, I really wish that NVIDIA's efforts to lock out crypto mining on a GPU was more effective. Hey, that actually we just finished building. That is what I call progress. So we need to do a few things while we are here. We actually need to add a user called well, hold on, let me see if it's in here. We actually already have a tester user. So let that run. And then let's let that run the check script. Cool. So this will give us a good idea of if we have a valid compiler. Because if we have a valid compiler, everything from this point forward is easier until we get to X. Cross Linux from scratch is a thing that will no doubt happen. I don't know what horror Cthulhu platform you guys are going to make me build it on. And when I say that, I probably mean Itanium. But, you know, I know you guys are going to make me, Well, the thing is that OpenWart is not a general Linux distribution. It's an embedded build framework. It's sort of saying OpenWart is comparable to Linux from scratch is not a fair comparison, because that's basically, it's like saying Gentoo is compared from Linux from scratch, because you don't have to do all the bootstrapping steps. You don't have to do it all yourself. This is mostly being done as an educational process. And thank you, Zubar Hudson, for another $20 donation to Planned Parenthood. I believe we are now at $1,109 raised for charity. Well, there's probably some other guys that will learn to love Itanium, because it's the one platform that is inherently immune to Spectre and Meltdown. Yeah. No, this has been a massive win. Like, I was hoping to get $100, and we've gone a lot more. Like I said, the only thing I am worried about, and I can't bring it up on the other screen, because if I do bring it up on the other screen, it's going to show my stream keys publicly, and there are things that you don't want to show publicly. But let's see here. Stream settings. Yeah, monetization. It's on limited. Because it doesn't even say what, like, just to bring this up. Let me, while it's running this test suite, I do want to kind of look at this. So this is what content is for ad-friendly revenue. I mean, like, here's what controversial issues. You know, it's like objective coverage from a news source, covers historical facts, fleeting references. I mean, none of these things here specifically tell me that I'm violating YouTube's ad policy. Like, there's nothing graphical depiction. We're not covering abuse. Okay, alright, that's fair. I actually missed this when I looked at it, because that's not personal accounts or opinions related to abortion as a main topic without graphical depiction. Now, YouTube does not give me an option on streams to disable or enable this specifically. I can enable monetization as a whole. Okay. So that's fine. No, but the fact of the matter is I'm fundraising for reproductive rights as a whole. And that's why it's marked as limited. Let's see here. Let's see here. Like, if I was uploading this as a... when you normally upload a video to YouTube, you have a self-certification thing. But the live stream interface doesn't have that. So, okay. I'm still going to call this a win. I just... I have to figure out more specifically if I'm going to be okay or not. I think the stream is probably marked as age restricted at this point. Like if I were to look at, if I refresh the main stream, yeah, if I look at the main stream, it's still not saying age restricted. So, okay. I might just have to leave monetization off in the future, but yes, we are now past $1,100 and $1,116. I'm just hoping that these test suites will not take that long to run. GCC's test suites can take a while, but so far. No, it's mostly because, I mean, it is fair. I don't know. I'm not certain. This is fine. It would be neat to end on 1337, although we'll probably end up going past that. But you guys have once again been amazing. I am seriously blown away on how many people are willing to come out and support this. Yeah, I probably should disable monetization. Honestly, I think I will. It says it's limited. It doesn't say no monetization. Like I said, I don't. Let me look at the. Like I said, because normally you get the checklist, but you don't get that on live streams. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it excessively. Yeah, because if I click limitations, I can actually show this screen on public. So let me grab this off. If I grab this screen, this is my channel content screen, and you can see here that I'm actually live right now. It's running limited or no ads due to content not suitable, due to being identified as not suitable for most advertisers. Remains fully playable and eligible. So that's what it's showing up as. I had no way of saying what type of ads are, aside from the fact that I could disable them entirely. Which I may have to do for future ones. So, I guess we'll figure that out. I just realized we, Black Coffee Drinker, it's more being worried that it's going to come back and bite me in the butt, because the last thing I really need in my life is a YouTube community strike. But YouTube does give you 3 strikes, and they do age out. And usually they will give you a warning before, unless it's truly egregious. I mean, it's definitely possible. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think I'm going to stream again until I have my next main video out, so we'll see what happens when we cross that bridge. Yeah, that's true. Naomi does generally seem fine, but her topics are generally not. Okay, I admit I don't generally watch her YouTube stuff, but as far as I know, on the platform, she generally does not bring anything she generally doesn't intentionally bring up anything that ad advertisers would get upset at. It's, but who knows? All right. This is probably going to take a while. do we want to live dangerously and just not run the tests? Like, do we want to throw caution to the wind and say we don't need no stinking tests here? I'm running an AMD CPU. It's a Ryzen 5 3800X. Let's see here. So this is running execute. My guess is the test suite, it'll probably run it about for 30 minutes. I'm almost certain it's going to take that long. Standard build time, 163 build units. And I believe that's the time it takes for build utilities to normally don't. So, well, I could always run the tests off camera. It's just, I'm watching the concurrent viewers, like, run away. So, okay, we can work with this. So let me first figure out what happened to the music again, because, oh, there it is. I just had my speakers turned down. I had my speakers turned down all the way. So while this is doing its thing, yeah, okay, we'll run the tests. The thing is that I don't want to run the tests with multi-threaded, because for the most part it won't work correctly. Okay. Let me see here. Let's see how many tests it actually needs to run. If I go to the build logs and we look at the report screen and we go to logs for GCC, which is here. Okay, so let's take a look here. So running. Okay, so you're running execute. Okay, no, not execute. Execution. Or are you not actually running any of the tests here? The file you're running is execute.ex. Okay, so you're not running tests on that one. I guess they're in this file. There we go. GCC. You gotta love those frictionless scroll wheel mice. Okay. So let's see here. Execute. .exp. I mean, we're here. The test results are I didn't think it was going to take this long. So built in, yeah, so we're here. And we've got a lot. Oh wow, that's a lot of tests. Okay, we're losing quite a few viewers. So you know what? We're going to live dangerously. And we are going to skip the tests. I feel kind of bad doing that, but it wasn't even a tenth of the way through. So if we're doing, I will do the tests off stream. Let's bring this to its home stretch. So while we're doing that, so that would bring us here in the install instructions. Yes, we are in fact living exceptionally dangerously. All right. And then we just need to fix these headers. Install some symlinks. compatibility links. And let's confirm that we can actually build a binary. And we can. Yay! Yep, that's all correct. So at least our compiler is not completely borked. Yeah, because those are all correct header locations. It's all correct. We can open our C library. And then we just have to fix this one thing. Oh, that one didn't work. Oh, that's because I missed a command. Okay. Worst case scenario, I'd have to go back and recompile stuff from this point forward. So I'm not that worried about it, to be all things considered. For anything I was shipping for public use, I'd be much more concerned about it. But I don't always run the GCC tests when I'm just doing one-off compiler builds. So what I can do is when I wrap down the stream, I can go back, let it run overnight, and check the results file, and hopefully not find anything broken. And if I do, I will probably fix it off stream, because I don't think we want to sit here for hours upon end waiting for GCC's tests to actually finish running. And I know I'm going to programmer hell for saying that, but it is the truth. Okay. Okay, so make. Okay, so that. So far, so good. I mean, yes, having GCC tests fail would be really, really bad. But when I'm watching the stream statistics and I lost 40 viewers in 20 minutes, it's like, okay, I think it's time to move on a bit. I mean, it could be worse. I could have like a not Streamlabs, like a Stream Buddy thing where people would go through and you could delete files from my file system in real time. Like, it's like, you don't really need that C compiler, do you? So source, ncurses. It's like, can I build this? Can I build the thing faster? Package config is not a package manager. Package config is a way for auto tools and other build systems to determine what libraries are installed and what options they need. So, okay. The book is available on linuxfromscratch.org. I'll drop the link in chat. Yes. I mean, like, it's not like I'm doing this for any sort of production work. You know, it's not like I'd be the first person who believes in pushing out changes without actually checking, you know, error codes, build codes, warnings. You know, it's like, imagine how many security bugs would be resolved if people actually fixed warnings. You know, just saying. Okay. So far, so good. Okay, so with ncurses taken care of, okay, so make install, and then we have a few other things that we need to do because we need to be able to find the non-wide character names. Like, this is a bug I'm well aware of, although I'm actually surprised it still needs an explicit fix, but okay. Fix some linker scripts. Move stack library. And install documentation. Okay. And I don't think we're going to need the non-wide binaries. We'll come back and install them if we ever need them. But I'm not planning on building any software that requires binary blobs. Okay. So now we add seds for the stream editor. Okay. We've gone through GCC at this point, but we're over the hurdle. At this point, it should be mostly downhill. Granted, this might be COBOL and wheelchair going downhill, but, you know. And, I'm not planning on putting Java in this distro because I don't need Log4j in my life. Just saying. Okay. We will be installing X11. It's not going to happen today, but it will happen. Vim will be the first editor we get installed. Then I'm going to install Nano, and then I will probably install Emacs. Maybe. Who knows? We'll see. All right, so that's said. So now we're into PSMIS. I mean, it's literally just watching me type a lot of commands into a console and copy and pasting a lot of stuff from a manual. But mostly at this point, until we do grub, it's pretty much all the same thing. Like, I mean, look how fast we're burning through these. GetText is the only one that, well, getText might require a few special things because it's getText, and getText causes pain and suffering. getText causes a lot of pain and suffering. I mean, I can exit Vim without having to close and restart my system. I don't know how much of a Linux and real-time, how much of a real-time video I'm going to be able to make out of this. The largest problem is that showing terminal commands being typed is not the most interesting thing in the world, but I mean, I'll do it with it what I can. I don't know. There are things that doing video editing that are easier said than done. But I want to have the whole project done before we do it. So, all right. So what getText does is it handles internationalization in most C and traditionally compiled languages. So if you don't speak the English language, this is the library that is your best friend in terms of usability. Okay. All right, so cool. Make J8. I can use Vim without too much difficulty. I just like being able to use modern conveniences like, I don't know, a mouse. Like, using graphical Vim is just kind of a sad. Oh, something failed. Something failed. Hold on. Red alert. Red alert. Something actually failed. We've had an actual build failure. So apparently it wants to be compiled with fpic, which is normal for shared libraries, but what happened? Like, am I going to have to C flags this? Did I... Hold on, let's see. What did I do wrong? Disable static, dock tiers. It's not happy about... Let's see, let's look here. It's not happy making a shared library. Relocation... when making use... Apparently it really wants to have fpic, but it's not using it. What happened? Okay, we just hit our first actual snag of the process. Alright. So libxml relocation, like, why is the XA632? Is here. I mean, normally you would just recompile this with fpic, but it should just do this. Disabled shared. Alright. Alright, let's backtrack. C flags equal fpic. CXX flags, I don't think there are any, but just in case. I shouldn't have to do that though, which is concerning. So what fpic means is position independent code, meaning that you could load it to any address space and it just would work. And in theory, libtool should just do the right thing. Unfortunately, I think we lost our BLFS developer. Let's see here. I mean, if it only happens in a one-off package, I'm less worried about than not. But this might be a more fundamental problem. That is legitimately concerning. Did I miss a step? Like, did I miss an actual step here? Let's look. I mean, I'm not seeing myself miss a step. I mean, I haven't seen myself do a mistake. I've seen that type of error before when libtool... I mean, granted, I didn't run make check on GCC because of time. Let's see if manually forcing fpic fixes the problem. We'll know pretty quickly. It might just be unhappy with libtool. Most of my bugs are things that most developers haven't seen before. Like, you know, that's just part of the course. It could have been a race condition, but I mean, do you want me to run make clean, configure it, and have no make J factor? I mean, it'll take longer. But if we want to know for a fact if it was or was not a valid bug, we can do that. I'm happy to help a developer in real time, because you want to know something? When I file the bug, I will have video proof of what I did. And you know, that's probably the best type of bug report you can get. Let me see if it builds correctly, if it has fpic. And I'm really hoping people on Twitter are saying that we are now dealing with get text dying randomly during a compile. We need live tweets. Live tweets. Cave Johnson here. At Aperture Science, all our code is position independent because we here know that you want to use our code in any place that you deem fit. From turrets to crushers to walls to, I don't know, various substances. Okay, that built successfully. That built successfully without error. All right. I'm going to back out of this. Let us rename. Let's make a temp folder. Let's see what's going on here. So temp. Get text. And we're just going to try that build again without using a J factor. Okay, so source. Disable static, doc.dir. That's exactly what it says to use in the book. Yeah. That's exactly what it says in the book. We're going to just build without make J. Douglas, I'm doing it in a completely separate build directory with without the make J. Just straight up make. So we have the two builds side by side. So let's see what happened. Let's see if this is a legit. Let's see if this was a race condition, which I will be very surprised if it is. Otherwise, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. Because what we can do is I can make clean and I can kick the log files out, and we can compare that to the LFS builds and see if something in my environment caused a variable to get left out. You should normally need fpic to build a shared library, but it should have automatically determined that, which tells me that something has gone wrong. So let's see what happens. Chat, I'm going to start a poll as soon as I type make. Will no J factor on make let get text build, or will it explode? It shall build. Confetti is pretty. No, we're currently in get text, which just fell apart on us, literally. All right, let's see here. I'm actually curious on what happened. No, we're still on get text, or we're on get text, and it's here. Okay. I should have teed that log file, but I'm seeing fpic in those commands. Hey, Blue Cass. Welcome to the chat. Okay. I don't have specs. I really should. For those who want to know, here's the neofetch. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Yeah, this is proper soundtrack music. Well, Douglas, that's exactly the first thing you should do. By design, they may have changed it, but by design, we never ran make JX in official Ubuntu or Debian builds because too many build scripts have race condition issues. I mean, we already have a workaround for this. We already have a workaround if this does not work. But the fact that it doesn't work is concerning. But we're not even running a J8 bits. Okay. Apparently, streaming a lot of text scrolling does horrible things to video encoding. I didn't know this. So far, so good. And it built. I didn't expect that. I legitimately did not expect that. And apparently I have too much contrast in my life. Why did that work? Okay, you know, we're just going to make install and we're going to just move right on with our lives. I should have probably run make check, but, you know. You know, I'm not in the mood to debug get text. There are better things. There are things that I don't want to deal with in my life. I don't know what, but yeah, I think music's gonna take a little pause. Let's just say that what I'm doing makes Arch look really simple. You know, just gonna throw that out there. Wow, we're actually back up to 152 viewers. You guys are awesome, and so far, and also helping raise $1.1 thousand $1,182 for Planned Parenthood. You guys are amazing. Well, I mean, we could be running Arch GNU herd because that was in fact a thing. Like if you really want, like, I mean, this was a thing. In fact, it still is a thing. So if you really want to see me suffer, we can run Arch herd. Okay. Well, I changed the color scheme because apparently confetti. We're going to have to find a set of settings that hurt it less. Maybe we try Tango Dark. Maybe that helps. Don't run Arch herd. No, don't. Just don't. Just don't. It's all the hipster of Arch and all the hipster of herd in one single package. So I changed the black text on white background. I hate that color scheme, but fine. We'll try it and see if it breaks things less. Let's see here. All right. Yellow. Can I? What is these? Ugh. It's so ugly. But okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I think I'd rather deal with the confetti than this. Let's see if it's okay on Tango Dark. And before I unearth any more abominations, let's install Bison. Should probably check that there's. Oh yeah, hold on. I have to set the docs dir. I could set new color schemes. This is just what comes out of the box. Confetti is when the screen scrolls so fast it gets a little nauseating. Wow, it's almost 9. We've been at this for almost 8 hours. But the end approaches. Okay, cool. That actually built. So we're going to run a make check. Yeah, I think, well, this is not exactly what I call pretty. It's less seizure-inducing. All right, let's get a little music going again because, I don't know. I always need background music when I do anything. And at some point, I need to be able to get back to coding on Yggdrasil, the Yggdrasil Unix video. No, we're currently on Bison. We have solved several problems, and we've had our unexpected. We've only had one major unexpected breakage thus far. All right, so how much farther do we need to go? So we're here at Bison. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. No, Yggdrasil. And that is, in fact, how you pronounce it. I have gotten that checked multiple times. Yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna have to deal with it as best I can. When I decided to do a Linux from scratch screen, Bytewave, we have taken it. It's not uncommon for me to stream for 12 hours. Let's just say I'm really earning. I'm really going that extra mile for Planned Parenthood and my sanity. Okay. So next up is everyone's favorite system utility, grep. Okay. And apparently my moderators are now helping me with the shameless plugs. So, thank you. But yeah, seriously, I am blown away. $1,116. I mispronounced it earlier. We're going to see it boot. We're not going to see it. Alpha Lone, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm causing poor life decisions. Yggdrasil is probably the closest I can actually say it. But without the der sound, it sounds very odd to English speakers. I'm doing the best I can, but no matter what I say, people are going to say I'm saying it wrong. At least I'm not calling it egg drizzle. And every Norwegian in my chat is going to scream at me, as well as anyone else from the Nordic states. I mean, I've got the physical TTY behind me. I could go, and I've got the Model N keyboard. Like, if I had thought about it, I would have done the physical TTY. Hey, look, there's the screen. I can measure my latency by the time it takes for the screen to arrive. All right, I feel like I'm going to live dangerously and Control-C the test case again. Like, that's a thing you should not learn from me. Do not learn that pressing Control-C during your test cases is good practice. Am I going to pronounce... let's see here. So there's a pronunciation guide. Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. Well, I live in the East Coast of the United States. I live in New Jersey. I'm protected by I'm protected by Long Island in the way and a river of toxic waste going down the river. All right. No, you don't learn to control C while testing, and don't quote me on. Oh, it's too late. I've been quoted. I've been quoted. You know that moment where they tell you that if all else fails, you can achieve immortality through stupendous error? It was at this moment he knew that he effed up. But no. Well, it's like any non-Australian speaker saying Melbourne. Or, as we properly say it here in the States, Melbourne. So, black coffee drinker, that's just what Windows people, Windows developers do, isn't it? No, but someone will no doubt send it to him on Discord, and once again, it'll be in the quotes file to be used at my eventual trial. We are talking about the pronunciation of elaborate Linux distributions. I like to think that I'm entertaining, but I also enable people to make bad lives decisions. Now what are we listening to? Okay, this song is called Falling Up. See, I know what Worcester is. It's the place that we hide from every winter. I mean, I feel like enough of these tests have passed that, but I don't want to Control-C again. All right, here's my compromise. I will give it 3 more minutes to finish its test suite, and then I'm going to assume it's close enough. Worcester sauce. But like all things in life, there's nothing north of Connecticut. There's just this big empty gap between Maine and the rest of the country. You know, we don't... You know, that it's this weird, this weird place that doesn't actually exist. Am I causing existential pain in my chat? Like, I feel like I'm causing existential pain in my chat. I am causing existential pain in my chat. I mean, I could talk about the virtues of living in Boston. And that concludes my talk about the virtues of living in Boston. I mean, the thing is that I really do want to do a video at some point on Copeland. But I either have to get the hardware or I have to do a Kickstarter stuff to get the hardware. And the fact of the matter is that one of the build releases, I believe, was actually called Yggdrasil, spelt like that. I have the distinct feeling I have caught. I don't know what I've started in my chat, but I feel like I've just triggered everyone. All right, I hate to do this, but I'm going to Control-C this build. All right, and right on to the next one. it finished 95% of its tests. You know, it's good enough. It's not, you know, it's not like I'm making unfortunate life decisions here. That was last week. I didn't know that. The thing I remembered seeing is Paul's old stuff channel, which is not what the channel's actually named, but obscenities. Did Copeland? Okay. So, okay. So now we're compiling grep. So, you know, actual useful software. Okay. All right. So now we have grep. We can now search for things. Oh, and look, we're now going to have an actual shell installed. We're going to have proper bash. Okay. So, easy enough. Okay. What's an 85 scribe? I feel like I should know what this is. Okay. I am thinking I should probably turn off monetization entirely on the stream. It won't affect the donations and such, but I think as long as it's unlimited, I'm okay. Let's see here. Have I gotten the usual have I gotten the email from YouTube yelling at me? I actually have not gotten an email from YouTube yelling at me. Okay. Right, so now we're compiling bash. This is one of those things that I probably... you know what? Screw it. We're just going to make install it here. Screw it. Testing's... Well, every time we run a test suite, we regret it. So what's the worst that I could break? Okay. Next is on to libtool. Because we're fun. The reason YouTube's been yelling is because I'm fundraising for Planned Parenthood, and I missed the very small sentence. It's halfway through the page that it's limited if you are talking about things like abortion and reproductive rights. So I'm not going to appeal it. It's fine. I'll live. I just worry that there'd be a future penalization down the line. That's my more concern. It's like, I don't know. Being a YouTuber is like being in a constant state of paranoia. Like, I'd like to wish that it wasn't, but why are you on your way here? Okay, I might have unexpected house guests. Okay, so I have unexpected failure. Yeah, I know. I just invoked Murphy. All right. I do kind of want to run the test on. Oh wow, you can actually parallelize the test check on libtools. Okay, there we go. I'm running tests because I don't trust libtool. It's fine, sir. it's up to you. I mean, I don't even have anything on the couch. The couch is currently covered in old computers. I just saw failures. Oh, 5 failures are expected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That's expected. That's fine. This is fine. I think it crashed. All right. I'm just going to make install and we're going to continue on with our lives. Again, once again, this is not something you should be doing, but we're doing because of time. Actually, I do need more options than this. Ooh. All right, so far so good. All right, GDM is installed. gpref is next. All right. No, we'll have X. We'll have X working at some point. It won't be tonight, but we will get X going. All right. So now we need to get XPath going. No, wait, it's not app get source. Holy cow! I'm running on autopilot. Okay. I looked at React OS briefly during my Windows 1.0 porting video. I didn't look at it excessively, but I played with it a little bit. All right, so that's XPath. It's another library down. Hey, look, Internet utilities. We still have a lot of things. Why did I consider this a good stream idea? Okay. All right. So now we're actually going to be able to do things like connect to the internet. I don't know when I'm going to be playing the stream again. I might squeeze in one more before the year is over. I legitimately don't know if I should disable monetization on this. I probably should just do it. I mean, let me relook at the YouTube monetization stuff while we're waiting. Because I don't want to accidentally screw myself. All right, so that's building. Sorry if I'm multitasking here. So YouTube ad policy. Advertising friendly guidelines. So right now we're just building stuff like ping and all that other stuff. So here we go. So again, controversial issues. Let's see here. Guide to self-certification. Sorry, I can look at this later. You guys don't need to worry about me stressing out. Despite the fact that I really shouldn't have anything to stress out about. Hey, look, we have ifconfig. Remember this command? And I actually don't want to scroll up because I don't want to accidentally reveal an IPv6 address. Brain is braining. Sorry, I actually haven't been looking at chat. I got a little distracted. All right, so now we're on to less, because less is more. Let's see here. tar axfs source less. Let's see here. Let me just. User local. Alright. I think I had paused the music for a while. It's starting to get on my nerves a little bit. Hey, wow, another 20 bucks. Well, Alpha Loan, that's because Linux from Scratch installs iNet utils. And thank you for the to whoever anonymously donated, thank you for the next $20. It really makes a difference, and actually I need to configure that slightly differently. Yeah, I mean, the fact that the amount that's been coming in is just outstanding. Hey, look, we get to compile Perl again. I'm not going to do the funny Perl compile this time. We're just going to do it as is, because we've already seen the funny Perl compile. So, all right. So first we need to apply the patch. Apply the patch. I believe that is. I gotta get the door. Hold that thought. Hello. Okay. All right. That is that is one of my real life friends who is going to sit in the corner while I live stream. And then we are going to continue building the Perl. Hey, we got another $5 donation, Canadian $5 donation. I'm just happy to see people, you know, supporting it. My legitimate fear is when we start that I was going to start the stream, and so I was just going to get constant negativity and hatred. Because, unfortunately, a large portion of tech, and especially tech developers, are, let's just say, it's not great. And to Forrest Amstrang, thank you for another $5 to Planned Parenthood. And Aaron D. Day Steyer, I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. Well, yes, I have real life friends. They exist. I think. You exist?
I don't know.
Maybe he's a figment of my imagination.
Yeah, maybe. Shoot. Maybe you're just really good at ventriloquism, you know?
So Cave Johnson here. I have to come forward with a bit of a confession. You know, it might seem on these announcements that we have all sorts of people, you know, like Catherine, who normally is in the corner saying and singing my praise. But, you know, as of late, I've had a string of, you know, guilty feelings, which I've been told is a conscience. So let me just tell you that all the voice recordings that you've been hearing is me, NCommander, just making different me, Cave Johnson, pretending to be a guy named NCommander, making different voices on their stream. Did I just make... Okay, so make install.
You're looking for the keyboard for the terminal?
Oh, I did... Okay, you found the key... He found the keyboard for the terminal!
I'll just leave it with the terminal.
Okay, excellent. And obviously we apparently missed... Oh, no, we didn't quite miss a step. Did I not install bzip? Or did I... I may not have installed bzip. Or did I not make install it? No, okay, I made install it, but I installed it to the wrong place because... Okay, make prefix user. There we go. No, I just didn't have... I don't... frig. Oh, okay, hold on. I actually know what's wrong. Delete that library. No, I'm going back to compiling Perl. Okay. Let us try this again and see if we actually get this to build. All right, I think the problem was we just didn't have bzip properly installed. So, fingers crossed that was the only real problem we had. I did set the environmental variables. I'm near certain I set the environmental variables. I mean, you know, let me make clean and let's do this right from the beginning, just because now I'm concerned that I did it wrong. So as soon as it's done cleaning. All that's taken care of. Okay.
Go. Forgot the keyboard's supposed to plug into the monitor.
Yeah. Anyway. Sorry. So anyway, I'm sorry I got a little distracted. I only can do so many multitasking things at once, and I have trouble. Let me do... So now we do make. So hopefully, actually, we can do make J8 here. So once we do Perl, then what comes next is XML parser, which we needed expat for. And too large sent. Let me catch up with chat. We will be able to play Doom on Linux from scratch. It's just going to take me a few hours. We're probably not going to get that far tonight because we still probably have another 2 hours of such to keep going. So here. So once we get the brain is okay. Invalid elf header. What? Why did that try to build a shared? What? What? I'm hoping that's just a race condition. Okay, I guess that works. Let me just do make test. Just want to see if the test suite actually starts. Okay, elf on a share. And we've got another $5 donation from Yuri U. Thank you so much. That brings our current running total to I need to refresh, to $1,160. So, I mean, the fact of the matter is that the inner workings of x86 hasn't changed that much on a fundamental level since the 386. If you understand real mode, that is to say 16-bit segment programming, you understand protected mode page programming, long mode's a little bit different, but not excessively so. You're more or less there 90% of the way. Okay. So, next up is here. Are you looking for something?
No. I'm just getting my power together.
Okay.
Is everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Okay.
So next up is XML parser. Source XML parser. So this is a Perl library. So this one's a little different. So we need to do Perl makefile PL, then make, and then hopefully I did everything correct. And then make install, because this will go into the Perl libraries. I don't even have to set a prefix for this one. And now we go to Intel tool, which is yet another internationalization tool that has been known to cause me pain, because half the things that we are currently using causes me pain in some way. Let's see here. Most difficult architecture to work on probably would be Itanium with ARM as a second, because one of the largest problems you have with ARM is it's remarkably inconsistent in most things. Okay, so that passes all its tests. We do make install. And now we are on to Autoconf. I mean, you can tell that we've built a lot of packages. We've built, how many packages have we actually built? 41, because you have to remove 2. So, and that's not counting all the stuff we did for the bootstrap. So now we grab Autoconf, which will let us rebuild package files as needed. This will be a very big thing. If you get this one installed incorrectly, it is really, really bad. I am, however, just going to make install it, because it will be fairly obvious if things are not working. All right, next one, we are on to automake. We are on to automake if I use the right extraction command. And then continue. Let's see here. Yeah. So the problem with Itanium was it was hyped to be the next greatest thing since sliced bread. It was generally speaking slower than the competition. AMD made a better product for a lot less money and better compatibility. And it just basically, it's something that didn't need to exist and was very clear that it didn't need to exist basically from the get-go. There are some neat aspects about it, but it at best is an incredibly lukewarm thing. So now we're on to Kmod, which is a bunch of utilities that help build kernel modules. So next, let's see what we need to actually finish this one. So this one actually has some actual commands we need to do, because we're going to need Kmod to work when we deal with setting up Spice and other Linux frame buffer features. Okay. So, and then we just need to do all the things. So that gives us things like ismod and so forth, which actually shows my running mods on this system. Okay. So the next thing we need is elf utilities. What we just need is the library from this one. We'll have to get the rest a bit later. But elf files, which stands for executable and linker format, and I feel like I'm suddenly speedrunning this. Basically, this is a way to examine executable files on the fly. I probably could build a working kernel as of right now, but I still need to be able to get everything for grub so I could actually boot. So I'd say probably another hour before we're getting to the point where we're building a kernel. If we look back at the list, we are here. This is everything left I need to, right up to here is the list of everything I need to build. OpenSSL and Python are the only two that is going to require jumping through excessive hoops. Everything else should be more or less straight. And then we have to do all the bootstrap files, and then we build the Linux kernel right here at the end. So fingers crossed. Okay, so this is building here. So libelf is like how things like GDB can work. Well, I don't know if libelf probably uses BFD. But if you want to examine how shared libraries work, this is the utility for you. All right. Brain info is going. MIPS is not a bad way to learn how the basics of assembly programming. I don't know how much of a real-world impact it has in general, but the problem is that the most common platform that's used, that is to say x86, doesn't have a lot of common with good practices, if I'm going to be very blunt about how it all boils down. Okay. So that was ELF utilities down. The next one that we have to go to is FFI, which is foreign. I forget what it stands for. Foreign facility language. It basically lets you call functions across different programming languages, and it's one of the things that basically there's a lot of glue involved. What I probably need to do is I need to disable with libgcc arch. I need to keep that option, the stamp one, because we don't want this to make a super specific build that only works on my hardware. Because as I said, I am hoping to upload the whole thing to the Internet Archive. Maybe not as is, but the end result. I do want to do a quick check. Screw it. We are and continue to live dangerously. All right. Next up, OpenSSL. Have you had... So OpenSSL, for those who don't know, is basically the thing that makes the 99% of the internet work. And up until Log4j was one of the most ugly bugs known to mankind. Okay, so do a make. Because Heartbleed allowed for a lot of cryptographic information to basically escape. The thing is that, well, MIPS... no, with GMP, I did copy it with the FFS sub, so it wouldn't be overly optimized. I got that bet. Yeah, I made sure to do a generic build of that for the same reason. But OpenSSL is one of those things that it was the Log4j before we had Log4j. When everyone was talking about Heartbleed, this was the cause of it. Primarily for typos. Anyway, going back to the PlayStation 2 is the PlayStation 2 was a MIPS powered processor. In a lot of ways, the processor was interesting, but what really drove it was the Emotion Engine and the GL stack. So that's what really gave it its own unique aspects. And Mr. Diaz, LibreSSL, it's not a practical drop-in replacement on most distributions. I know Gentoo has tried it. Even OpenBSD ports, I think, still does not have the perfect success ratio with it. I mean, you can try and make a better screwdriver, but if your screwdriver doesn't work with standard screws, it doesn't help as much. Okay. So, fair enough. Anyway. All right. So this will probably be one of the longer compiles we have to do. Definitely, yeah. So, and this is just a note that whenever OpenSSL updates, we should always update OpenSSL, because we're going to need that for downloading secured files on the fly. We're going to need that for wget. We're going to need that for curl. all the basic core system libraries. Okay. So that's... All right. So then that brings us to Python. And the reason we have to recompile Python at this point is now we need system pip. It should be able to compile its cryptography modules and all the other stuff that wasn't there when we started. The thing about the problem with RISC architectures that kind of gets overlooked is that they don't give you as much context for doing out of order execution and speculative or execution that they do with other processors. Not to say that that you can't do it with, like, say, an ARM processor, but if you've got an opcode that's going to do a lot of operations, the CPU manufacturer is free to optimize that as is. And that's kind of a big deal in a lot of ways. Okay, so that is OpenSSL done. We are now down to Python. Okay. Let's see here. All right. So now once we get Python down, I think that's all the scripting languages, and especially the one that I actually like using. Yeah, we're here. So Ninja's a build tool. Meson is a build tool. Core Utilities is just libraries. Yeah, basically everything else is mostly recompiling from this point. So, cool. Make. I'm sorry, I like Python. The fact of the matter is Python prevents people from getting cute with their formatting or forgetting the missing bracket. So I appreciate Python for so many reasons because it works better than 95% of other solutions out there. Yeah. So let's see here. I never had access to Power 9. I had brief access to, it was either, I want to say it was Power 7, but it might have been Power 5. And it was really neat, but IBM still hasn't made a very good use case for me to actually use Power Systems. What is your favorite Evangelion episode? Oh boy, that's a dangerous question. That's a danger. I actually tend to like the Birth of Nerve because we see a lot of the events that set up the series in there. And it's one of those things that the deeper you look into it, the more things you uncover. So, and I mean, let's be honest. It's a rite of passage to have the soul-crushing experience of End of Evangelion. You know. So here's the thing, is that the reason that ARM is a freaking disaster is because they tried to avoid ACPI, but decided not to incorporate any other alternative. I'm sorry, but as someone who was deeply involved with that process, ACPI was a solution because no one else was willing to, because people thought open firmware and forth was bad. And maybe to an extent they are, but the people that complain about ACPI do not understand what they are complaining against. There are valid criticisms of ACPI, but not having it is not a solution. Sorry, I didn't mean to rant constantly. I also don't think I can skip the test suite in Python. It just runs as part of make. Well, that's a problem with exploit DB. That's not a problem with Python. Because if exploit DB is stripping tabs out, that's going to break exploits. That is literally a problem with that site if they can't reproduce an upload exploit one-to-one. So the problem is that ARM64 server, I was literally working on that specification in 2011 and 2012, and for many reasons, most of them stupid, it just never saw the light of day until relatively recently. And I kind of want to get off this topic because dealing with ARM causes me to be rather disappointed with how a lot of things played out in that time period. All right, so now that Python is building, let's see, how long is this build? So this says it's 4.4 standard build units, and the build unit is basically the time build utilities takes to build. So, oh, and there it goes. It just finished. All right, so now that we've got Python 1.9 configured, and then we might as well install the documentation, although I don't know why. Yeah, we can install the Python documentation. Okay, right on to the next one. Ninja. Because, you know, wow, that is a build process. All right, anyway. All right. So, all right, so we're going to let Ninja bootstrap. Yeah, I know. Well, I use make J8 because if I use make J16, I have a 12-core processor. If I use anything higher than 8, OBS begins to stutter. So, for a reason, so let's see here. How do we keep actually building? Do I just do, is that really all you have to do? I guess that's all you really have to do. Do I have a working Ninja? I have a working Ninja. Man, if it only was that easy to get Ninja for so many other things. All right, so now we're down to Mason. Mason. Am I missing? Oh, Menson. No wonder. You know, it helps. It helps when you can read successfully. All right. So, well, this is nice and easy. Okay, that's another build system down. We are now on core utilities. All right, and I'm going to stop and take a moment to catch up with chat here in a moment. Because next we need to get a patch up and running. P1 source core utilities. Source core utilities. And, oh, cool, we can actually run auto reconf. That tells me that I have done all the stuff to make the GNU build system actually work. I'm not actually sure what the numbers mean with Menson, although there's probably a physics joke there I'm not getting. Anyway, while we let this compile, we've got just a little bit more to get going. Device tree has more complicated problems with it that I legitimately do not want to go into because that's an entire talk in and of itself. And I don't want to have my brain ripped out of my skull ranting about it. Let's see here. The thing is that Itanium's architecture was trying to basically solve the halting problem because you can't predict the future at compile time. You can predict it to an extent at runtime, but it's like trying to take a crystal ball in 2015 and tell me what the presidency of 2021 will be like. So, anyway, let us see here. The process All right, so core utilities is still going. So catching up with things, I don't know if Epic Itanium could have worked in a graphical context. The long answer is I'm going to say no, because Epic essentially took a digital signal processor design and added everything that a processor needs and made it worse at doing both. So I really, it's like one of those things is like, do I really need to do things? All right. Let's go to make install and just move some programs about to be where they need to be. Awesome. On to check, which is a C testing facility. I mean, once you get over the initial hurdle of compiling stuff, it basically goes pretty fast. So, I mean, we'll probably do more Itanium stuff in the future. I don't know when, but probably. I mean, I don't know how much my power bill can take it, but who knows? Okay, so next up is diff utilities. Like that. Okay, user. Do I have to do anyone special for this one? Nope. This is just make, and make. I like it when they're nice and simple. I should just like have that on permanent. I need that on my shirt. Configure, make, install. And then under it have existential screaming. Okay. So far, so good, though. So now we have the ability to tell two files apart. That's probably an important functionality, not going to lie. I am planning on providing a archive and disk image of the LFS install. I may do one after this stream. I might do one as when the final project's done, because the end result here is to be able to compile Firefox. Mostly because I want to see what it takes to compile Firefox from complete scratch. Even though I'm probably, pushing my luck and sanity by doing this. The thing is, there is no such thing as an RS-232 killer. RS-232 is going to be there until the hate death of the universe. It's going to be the one guy that when we reach the quantum, we all evolve into beings of pure knowledge, is going to be connected to the singularity via IRC. Because there's always the one person that is completely connected via IRC. This will be a 64-bit only build. I'm not doing 32-bit. You could probably add 32-bit pretty easily to it, but it's not hard. Okay, so find utilities comes next. Let's see here. Source, find utilities. All right. So and then next is Groff. Hey, we got another $9. What joke did I miss? What joke did I miss? What's the current? Really? Okay, so we have $1,169 again. Nice. I don't know. I know places where 16-bit code continues to live. Don't underestimate how many payroll systems are handled by an MS-DOS program running on DBase in DOSBox. So well, the thing, what's going to last longer, RS-232 or ASCII? Because we all have this UTF-8 stuff. so there's Find Utilities. So that is another thing down. So now we need to install Groff. All right, so there's Groff. And then apparently I have to set my page size, so letter. Oh, great. Now why am I thinking PC load letter? Much more literal. I mean, there's a lot of things still running on OS 2. The New York City's MetroCard system still runs on OS 2 for a large part. Let's see here. All right, so Groff is compiling and does not support parallel build. Like, wow, it's 2021. And it doesn't. Why? Okay, the next one that's actually useful is Grub. That's actually a big deal. This one we need to deviate off the path because we need to go to the BFSL page for this because we need the UEFI boot option. Because there's a lot of things that need to be done here. So we will tackle that next. I don't want to think about COBOL being the future. No, I can't contain that thought within a picture. There's probably like one person in my chat who's going to get that joke. So the next thing on the list is Grub. So what we need to do next is there are things here we will need to configure. All right, we will be back here. Set configuration. Let's see here. Skip this package. Okay, following the BFSL page at the end of this chapter. Okay, so we'll come back to this one. We have to do Grub last. We have more things we have to do before we do that. Source gzip. All right, so most of these we've already done before, so we're just gonna rapid fire these. Okay, cool. They're currently working on getting us a new MetroCard system called Omni. Every time they try and deploy it, COVID gets a little worse. Because it was supposed to deploy in April of 2020, and yes. Hey, look, now we can have IP. Okay, so a bunch of things are going to... We don't need ARP deeds or anything else in this package we actually need. No, it doesn't look like it. So we're just going to keep going with this. So this gives us IP route 2 for all those people who still complain, who complained about me using mfconfig. Also disable IF tables. All right, and let that build. How do you have a physical Omni card? It's like wow, those are obtainium. At least the stream is stuttering less every time I compile something, which yay. Okay. And I don't think I have anything else to do here. So now we go to the key table file. Extract source. Okay. And then I'm just kind of following the guide a bit blindly at this point. Oh, still so many things we're going to have to figure out. The thing is that once we get past this core bootstrap, it's going to get more and more complicated. especially when we try and do things like CDL. So, I mean, chat, do you guys want me, for when we do the next part, do you want me to get the serial terminal out and we'll actually do this on the serial terminal from the laptop? Because we can do this. It's probably a horrible, bad, terrible idea. But maybe you'll get more donations. I mean, you guys will get to listen to me typing, you know, furiously typing on a Model M. Oh, God, looking at the chat. Why did I open my mouth? Why did I open my mouth? Okay. All right. So we were compiling lib pipeline, and I didn't have any sort of bad idea that won't haunt me in my sleep. You know, they're still saying yes in my chat. No. Why did I do it to myself? Why did I do it to myself? I have a Spark. Well, I don't have a Spark Station. I have an Ultra One. Why did I do this to myself? I mean, I mean, I know why I did this to myself. But why did I do this to myself? Yes, I know. Chat, I realize I have no one to blame but myself. You don't have to keep rubbing it in. Like, haven't you all made unfortunate life decisions? Serial terminal, and you can only access the web by W3M. You... This is fine. This is fine. Okay, so now we're on the patch. Maybe if we have, I don't know, maybe when we hit $2,000. And I feel like I just said that, and suddenly someone's just gonna drop $900 in the tip jar, in the donation jar, not the tip jar. No, you are not doing anything with a serial terminal. I just saw that in chat, and then I realized he's sitting next to me quietly, hiding behind the G5. No, literally, he's hidden his entire body behind the G5, so he's being all silent. Because the bad ideas are coming from inside the apartment. Well, we just installed patch, so I can at least work around the worst things. You're so... This is fine. And it sounds like a dumpster truck is just powering past my building. No. If Sirsa was backseat driving, he'd be telling me to build Linux from scratch on top of Haiku.
Build Linux from scratch on top of Haiku. That's actually what I came here to do, actually. I was going to try it from my other laptop. I just don't have enough power cord at the moment. I was going to secretly be doing that behind the G5 and then show you, hey, by the way, NCommander, look what I'm doing. Why is he trying to do Linux from scratch on top of Haiku? fun. Oh, someone said to do it on top of Plan 9. I draw a line there. I won't do that.
No, that's easy enough to fix. I just have to delete the file in your personality. There are advantages to Plan 9. There aren't many of them, but that root exploit will get you so much more. Yes, so... Yes, so we are not doing links from scratch from Plan 9. I don't just no. Compiling it from Cygen probably would not be that bad, honestly, all things considered. I mean, at one point I'd probably no, chat. You are not demanding this. This is not a hostage negotiation that you could possibly win. This is. No, this takes 8 hours to build the basic operating system. We haven't even started working on X. It's probably going to start. It's probably going to take 8 hours just to build Firefox itself. Yes. No, we haven't even gone the Linux distribution booting yet. All right, Sarah Nova, get some good sleep. Hope you have fun at work tomorrow. We might try doing it on top of Linux. Booting is not overrated. Booting is an important part of life. Or so they tell me. Oh, good. We actually get to install Vim. The Emacs user in the chat can now start screaming. Alright, so now we load text info. Okay. Fix that. Okay. I did turn off the background music for a bit. We can bring it back. I had too much voices in my head going complete screaming. No, I know the music is gone again. I intentionally stopped it because things. But I also feel like I could get away with not having music in my videos and people wouldn't notice. There we go. That's proper music. Oh, the thing is we don't even have Ed installed. We don't have Ed. We don't have Vim. Okay. Okay. Alright, so text info make something that shouldn't exist but does. The thing is that we don't have Ed. And I believe Ed is mostly provided by Vim these days. It's just a command line version of Ed. We'll compile 9.0. Ugh. Fine, you know what? We'll just use Joe because WordStar needs more life and love on YouTube. I'm actually surprised no one ever made like a command line replacement for WordStar. Or WordPerfect. I mean, you know, if we did use Ed, then the Ed conference would finally have a keynote worth talking about. I mean, just saying. Okay. All right, so there's Vim, and then EU dev. Yeah, so we're in the final stretch. We will have a text adder. Alright, so that's prefix user. Ed is still maintained because there are X11 requires it to compile. And actually, before we do that configure, we had to do that. So we have to do that. Vim is a perfectly usable text adder. It's just Nano's a better one. No, it is possible to edit a file with ed. I know it's not that hard. You know. I mean, yes, we could use Joe. Are we really going to have an editor role, editor war in my chat? I think we're about to have an editor war in my chat. So SJC, we can do plenty of curse stuff in Nano. Okay. Yep, we are having. I have started the editor wars in my chat. Yeah, that's literally. This is like being on Usenet in the 90s watching my chat scroll by. Okay. I mean, pretty much. No, the problem is you can't have an int war. They just all stop. And then suddenly things got to the point that got bad.
Panic attempted to kill Annette.
So apparently trying to compile Linux on Scratch on Haiku caused it the kernel panic. Maybe I should put the camera on him because he's more cursed.
Oh, no.
Okay, so anyway, I'm not going to bother doing any configuration. I will, however, link Vim to Vi. And we are on to you, Dev. Okay. So, UDev, remember when we used to have device nodes that were just generated statically? Okay, to whoever edits C source files in Office 365, PowerPoint is in fact a turning complete programming environment, as I have learned much to my horror. How have none of you gone talked about coding with butterflies? I mean, why is that?
Emacs has a mode for that.
You went there. And something broke. Something broke. But I'm not sure what. Ah, that's what broke. Lib user lib lzma. Okay. So, lib zma. So apparently because we had that problem earlier. Was it an XY? I always never can remember where it actually is. Source. Yeah. Find name lib lzma.la. Okay, disk clean. And I feel like the music needs to change, because now we're fixing bugs. We have now gone to the point that we are actively fixing bugs in our earlier build stuff. We are actually doing QA on our Linux distribution.
For varying levels of Q.
You only manually I only edit with manual punch cards. Well, that's not that hard. You just find the mistyped card in the deck and replace it. It's when you copy and paste a punch card, it's much more physical than usual.
If you have an IBM 1411 card sorter, it makes it easier.
Yeah, well. Okay. Well, sorry, I am the, you know, when you get right down to it, I am the package manager of this build.
Yeah.
As it turns out, the package manager can just be a basic human being. Why is this still a problem? Oh, you know what? Hold on. I probably just need to disk clean it. Make disk clean. Come on, we can get udev to build. If we can get udev to build, we'll actually be able to boot. But Slackware doesn't have any real dependencies. I mean, the thing about it this way, there are places where being a package manager was an actual job. Why is this broken? What is broken here? All right, hold on. We need to backtrack and figure out what went wrong. Did I forget to do something? Let's see here. So what's currently breaking here is that disable static. User lib lzma la. Hey, at least we have a working editor for this. User local. User local lib. User lib. So the problem is it's getting tripped up on this library for reasons I am not completely sure about. BLFS build. So why is it getting... Okay, so here's what's happening. So whenever I try and build udev, it tries to read this file and then gets very, very confused, which suggests to me that there's something wrong with one of my linker files. So if I go libLZMA.la like this, where do I get a broken... There's where I get the broken dependency file, because libkm probably had a bad include, as did libmagic. So we need to rebuild libmagic and we need to build libkmod. Okay, that's fine. The debugging has been completed. So first, I believe file was where we get libmagic. File. So let me grab the config line. Make disk clean. Okay. So now we definitely... I don't want to build Linux from scratch from punch cards. I don't want to kill that many trees for YouTube clicks. Yeah, just saying. Just saying. All right. So now we've done that, and if we go back and try and find if oh, wrong folder. LZMA. So that one's now correct. So now we just need to go to libkmod and fix that one. Okay, so we fixed that. We fixed that. We make disk clean. And that's how you do debugging. Okay. Make J8. Oh, why are you complaining? Why do you need the what? You don't need that command. So now it's complaining because I've installed more components that it's having issues. Because I don't want it to build with xproc. If I just tell it, do I not have this utility at all? I don't think I do. I don't. It's built as one of the utility packages. I think I can just... Can I configure it out? Oh man, you know when you had a nice working compiling system? Alright, hopefully that works. But of course it doesn't. Because this is not what I want to do. Can I disable docs? Let me see here. What is that command even in? Because maybe it's just easier to grab it and then compile it. So xslt proc is probably start part of xbat. Like I'm near certain it is actually. Let me just see. It's actually from a different library. All right, so what has gone wrong here? I don't need to restart the entire process all over again. I really don't. I might just start. I might break down crying if I have to do that. I just need to figure out what has gone wrong with this. It's probably a config log issue that's detecting something that I don't want to be detecting. So let me look here. With package, disable tools, disable experimental. It might just be because I discleaned it. I mean, sometimes that happens. So extract xmod. Really hoping this does it, otherwise I'm going to have to go jump through more hoops. Really hoping this does it. Okay, yeah, so running disk clean in this package was a mistake. I don't quit. I really don't quit easily. It's probably for the best or not. But you know what? We've almost raised we're just short of $1,200. That is a major accomplishment, no matter how you put it. What was I doing? Okay, so we've got that built. We've got that compiled. Now, if we go back to udev and I type make, it compiles. Excellent. All right, so we successfully debugged that problem. That's another one off the list. So now, if we go back up, we go back to udev. And then we just have to do some final bits. Final bits of stuff. Okay. Install the udev rules. Udev rules are taken care of. And then update the hardware database. Cool. Now we have to do the man pages. NDB. Okay. All right. And hey, we are now we just got a bunch of donations when I look back. Bacon Admin, thank you for the $5 donation. Zubar Hudson, thank you for the $17 donation, and Big Prex, thank you for the $5 Canadian dollar donation, which has now put us at a grand total of $1,209. Thank you so very much. I am sort of thinking that the next stream in the series I'm going to do sometime after New Year's. I really want to get the Yggdrasil video out because Norwegian people are going to still cringe. Before I do another live stream, I tend to alternate them. So we will see. So procfs source procfs. Okay. Okay. All right. We keep making and we keep going. Home stretch. Honestly, the biggest threat I'm worried about is that if we run into problems, we might hit the upper limit of YouTube stream length. I mean, we just broke the 9-hour mark. Why are we approaching the 9-hour mark? Let's see here. Okay, so that's... What did I just install? I just installed procfs. So, hey, look, I have top. Wow, top has gone different. What is this? Like, is this like some sort of weird hybrid version of htop?
Huh.
Yeah, when did that happen?
I guess they added htop features to top.
Okay.
I think a large number of new utilities got updated recently.
Okay. So now we need to do utilities for Linux, which is a lot of things. Whew. Okay. Wait a minute. Didn't Canada have some kind of big maple syrup heist? I'm sorry. If Canada had a big maple syrup heist, I would think that it would be like world news. Because who steals maple syrup? Who steals maple syrup? Who goes around and steals the Canadian Retirement Fund? So, Danny Vance, we are very close to being bootable. We are approaching das Boot. Das Booten. But what evil individual would steal maple syrup? Maple syrup is generally worth a ton. So how many tons of maple syrup does it take? How many tons of maple syrup do you have to fence to successfully retire from this life of crime?
One.
Like is this is this Canadians brown gold? Like you know we have Texas tea or black gold. Apparently Canada has brown gold because the maple syrup is valuable enough to steal. My mind has been expanded in it was worth 18.7 million Canadian dollars. So what? 25 cents US?
Oh.
I went there. Okay, that is Linux utilities installed. Okay, and yes, that is in fact radio. So apparently, even though I don't embrace the radioactive hot dog, the radioactive hot dog embraces me. Although I like to know how it thinks I have 69 out of 1 gigs of swap because I don't. Like that's just flat out wrong. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So now we need to actually put a file. We need utilities to manage our file system. Oh, now now that you guys started going nice, I then looked at the output of top. I know I'm going to have to do this for Deck Alpha at some point.
Oh boy.
No, swap is not a conversion from metric to imperial. Digital units are metric by design. They're just power. A megabyte is a power of 10. A megabit, amoebal, amoebit byte, byte is a power of 2, but we don't actually pronounce it that way. Cell has Deck Alpha hardware that I can borrow. When we are willing to displace our spines to get it up the blasted stairway.
Oh yeah.
Like,
soon enough.
Like, okay. I'm just going to go back to compiling here because if you guys keep this up, you might actually cause NCommander's brain to melt. I mean, we're doing it for a good cause, but NCommander's brain is going to melt. How much room is this taking up just thus far? I've used 17 gigs of build space thus far. But most of that stuff that can be jettisoned. And Black Coffee Drinker has donated from his maple syrup heist. Thank you for your support and helping raise funds. The chat is trying to hurt me. So with that, we are now at $1,286 US raised for Planned Parenthood of America. Thank you so very much. I mean, it seriously, it blows my mind. It's just like, it's just like, wow, really. Sorry, I just completely lost my train of thought. Let me just fix this stuff. Oh no, we already did. I already skipped ahead, so let me install this. I mean, seriously, we have made, folks, we have legitimately made a large difference. Like 100, 1,000. I mean, when you think about it this way, $1,200 pays the salary for someone for at least a few days. It's well, I won't say it's a life-changing amount of money. It makes a huge difference, to say the least. So, let me see here. So, sysklog d. Alright, so let's just do the rest. Okay. Alright, and that's another one done. So now we just need to make the config file. That's the config file made. Onto system. Okay, this is the last package. This is system5int. Source system5int tar gz. This is the last package. We still have to build the kernel, and we still have to build grub. But this is the end stretch. Not syslog, sys5int consolidated patch 1. I mean, we might switch to upstart, but this is what we're going to start with. Okay. Make install. Okay. I'm going to leave the debugging symbols installed for the time being. We will do this later. All right, so now we need to do all the cleanup stuff. So now we log in with a new terminal command. Let's see here. We need to delete all these. Yeah, okay, let's just say that it's really good that I wasn't root when I ran that command. It was really good that I wasn't root when I ran that command.
Oh no.
Yeah, that could have been really, really bad there.
Okay. This is why you have backups.
This is why I have backups. This is I don't want this stream to become NCommander has to do an emergency restore. But that is entirely an option. This is fine. This is all fine. This is mostly fine. All right, so system configuration. So now we got to do a whole bunch of bootstrap stuff. Okay. So we're just going to run through this really quick. Did I not? No, I installed E2S programs on this system. Yeah, I've got the format command right there. I got it. Yes, I just dodged an RMRF. That could have been really bad. I'm not gonna lie.
Seems like whenever I'm here, it's always bad luck that happens.
Well, yes, you turn on one of my computers and it stops booting. We've been down this road.
More than one.
Yes, and they've all been Power PCs. I'm never letting you touch the B box that I'm planning on getting. It's a Power PC chip, and I've seen what you've done to the other two.
Okay, at least let me play the PS3.
So whenever I get old computers, Searcell comes to my apartment and plays with them. When I got the RS6000, it was working great. He went to turn it on and it stopped working. And I wrote this off as a one-time occurrence. Then we got the PowerMac G5, which was bought in working condition. We saw it both working. He goes to turn it on and it stops working. I would love to have an Apple Pippin, but no one will ever donate one to me. It's like it's like. All right, let's go back to actually installing these boot scripts. So we just installed all the boot scripts. Device module handling. Let's see here. Is there anything here that we need to worry about? I don't think so. Okay. Let's generate those initial rules. Okay, that's fine. Don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about that. General network configuration. I'm going to worry about this after we get the system actually up and running. System host name, though, we were going to go with I think we said we were going to go with Revelation. So I'm okay with that. So ec host name. And then we change this from Absolution to Revelation. Revelation. And see, I can actually edit things with Vi. I don't need to really do much with the host file beyond that. Although I probably should. Yeah, no, that's fine. I really actually don't. Is there anything else here that I need to edit? I'm not seeing anything else here that I really need to edit. We might have to futz with this later. But I I'm not seeing anything else. Let's see here. I guess we need to make this input RC file. If we can. Be nice. Why is it giving me trouble? Cat input. Okay, I guess the file got made. We need to create the shells file. And now we need to make the system bootable, which means we need to make the kernel, we need to do the boot tab, and we gotta do a lot of other stuff. So let's do this one step at a time. So first we need to make the fs tab stuff. So the fs tab is mostly easy. I'm just gonna copy this template as more or less as is. And then we're gonna go to fs tab. And I will catch up with chat here in a moment. I need a moment. And we'll have to fix that. Well, this will be ext4. ext4. And then I don't think I have the stuff that would let me do block ID mounting. And I guess it would be SDA2 would be what this would be. So we'll try that. SDA2, fs tab. All right, let us do the kernel. But actually, before we do the kernel, mount boot EFI mount dev nbd0p1 boot EFI. So, oh, it was revolution, not revelation. Am I actually missing an int tab? I am missing an int tab. Okay. I would think that you would have shipped one. Okay. Alright. Let me see here. I guess let's back up a bit. So apparently there was more things here that I actually needed to do here that I missed. So let us back up. So I did network devices. Boot scripts, net rules, duplicate devices. I'm not going to do networking as of yet. That'll be next time. I guess we can set the system clock. Linux console, we can just do a basic. I accidentally logged out of the shell. Okay. Do I need an RC site file? I don't actually think I need one, but yeah, I don't think I need one. So where is the int tab? And then we will, let's see here, ec profile. So right now what we're doing is we're just basically setting all the config modifiers to make this happy. And we're going to go with en. Oh, that was not what I wanted. Like that. It's input. There's the shells, making it bootable. Why am I not seeing where the int tab was? It's on top of System 5 configuration. Oh, yep, there's int tab. Oh, and I just tabbed out again. All right. So that's about 90% of what we actually need. Awesome. Now we need to make grub and the kernel. I'm not sure which one I want to do first because we do need grub, and I think I want oh man, I'm going to need a bunch of packages here, aren't I? All right, so I need you. Okay, so we're going to have to install. We have to install a couple dependencies. This shouldn't be too bad. So we're just going to grab these on the fly, and then we're going to do these. So cd EFI build EFI. Right, I don't have wget. Let's switch to a different terminal. So right now, the stock guide assumes that you're going to build with MBR-based system, but I rather use EFI because really you should be using EFI for one, and two, if we're going to boot on real hardware, we're going to need this. So we just need to do some fast compiling. Grab this patch. Okay, so patch p1. So EFI variables lets you configure the low-level EFI variable stuff. And then what do I need to do to config this? Oh, that's easy. I'm sorry if my explanations are kind of going awry. An excellent chef. I hope you get some good sleep. Definitely been a long stream. I mean, God knows I'm feeling tired, but I am determined to bring this to a good stopping point, and the end is literally in reach. All right, we don't need doxygen. There are things in life that there are some things in life that I don't want to compile.
For everything else, there's MasterCard.
You had to go there. You see what I have to live with? Okay. So now we install Poppet. Okay. I've mounted the FAT partition as boot EFI. So right now we're making EFI virt-manager because Grub is going to need that when we compile. All right. So this is the next one we have to grab. Let's see here. So tar EFI virt-manager, and then do the usual things to do this. That's easy enough. Then make install. Okay, then that was surprisingly trivial. Next thing we gotta do is we need to set up Grub. All right, so now that we've got all that taken care of, the thing is that we're not going to be able to immediately boot. I know this because it's not going to be able to make the UEFI, partition, which is unfortunate but expected. What version of Grub is this? Is this the same version here? Yes, it is. So, once we get Grub set up, we'll be ready to build the kernel. And then we'll probably spend about 20 minutes debugging this. And man, I am being optimistic when I say that. I am being immensely optimistic when I say that. Oh wow, we had more donations. I'm sorry, I wasn't watching chat, and I just realized we are now at $1,300.
Ooh, close to leet.
Yes, we are close to leet. We are $36 away from leet. Wow, sorry, my brain just went. Okay. What was I doing? I was trying to compile Grub. That's right. Source Grub. Okay. What we really just need to do is compile it. I just need to find the right compile options. Grub for UEFI. Configure. Fingers crossed. And then we just got another $50, which takes us way past leet, but we are now at $1,351 for Planned Parenthood of America. Thank you so much. Actually, I should note that it's it's the Planned Parenthood Federation of America. I should be specific about that. And apparently I need free type. Oh, no. Please don't mean... I'm going to have to build free type, aren't I? I don't really want to build free type.
For Grub? Yeah, I think it has font support.
Yeah, I'm going to have to build free type. It looks like free type only has one dependency. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. The rabbit's getting progressively thicker.
Yeah.
But because...
I was going to say, you can't, like, configure out the...
It says that you'll have no kernel boot messages if you do that.
Oh, that sucks. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I like my kernel debug messages to have messages.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's me being old-fashioned, but I like to be able to debug stuff. You know,
All you need is a few blinking lights.
I don't want to have the blinking lights of VM. I don't want to have the blinking lights of VM.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes, we are now at the point at the stream where we've discovered that we have to get true type support for the bootloader. Why do we live in this future? Why do we live in the future that we need to have free type support in the freaking bootloader? I'm really hoping there's going to be a lot of Twitter quotes out of this.
Hey, at least the bootloader doesn't require, like, pulse audio.
So, you know there is been talk of an EFI sound standard, right?
Yes. Has been for a
I mean,
long time.
yes, I know, so to chat, yes, I know we could skip grub, but we should do this properly. You know, I don't know why, but I have this distinct feeling that we should do this properly. But I am willing to throw in the towel if this becomes too obnoxious. Okay. So hopefully we go up enough. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. Okay, grub is compiling. Grub is compiling. Grub is compiling. We can get some grub. We can't reject grub and go to Lilo. We are at UEFI. We don't have a BIOS. And the bootloader is not getting Wayland. That is a future that we should not live in.
You want me to run and pick you up from me?
I was going to order pizza at some point.
I mean, I'm here. I could just run out.
Actually, yeah. What were you in the mood for? Sorry, folks. The streamer has not eaten in 10 hours.
You mentioned grub.
Well, I'm sorry. When I think of grub, I think of the insect, not food.
Well, to some people. Anyway.
These are my friends. This should explain so much, chat. Hey, does anyone here know about computers? You are in the wrong place to ask that question.
No, we know nothing about computers.
No, we know enough. We know things that man was not meant to know.
Yeah, true.
We're not going to compile free type once because we shouldn't have even had to compile it. We're not going to compile it twice because we shouldn't have had to compile it once.
Compile it 3 times for good luck.
I mean, if we were going to be running Linux on Itanium, we would need eLilo. That is a fair point. What is open at 10:30 at this time?
Journal Square, basically.
Taco Bell?
Yeah, I guess.
VIP is closed at this point, so... do you want to grab me 1 chicken, 1 steak quesadilla?
1 chicken, 1 steak. Gotcha.
Okay.
Piece this together and I'll be ready.
Okay, as soon as Siricel reassembles his mind, which means this will take a while. That shattering sound you heard off camera. Okay. Hey, look, we successfully compiled grub. It's probably not a good thing, but okay. Alright. Yeah, so this is the hard part, is actually getting it to boot. So, now that we've got grub installed, we should have grub make config. So. There are some UEFI options I need to set when we compile the kernel. It's kind of why I wanted to do it in that order. If we scroll back this way, because when we menu config, we need to be able to set all the EFI options. So the easiest way I know to do this is we go down to source, build. Let's decompress the Linux kernel. Alright, and wow, that track is really annoying what we're listening to. Okay, so now we get Linux. So we are finally compiling the Linux kernel. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do yeah, we're just going to do a menu config. We're just going to menu config because that will load mostly sane defaults. But let's see what is recommended here. First, okay. First, we need to set the ones here that need to be set. So it's really just the one option, which is device drivers, dev tempfs. So that would be device drivers, and then that would be generic driver options. Let's see here. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, it's already checked, so that's good. And now we just need to set all the UEFI options. So process. So at least it's nice enough to tell me where it needs to be. So we need to go here. We need to enable. Let's see here. Is EFI even enabled by default? It is actually already enabled. So yay. Here. Okay, so runtime support, stub support, mixed mode support. So yes. We need to enable some firmware drivers. That's correct. Okay, so that all that's set properly. So that means let me just make here is config fb EFI set. And it is. Okay, we are good to go. I think we're ready to compile a kernel. It's the final countdown. Okay. All right, here we are. We are approaching the end game. Hopefully it doesn't end with a Fano snap. And then Cell suddenly disappeared. Wait, my stream... Are you kidding? Hold on.
Just snap your stream.
Hold on. Is the stream actually up? Jeez, don't... Seriously, don't... But yes, no, it's because I said the lyrics to the final countdown. I said a lyric. It's not actually down. But content ID.
You said the words "it" and "the" and "final" and "countdown" in that order.
Thanks. You're just. Okay. I'm just checking my email right now to see if the content ID strike has come in. Because. Poyu, you just watch my heart stop. The thing is that fair use doesn't matter for content ID. I don't pretend to sing well. I'm Cave Johnson. I'm the guy who makes the combustible lemon. If I want to make a quantum space hole where there are versions of Cave Johnson that were good singers, we would make a quantum space hole. But no one, absolutely no one, needs to hear Cave Johnson doing a barbershop quartet. The reason is that we can't take a joke is because because content ID is no joking matter.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that I would get a big yellow banner that YouTube content ID has screwed you over. Like, that's a nice notification.
Okay.
You know, and I should make with J. I should make with a bigger J. My brain is we're almost at the end, guys. We've made a huge difference. I mean, I am seriously blown away at how much you guys have done to help. This is Linux El Nihilo. We have literally compiled everything needed to make a Linux distribution from scratch. The next time is we are going to build the X11. We're going to build the graphical user interface next time. It's only taking us 10 hours to get this far.
Good lord.
And remember, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Linux.
Yes.
And how much of that time is compiling versus screwing with the terminal?
I would say it's about 50-50.
Ouch.
Yes.
Okay.
This poor man's eyes have seen... Yes, I have in fact seen more lines in a Tetris terminate. The thing is that... I can't really use... the problem is this is not even the first time that I've pulled out a compiler, and I've been at it for far too long.
Yeah.
Yes, Gen 2 is much faster to install, but it's kind of missing the point. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. I think this is fine. This is just the this is the kernel tree. This has been the kernel and all its dependencies, including the userland, libc, GCC. We have literally built the Linux distribution from scratch because the last thing we're doing is building the kernel. This is the whole distro, and we're going to compile our way to Firefox because that is the end game of every Linux. The idea is I want to be able to watch my own stream on a Linux distribution that I carve from hands from my own ones and zeros.
One does not simply walk into Mozilla.
I mean, he's not wrong that one does not simply walk into Mozilla. Kernel compile time should not be too bad. It's just... Kernel brain has... we're not going to get Doom tonight. We're not going to get Doom tonight, but we are going to have really nice CDL tonight, hopefully. Or not CDL tonight, next time. I mean, you're... I actually... Now that you say that, I'm legitimately concerned that the build might actually literally take... hours or days. So what we're probably going to do is we are almost certainly going to have what I'm going to do is I'm going to like find a couple of cool game or so, and we're going to have that going in the background while when we have to deal with the long compiles. Okay. So that's the Linux kernel actually installed. So let me do a grub make config. That didn't quite work the way I wanted it to. So let's go back to setting up UEFI, which was over here. Okay, cool. And then we just need to set... I think we just need to make the grub config file. So... You know, I just worried that now that I just did grub install, it might have just overran my UEFI boot variables. Hold on. Did I just break my system? No, I did not. No, I did not. We're fine. We are fine. Okay. We're going to have to do a little bit of fixing of this once it's up and running. Let's see here. Boot VM Linux. I have to fix that file name. Boot grub config. Okay. And then boot EFI LVS grub 64. It's probably not going to find that. I'm probably going to have to fiddle with it a little bit, but I think we are ready to try this. This is probably such a bad idea. All right. Umount root. Why is target busy? Oh, that's why target's busy. Okay, unmount. Why is the target still busy? What is holding this up? Why can't I unmount this? Am I going to have to force unmount this? I really don't want to force unmount this. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I partially know. I still have more file systems to unmount. We need to unmount all of these. And chat, I'm going to put a poll up in a moment if you think this is going to successfully boot. Okay, all right. So now can I unmount this partition? I can unmount that partition. Okay. Cum ndb d disconnect. All right. Will it boot? So I need KVM. Never remember how you do KVM UEFI boot. Let me see here. Always forget the command to do this. What I just need is the KVM command. I mean, it doesn't take much. I don't need virt install. I just need the actual command to start with a UEFI thing. Alright, I'm going to kill the music for now because I actually need to think. I never remember the stupid command you need to use. Is it kernel? It's not kernel. Is it just BIOS? It might just be BIOS. All right, before we try anything, let's just do memory 248 BIOS user share. It would be code FD, and let's see if it actually starts. I have my doubts. Okay, nope, that actually tried to start with UEFI. Okay, all right, so that would be HGA LFV root. All right, let's see what happens. Tiana Core. And then it tries going to Pixie. Sort of. I think I need to end up in shell. So it fell for the Pixie boot, but probably because of reasons. I think I gotta tell it to do nick none. Nick none. Okay, that's what I want. I wanted to end up in shell because I know this isn't installed 100% correct. LFS grub x64. Oh, booting in blind mode. That's concerning. That means there's something wrong with the kernel boot. Okay, that is not the worst case scenario. That is actually not the worst case scenario because that means the kernel actually tried to start, but it didn't have a frame buffer available. So it didn't start, but it didn't fail. And actually, depending on how you want to look at it, it may have actually started. We just didn't see it. So let's remount that. So let's see what we did wrong here. We probably have to change some of the kernel config options. We probably missed some when we were looking at it. Or I missed a step when I installed grub. So let's figure out what I did wrong here. So we look at the install instructions for grub configuration file. We ran grub install, but we probably had to do something with the fonts. Did the grub fonts not get installed? Boot grub. The fonts did not get installed. So how do we fix the fonts so they get installed? I must have missed a step here. Font config. Grub make font. Do I just have to do grub make font? Output file must be specified. Oh, here we go. Okay, okay. Okay, so there were install steps I missed. So source. I'm sorry if I'm not super watching the chat real closely because I'm getting a little hyper focused because I need to know if this does or does not work. So let's install the font to that place. Bill, okay, hold on. Where's this file supposed to be? Oh, I forgot to actually download the font. Yeah, it helps you when you download the file you actually need. Just saying. sudo g unzip. Okay. Okay, all right, so the font is now installed. So now that when we do that, if I do grub install, let me rerun grub install and let's see if we end up with a platform. Let's see here. Grub install. And I probably need to mount some stuff. So dev mount root. All right, so let's redeploy this. Let's see if that fixes the font problem. Mod info does not properly exist, but I set the target. Oh, right. Sorry, that's the wrong line. The right line is mostly down here. Okay. Obviously, I need to mount more stuff. This is fine. This is all fine. Okay, I need to remount all those file systems because of course I do. Okay, mount dev tps none dev tps mount t sysfs none sys, and let me catch up with chat. So yeah, so right now what's happening is it's probably not able to find certain EFI directories. Frig. Installer can't find EFI directory. Let's go back to preparing to enter the chroot introduction, because this has the list of all the things you need to actually do this. Mount. Nope. Here. Probably need, so I mounted dev, bind proc, sysfs, dev. Grub error can't find EFI directory. Why can't it find the EFI directory? Oh wait, hold on. Boot EFI. Ah. Okay, so that did stuff. So boot grub, do I have fonts? I don't have any fonts, which is a problem. I probably had to have the font installed when I compiled grub. Let's see here. In fact, I'm pretty certain I probably had to do that when I compiled grub. Not a problem. So grub, so LFS build, build grub. And then what we want to do is we want to make install and see where this goes. I did follow the page from the grub BSP. I'm sorry, we're not doing Comic Sans on EFI. I'm not Foon. That's a cursed project for another video. Oh, God. Now that I've said it, I can't unthink it. Now that I've said it, I can't unthink it. I don't want Comic Sans. Let's see here. So looking at the install instructions, I would need to get a PCF font. I need to build it like that. Let's see here. Yeah, because see, right here, the early stage of kernel initialization will be in blind mode. And we don't have any graphical card driver to initialize it, which is a real big problem. I mean, we could make Comic Sans for EFI. Why do you do this to me? Why have you forsaken me? I have so many things that I want to say and not say about this. Yes, before we make it cursed, let's make it boot. Okay, so now if I go to boot grub fonts, you still don't have a font there. Boot grub. If I look at my normal, just regular run-of-the-mill system, what do I have in that folder? I just have that one file. So, why don't I just put that one file. So that's unifont unicode.pf2. But is that the same file? Let's see here. Unicode, unifont. Let me see here. If I grep this, unifont. Let's see here. Grep config log grep unifont. So the unifont is there. All right, so make install, grub install, boot grub font, and there's the font. And there's the font. All right, take two. Frig, why is target busy? What did I forget to unmount? Oh, boot. Oh no. Of course. Umount sys dev pts. Be nice if there was a way to recursively unmount all these. I think someone in chat actually gave me a command to do that, but why is this still busy? Why is this still busy? Oh yeah, terminal tabs. That would help. That would help. There we go. Let's try that again. Oh yes, and I have to release it, so ndb. Okay, fingers crossed. Fingers are crossed. Okay, so it dropped a shell, that's fine. FS0 grub x86. Okay, welcome to grub. Oh, 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 oh. That was revolution. Yes! Nice. Nice. All right, I have to fix that install so that works properly. Grub install. Okay, so we need to fix a few things. But, yes. Nice. Boot EFI vfat defaults 00. Did I not? Oh, I see. Defaults. Okay. Oh God, that is progress. That is success. We're not doing systemd yet. It will happen later. Okay, so grub install. Let's see here. EFI boot-manager is there. I'm not convinced that this is going to work, but let's try it. Because I didn't set an NVRAM, I shouldn't have hit reset, but let's see here. Welcome to Grub. The host system is Ubuntu. Yes! It's booting under its own power. Does it shut down? So let me see here. So the thing is that I need to actually give it an NVRAM. NVRAM. I don't remember how you do NVRAM with UEFI. I remember you have to do something kind of stupid. Let's see here. NVRAM. Because it won't actually retain that setting if I don't give it the option. Does anyone know offhand what I have to do to make that work? I mean, I'm currently looking for it in a different window. But I mean, that is running and that is working. That is working. I mean, we could do that. We could install an Ubuntu VM in LFS. Oh, hold on. Let me scroll up. Let me figure out the command. Anonymous, thank you for the $5 donation. Matthew Hartley, thank you for the $20 donation, both to Planned Parenthood Federation of America. Thank you so much for helping. We actually did it. We actually did it. That is crazy. As soon as I figure out how to do the NVRAM stuff, I think we can wrap it up, because I just want to make sure that this survives a reset. So KVM, OVMF, NVRAM. Let's see here. Do I just have to set, like... Let's see here. I guess I just need to copy that file. So user share OVMF. And I want to copy OVMS vars FD here. And then let's just try that. So NVRAM like that. And that says invalid option. Okay. Oh, here we go. So machine. Wow, that is a freaking option. Wow, that's a giant pain in the butt. So okay, so hold on. Let me look at this and figure out what's actually needed here and what isn't. So pflash machine. So sudo kvm 2048 BIOS user. Well, that part I don't need. So I don't need the Q48. Ah, okay. I see. Okay. Okay. Let's fix this. I want this shared here. LVS root and VRAM, and it can't open drive. No file. Oh, there needs to be space there. No, it doesn't like that option. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? Could not open drive, no such file or directory. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to back up my QCal image now before something bad happens. Because I don't need an accidental RM. I mean, if someone wants to make me an UEFI firmware with Comic Sans, I'll be happy to use it. Or even figure out how to make Grub Comic Sans, just hit me on Twitter, and I will make that abomination part of this. Okay, but first we're making a backup of that QCal before it goes bad. Yeah, that may be it. But let's hug our backups. If we don't hug our backups, it could be really, really bad. So this is fine. Everything is tranquilo. I'll make a script after it works. I mean, I would have just done this in VirtualBox normally, but a lot of people really want to see me okay, hold on. I actually got to make that file, don't I? Touch LVS root and VRAM. So your pflash read only. Let me just get rid of that drive argument and see if that's what the problem is. No, it doesn't like that at all. It does not like that at all. Especially because this partition is not backed up because this is my scratch drive. I have drive 2 times. Well, don't I need to have it 2 times? So if I just take user share ovmf vars fd and just copy this here, and then I do this because I don't want read only. What am I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Let me just find an example of this, because if I search this argument, I'll find a version of this command that works, and I can see what I'm doing wrong. Because okay, Google Chrome, I didn't want to download a file that's on my file system. Okay. Let me scroll down. So this shows multiple drive commands like this. That's code, that's vars. So, all right. All right, so the first one is this. And this will point at the UEFI firmware. I mean, I could compile UEFI from scratch, but let's see here. You're right. Hume has more light switches than a light switch factory. That's like the best analogy I've ever freaking heard. So I don't want code. I don't want that one. I want this one. Like that. Right. So that gives me the display. Now I want persistent storage. Like this. And that would be omvf vars.fd. Fingers crossed. Tiano core boot up. And then it tries to go... Okay. Now, I don't want Pixie boot. I don't want HTTP boot. I'm hitting escape and it's not doing anything. Fine. You know what? If you can't have a network card, then, you know, if you can't be responsible for your network card, you're not going to have one. So grub x64. So that works. So now all we need to probably do is run the grub install command. Okay. If-manager says what? Says the UI app is there. I kind of wish I could change the ordering, but it... how do I... There is a way to do that. Let's see here. Modify boot number. I think I have to just do boot next, if I remember correctly. If I boot manager... yes, no, here it is. Boot order 0300125. Okay, cool. Shut down H now. So, folks, this is your last opportunity to get any donations in before I start getting ready to wrap up the stream. And then... Yes! The sausage has been compiled. Yes. Yes. And it only took 3 tries. But we did it. We have done it. We have success. So let me just raise... Firefox is going to be for part 3. Part 2 is going to be... Wow, it's only... Guys, look. It only uses 17 megabytes of memory. I mean 17. 17. It's amazing what you don't need when you remove everything. No, next time we do this, we have to get X working. Oh, man, getting X working. Running top. Wow, that looks incredibly ugly. That is radioactive hot dog. No, die German pen guy. This was part 1. Firefox is coming in later parts. No, this is probably not an any percent speed run. It's not even. It's not even there yet. because there's people that would have not made any mistakes. There's people that would have had all the commands ready for copy and paste. They would have had faster hardware. Yes. So the fact of the matter is that you could run Linux in less memory than you need to run Windows NT 4. Part 2 might be next week. I need to figure out some stuff before we do it. But we've been live for 10 hours, 14 minutes. We successfully booted. Hold on. We should put a tweet up about this. We should put a tweet off for this. Let's actually do this. Let's figure out how we're going to make the sausage here. Let me rip a tab off. Before I rip a tab off, let me make sure no one's tried to reach me on Twitter. Okay. So the most part is okay. This is the end of stream stuff. So today I successfully helped fundraise let's see what the total amount. $1,395 for Planned Parenthood, NFTA. Nope, wrong thing. PPFA. And while doing so, only took 10 hours to completely build a base Linux system from scratch. I don't know about you, but I think I'm going to call that an accomplishment. Let me typo that. All right. Let me get a link to the donate. The replay will be public once the stream is shut down. That's how this always works. And then we'll put a picture of that. And that. I guess part 2, we add graphics. Oh, I need base Linux from scratch, but I'm going to call that an accomplishment. So I think on that note, okay. And on that note, next time we add X, and if necessary, we're going to put CDE on it. But I think we can call this a win. All right. I think I'm going to just pull the plug here. So, Anonymous had to do that right before I shut down the stream because now I need to comment on this. Okay, hold on. That was Anonymous. Thank you for another £100. Okay, right before I was about to shut down the stream for the night. A final donation, final anonymous donation brought us to 1.5 USD raised. Perfect. I can't edit the tweet, but no, I always like doing the last tweet before I shut it down because let's be honest, then we wouldn't have seen that last little bit come in. That is an accomplishment. That I am really happy that you guys enjoyed it. I am amazed for your support and your outturning. and it's like, yes, thank you so much. All right, I'm just going to... so until next time, this is NCommander signing out. Wishing you all a pleasant evening. If you are not subscribed, please be subscribed both here and on my Twitter, where I will have more information about it when we do part 2. I am expecting to do part 2 probably next weekend, but we will play it by ear. All right. See you all.